Okay, so there we go. We are rolling. We are live. This is the Bush Whisperer. I'm starting off the show solo today. We've got interesting people coming though. We might even have the Ronan here. We'll have Gabriel here later. And the usual suspects will be arriving. It seems today is one of those days where a lot of people are going to be late. And I am, as always, a little bit fashionably late, but consistently here. Hello to all of you. I hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Hope you're having an absolutely fabulous day and an even more fabulous weekend, rounding off an extra fabulous week. We've got a really interesting topic for today. It's sort of an expansion or a sequel to a topic that we had before, which is the patterns of thought that crystallize mind. And, we create these cages of thought for ourselves, and we allow ideas that grow into fully fledged concepts to become structured into the mind through the word. So we're going to be talking quite a bit today about the word and about the way in which the mind operates, the way in which entrainment works. And entrainment is a very interesting topic in itself. Tell me something. Those of you in the room, hello and welcome to you. Can you hear me okay? Is my audio good? I have a little bit of a thing about my audio. I can never quite be satisfied with the audio, but I normally have the people here to reassure me that my audio is good, because it happened before that I started a show and it was only like a way into the show that I realized the audio wasn't good. So let me know if there's any issues with the audio for those of you that are watching. Otherwise, big love and blessings to you all. Excellent. Namaste, Neil. Hope you're good. So yeah, we can kick it off. We can dive right into the deep end of the pool. Thought, entrainment, dhyana. I'm going to start by looking at meditation. And this is something that I learned years ago. Namaste, Mexico. Hope you're good. Hope you're smiling and thriving. What I realized when I was practicing meditation intently with lots of devotion. So like this is over tens of thousands of hours of training and practice. The deeper I got into it, the more I realized that the patterns of beliefs and ideas that I had in my mind no longer held me. And the more I went into meditation, the more I recognized and realized that there was this constant narrator that I'd lived with in my life, the backstage of my mind, that was always giving me some kind of a roadmap, or what I thought was a roadmap. And essentially what it became was a sort of an unpacked ideology that was always sort of present, if I can use that word. Let me get myself centered into the camera. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I do like to be a little bit centered. And so what came to me in training was the more time we spend in what I call the zone. And when I say the zone, I mean where one is fully occupied mentally, as in all one's mental energy has some kind of a proverbial purpose. And it's not just laying around waiting for the first thought to come and jump on the ride and ride along that line of thought. One starts to become incredibly stable mentally in terms of thinking practices, thinking processes, and belief structures. One starts to recognize every belief is a wall, and it's like a little cage. And so the more one spends in that zone where one isn't actually specifically thinking about anything, but one is specifically concentrating. And this is the difference. Because often we could be not thinking, but to be not thinking and to be intently concentrating, practicing the art of concentration. And that could be on the bindi. It could be a focused point of concentration with nothing else in the consciousness, just that point of focus. And one just rests in that point of focus. But even though there's rest and there's relaxation, there's a certain amount of mental, dare I use the word, tension, shall we say, structure. And that structure sort of gives one a place from which to build ground zero. Now, normally in the mind, there isn't this ground zero place from which to build, because the mind is like a figure of eight. It's like a figure of eight because it's continually expanding circles and cycles of thought that move with the cycles of time, with the lords of cycles. And so we will find that we're continually creating a loop of thought, and where that loop of thought ends, the next loop of thought begins. I want you to consider the enad for a moment. So the enad is the numerations, all 9 numerations. But when the ninth numeration gets towards its zenith, its end, we find ourselves in the macro cycle of 1, which is 10. And then the macro cycle of 2, which is 11, power number, for example. 10 is also a very powerful number because it's got the 0 there. And that 0, which arguably one can say isn't a number, is a placeholder for the divine feminine. And so all of the 9 masculine numerations move their cycle, and then it gets re-implied by the feminine from whence it all sprang. Because everything comes and arises from the divine feminine. We speak about the void, we speak about the chaos, the spirit of chaos, which people do tend to look at in a negative light, but there's nothing negative about chaos if you think about it in its pure form, because it is a zone without structuring, but within that zone there's an infinite sphere of information. And so when we think of the void, we're taught to think of the void as being empty. That's the first thing I noticed. The void isn't empty. Instead of seemingly infinitely empty, and I say seemingly infinite empty because that's how it seems, it's actually seemingly empty, seemingly infinitely full. Because when there is so much information present that the information isn't mapped into numerations of coordination. In other words, it's not coordinate. It just has a complete akashic field present. It's an overwhelming experience for the human consciousness to embrace. But the closer we get to that 0 point, the more profoundly open our mind becomes. Namaste. Welcome 5. I hope you're good. I hope you're all thriving. I hope you're having an amazing day. Sending you big love, big blessings. So this is sort of where the focus is, or where I wanted the focus to start with, is the idea of these mental cages that we create for ourselves because of this continual cycles of the tides of the mind. And the mind works like the ocean. It's a really good metaphor for the mind, because the mind has tides, it has currents, and it has waves. And so we can see that there are thoughts that go across the surface of the mind. But these are supported by concepts. Well, shall we say the concepts are constituted out of a series of thoughts. And as we look at these concepts arise from ideas. So a single idea can have many different concepts arising from its place. So we've got these tides with the currents, with the waves. So as a metaphor, you could think of the waves on the surface as thoughts, which are driven by the currents, which are kept in check by the tides. And the currents spring from the tides, and from the currents spring the waves, as the currents are moved around by the wind. And the wind could be the metaphor that relates to our desire, because as per our desire, so our thoughts will be creating. And when we really start to observe the nature of our thoughts, there is this endless flux towards fulfilling some kind of an inner desire. And that could be something very abstract, it could be something quite material, it could be many, many different levels if we really want to take it right down home. You know, it depends on what turns your wheel. Are you interested in money? Are you interested in fame? Are you interested in being accepted? Are you interested in spiritual success, knowledge, information, and whatever the goal of one's desire body, which will be aligned by one's passions, which will be driven by the emotions? And now I want you to look at the same principle of emotions, which are like the tides from which spring the currents, which are like the passions, from which spring the desires, which are like waves running across the surface of the ocean. And so you find this threefold attribution. It exists within the consciousness, within our minds, in the way that we operate, both in terms of the emotional, the ida frequency of consciousness, and in terms of the pingala. And for those of you that don't know, ida and pingala are Sanskrit terms. I should probably use the etheric and the astral as terms. Astral relates to the ida, relates to the left nadi moving through our body, which is a coolness and a moistness. Namaste, Bernadine. I hope you're good. I hope you're having a great day. And so this the cool current of being present. And by cool, we don't mean the coolness in the body, we mean the coolness outside of the body. So the coolness outside of the body brings heat into the body. And this is a little bit of an interesting twist. And the heat outside of the body brings coolness into the body. I'll give you an example. The fire of the sun is an external heat source. If you go and swim in cold water when it's really hot, the cold water seems colder because it's how the sense of temperature works. If the outside temperature is really cold and the water's cold, but you get out of the cold water into a cold outside temperature, the outside temperature is actually seemingly quite warm. This is one of those mysteries. You notice them when you're a child, and it's interesting the way it works. So there's this relativity of polarities with the inversion principle of that which is above as that which is below. So when we're looking at the most fundamental state of the ida, we're looking at it from the perspective of the astral plane. So they speak about it as being a cool current. But in effect, this cool current gives rise to the heat in the body, because from this cool current comes the opposite response, which is pingala. And the heat principle, which is arising outside from pingala, brings a state of coolness into the body. For example, we could say that if somebody is passionate, they are hot-headed. So being hot-headed is being emotional and passionate. If you're in the cold, here's something for you to try. If you ever find yourself in the cold and you didn't anticipate the cold, let's say you don't have a jacket, whatever, and you're underdressed for whatever reason it is, focus on your emotions. Focus on your passion. Allow your passion and your emotion to become absorbed into your consciousness, and you will find that your body becomes hot. And if you are finding that you are very, very hot, so in the cold, if you listen to music, you'll probably get warmer. It's one of those things. And if you are really, really hot and you want to cool down, do some maths. Start doing maths problems in your head, or read something intellectual. And you will find that you become cool, calm, and collected in order to focus the intellect, which is externally hot, but internally cool. In the same inverse way that the pingala and the ida work. So when we speak of these elemental attributes, it's very interesting. The reason they speak of coolness as relation to the ida is because it is essentially an astral current. And the astral current is extremely abstract. It's a very abstract current of consciousness. We experience these emotions, which are the embodiment of the astral, which is the embodiment of ida, which is manifested through the hypothalamus and the pituitary gland, which governs our moods, emotions, passions, desires. And the other side of the coin, which is the pingala. Let me pull up an image for you guys, for those people that will come to watch later on, because this is really important when we start to look at this on a deeper level, because we're going to keep coming back to this. And so it's very important for people to grasp what I'm meaning when I speak about this specifically. Okay, is this diagram okay? Urban image and new next tab. Yep, that'll do. So I'll draw up an image here so that we can get an idea of just exactly what I'm banging on about. So that there's some kind of a visceral experience. And it should help a little bit. So here we can see what I'm talking about, the Ida and the Pingala currents, right? And you'll notice this interesting switching here, the way it's often depicted. Even though fundamentally the Ida current would be considered as a cool current and the Pingala current would be considered as a hot current, we're still fundamentally seeing them switching polarities between each of the chakras. And this is exactly what I was talking about with the inner and the outer experience of temperature, for everything is inverted and upside down. So the Ida represents the pituitary's connection and the white milk that flows from the back of the head, from that pituitary gland over the back of the head, over the white, the gray matter, and around to the pineal gland, where it activates the pineal gland. And the pineal gland having those triangular sort of cells, which are have a piezoelectric quality to them, sort of like eels and fish that can generate light or electricity under the ocean have, or fireflies, for example. And I think fireflies are using the same principles. I'm not sure, but I'm guessing they're using the same principles as those fish, because they've got these sort of crystalline cells, which are like a triangular kind of a cell. And we've got these in two places in our body, on the retina of our eyes, where's the receptors for light, so that we can tune our hormones to the frequencies of light. In other words, why does light stimulate melatonin in your body? It's because of these cells. And the other place you find these cells is in the pineal gland, obviously. So stimulate these cells on the eyes, and there's a response to the cells in the pineal gland, which is going to be the driver of the hormones. And so the light that is being stimulated is generating an electric current within the brain. And that electric current is literally creating light inside of the head. I can't say this enough. People are constantly saying that they believe that, you know, the enlightenment is a metaphor and it's a concept and it's, you know, it's something in our minds. It absolutely is not. Enlightenment is a physiological occurrence. It happens in your brain, and it is actual light being generated by the pineal gland that flows through the claustrum and actually contacts directly the pituitary gland, stimulating the juices of the pituitary gland to become more empowered, more concentrated, more powerful, so that the juices, the white milky juice that flows over the top of the spongy part of the brain en route to the pineal gland, has more of an effect on the pineal gland, causing the pineal gland to become more tuned. The more tuned the pineal gland becomes, the more light it produces, the more sensitive the retinal cells become as well. Yes, exactly. Exactly. This is what this halo thing is all about. Now, those with spiritual vision can actually see the light outside people's bodies, because if you can see someone's aura, we're going to get into this. If you can see someone's aura, and it's quite easy to learn to see auras, by the way, like there's a very simple recipe. I can throw it out there for you guys if any of you are interested to play with this. It's like, it's not a spiritual experience. It's not a psychic experience. The physiological organs of the eyes have the capacity to see different bandwidths of frequencies. Has a capacity to adjust the chemical signatures behind the optic nerve, and based upon the alchemy of the brain and which chemical signifiers are moving will depend on what bandwidth of light frequency you are looking in. So we consider that our bandwidth of light is XYZ, but actually It's like a radio. You have a certain degree of control of whether you want to bandwidth out that way, bandwidth down that way, or broaden the bandwidth. And so meditation will broaden the bandwidth, and training can move the bandwidth around. So the more you spend time in the dark, exercising your eyes in the dark, the more you're going to start to see the light that's not present, until it gets to the point where you'll be able to see light around plants and light around people. That's like one simple thing, but there's more to learning to see it, because I found that when I spent a lot of time doing this, your eyes become sensitive to light. So you actually do want to move both frequencies apart in order to really get a balanced operation of being able to see energy. And it's very useful. It's extremely useful in business. It's extremely useful. Somebody comes to you with a business proposition. You read their aura, and you see their true colors shining through. They can't hide that from you. You see where I'm coming from? You want to know if someone's full of crap or not? You read their colors. The colors don't lie. If you can learn to see the energy around plants and animals, and learn to start to read the colors and the resonant frequencies, you will notice that when people have sudden thoughts, there's a sudden flare of color around their head, and sudden bands of color will pop up, and there'll be changes of frequency. And so if you see this sudden frequency of change around someone's head, a frequency of color, but you don't see the expression of this, it means they're keeping their thoughts secret from you. If they have these sudden shifts of color and bandwidth and energy, and you see it in their expression, it means that they are being genuine and sincere and authentic. So there's a lot that you can learn about people, about life, and positive experience that you can take from it. And obviously, if you're a healer, it's pretty useful. Oh, and you can see this at a distance. Now, the psychic instrument is something quite profound, because you can tune into someone at a distance, and by making that connection vibrationally with that person, you can start to tune into the resonance around them and start picking up on the colors and get an idea of what kind of thought processes or emotional processes are happening. And obviously, the more you train it, the more eloquent it becomes, the more information it can carry. But it's very useful. It's a very useful practice. It's not some airy-fairy nonsense. On the first level, it has got to do with the eyes. It's got to do with changing the frequency of the chemicals that are contacting the retina. And the best time to train this is the sunrise and the sunset. Now, why am I bringing this up? Is it relevant to the conversation? Oh, yeah, baby. It's completely relevant to the conversation. Namaste, Ismay. I hope you're good. Yeah, well, I'll shout some of this just now. I'll give you a couple of little hints. It's very easy. It's very easy. You'll be shocked at how easy it is to do it. It just takes discipline and training with a certain level of consistency. That's the key. With anything that you do, whether it's martial arts, whether it's dancing, whether it's singing or playing guitar or playing drum, it's about consistency. It's about how you apply yourself to it as to what you're going to get out of your practice. But the actual practice is mind-bombingly, blowingly easy. In the same way that reading Omen is a very easy practice. We used to read Omen as children. This is a very deep shamanic piece of law here, reading the Omen. And remember when you were a kid and you used to stare at the clouds and you'd look at the pictures in the clouds? Oh my gosh. You can do that as a practice and see where that takes you. You can see it in the rocks. You start to see everywhere you look, you'll start to see symbolism. You'll start to see beings in the clouds, beings in the rocks, beings in the earth, beings in the ocean. You'll see beings everywhere. And you'll start going, what am I seeing? And as you tune into it more and more, you'll start realizing, hold on, I'm picking up on something that's not necessarily completely physical. Yeah, I mean, the LED light has actually been generated to disturb this vision process. Like, I've got an LED on me here now, which is a very low wattage LED, but I've actually changed the bulbs. The bulb behind me is a filament bulb, and the big bulb I've got over here is a filament bulb. So I try and keep as much old light around me as possible at night, which is generated by heat. as opposed to LEDs are fast flashing little electrical impulses. And so they put the electrodes with a driver, and the driver gives a frequency, and then they coat the electrode with certain metallic compounds that will react to the electricity, producing light. And that's how LED works, and it's fast flashing. So it's quite heavy on the eyes. It causes damage to the eyes, I believe. But how is this relevant to the discussion of patterns of thought and thought crystals? Well, we found one of the very powerful thought crystals. The thought crystal is that not everybody can see auras, right? Isn't that what people believe? That not anybody can see auras. Well, I'm telling you that anybody can see auras. They just got to learn how. And I guarantee you there's nobody that can't, unless you have some kind of an issue with your eyes. But even so, I'd be hard-pressed to believe that that can't be changed because of the chemistry, the way the neurochemistry works on the optic nerves. And the same for your ears, by the way. You can listen to sound that isn't audible. Now we're talking about the unstruck heart sound of the heart chakra. This is written about in Vedic cosmology. So we've been trained to believe that all that you can see is within a certain bandwidth. That is what we're all seeing, which seems to be objective solids. But this is a thought crystal, and this is a thought cage. This is a cage of mind, because we're telling ourselves that we only have the capacity to visualize and see what's in front of us in this particular mode of operation, without recognizing that there are other modes of operation. I'll give you an example. You put on a set of glasses that changes the frequency of the light that you're seeing, and you'll see something else, right? Put on infrared glasses and see what you see at night, for example. It's the same idea. You'll start to notice things from a different perspective. So there's quite a lot of modulation, if we really look at it, to this experience of reality through the senses, and that the senses are all being basically manipulated. And I say manipulated because tangerine, what a lovely color. I love the color tangerine. I also like tangerines to eat. They're yummy. Tangerines like an edible color. But we don't realize how habitual our thinking processes are for our beliefs. And our beliefs then become this incredibly powerful cage that prevents us from experiencing superconsciousness. And baby steps. First, realize that what they told you about reality is wrong. And when we recognize that what was told to us about reality was wrong in terms of it wasn't the complete story, it's right up to a point, but it's not absolutely right, which is the way that it's been presented, which means there's a lot more to be considering and a lot more to be looking at and understanding with regards to the nature of reality. I just want to check one thing quickly. Make sure that I have sent people the right link, because it won't be the first time I've done something silly and sent people the wrong link. And okay, people are coming a little later. Just in case, like people are saying to me on Telegram, hey, dude, this link doesn't work. And it's happened before on Telegram. I mean, on my StreamYard, where I've sent a link and it didn't work. And then I realized I've made a mistake with the link somehow. But yeah, so this programming of our mind into inducing the state of reality is really a conceptual business, if I can use that term, because we busy ourselves by conceptualizing the nature of ourselves and the nature of reality that we think we're in. And so much of what we see is based upon expectation. For example, what we see when we walk into a room, if it's a familiar room, I don't know if you're aware of this, but neuroscientists have taken a fairly good look at this and they've confirmed this to be true. When you look at something or look at someone, you're looking with memory, and you only see certain highlighted points. The rest is your memory filling in the gaps. This is incredible the way it works. So most of what we're looking at is what we're expecting based upon our memory. And even if we're watching a sunrise or a sunset, this is why sometimes you'll look at something and you didn't notice something. And when you look closely at it, you'll go, I didn't notice this. How did you look at something without noticing it? Think about it. You weren't really looking at it. You were looking at a memory of it. And then you decided to look through the memory, and the memory had to take more tangible form. So it's like this matrix reality that we're in creates a background created out of mem, which is the Hebrew letter for water. This is why we're using the ocean as the perfect metaphor for the Trinity and the threefold experience of thinking and feeling, and the way these currents move through our consciousness field in order to structure our ideologies, our beliefs, our sensations through the senses of reality. And so fundamentally, what we can say is this: if we learn to stop this process of habitually thinking thoughts and allow ourselves to start taking personal responsibility for this habitual cycle of thoughts running through our heads, it becomes a lot easier to change our consciousness, to change our brain. So what is magic? To me, magic is the ability to alter consciousness at will, whether it's yoga, whether it's tantra, whether it's, anthroposophical practices, or whether it's alchemy, whether it's whatever form of practice and training you're doing, whether it's a ritual, whether it's meditative training, whether it's neurolinguistic programming or the repetition of phrases, mantra yoga, or affirmations, or whether it's color therapy, using color to induce a particular mood, which is going to turn a particular type of wheel. So there are many techniques that we can use to alter our consciousness at will. Though fundamentally, to recognize the fact that we can alter our consciousness at will becomes the fundamental thing to look at here. I think I might have to step out and have a word with my son because he's making a lot of noise outside. And I'm going to have to explain to him that it's not cool. Let me know if you guys can hear him banging around out there, if it's creating a disturbance in the sound, because I'll ask him to go to the other side of the house. I mean, we've got this huge space here, He doesn't have to come and do it by my window. So, but let me know how the audio quality is working. What I'll do is I'll go and confiscate his computer and ban him from watching anything. That's how I get things done around here. So there's a little insight into how you get things done with yourself. You got to see how you work with a child. If you ask a child not to do something and they do, and then you just take action. And we need to learn to take action with ourselves. So this is why fasting and abstinence of speech, silence, and abstinence of sex, and abstinence of various different things, technology, entertainment, whatever it is, are very powerful tools to train ourselves. I personally like the urine drinking training technique. I know I've mentioned it before. I keep coming back to it, but urine therapy. It's not medicine, but damn, it's a lot more powerful in terms of moderating our internal consciousness, because of the way that it tunes our brains when we actually start using our urine therapy. It's such a powerful you've got headphones on. Okay, cool. No, it's I just wonder whether it's going to create an audio feedback. That's what gets into my brain, to be honest. If it's not creating a problem, then it's not an issue. So what comes to me in these moments is the way in which we allow our thoughts to roam freely. And this is where the discipline comes in to play, which is why we want to practice discipline towards ourselves. This is why being a disciple or being a yogi or being a tantraman involves certain disciplines. And so almost arbitrary seeming disciplines like brahmacharya, which is, not eating garlic, onions, not having sex. There's a whole list of rules that come with brahmacharya that the sadhus and the sannyasi would have practiced in India, as an example, in order to remove the impulse to just be wild while practicing wildness. Now, this seems like a complete paradox because meditation is practicing wildness. It's letting go of everything, not choosing thoughts but not moving with thoughts, just sitting in the eye of the proverbial storm. This is what dhyana, true meditation, is. When one isn't going off on a journey of imagination, one is sitting and one is just allowing oneself to become present. And when people ask me, how would you define meditation? I've got a really simple answer. Think of it as waiting. They go, like waiting? I say, yeah, waiting, Think of something heavy, waiting. And it takes a long time. And the longer you wait, right, the more time that flows, the more cognizant and conscious you become of the wait. And by wait, I mean pressure. And that there is this fundamental pressure that is happening between the mental sphere of reality and what we consider the physical sphere of reality. And when we go into like deeper states of meditation, we start to notice this pressure becomes intense. For example, when you meditate deeply, you'll find there's a pressure in the center of your head that starts to increase. It'll feel like you've got this ball in your head that's turning right in the center of your head. And it feels like there's a solid ball turning. And you'll feel different placed balls or spheres or spinning vortices within your body that will start to feel more and more objective and more hard the more you focus and allow your breath to just flow through and just become present without allowing the mind to be drawn into an extended vacation of thought. And I want you to think of thought as an extended vacation, because we become vacant of our reality. We become vacant of our presence here in the physical domain when we allow ourselves to follow a line of thinking. Notice the words, a line of thinking. When we get stuck on a line of thinking, it's like a cog that turns. And you know the old saying, we used to say this when we were kids, if somebody was a bit crazy, we would do this. As if to say, this person has undisciplined lines of thought circulating through their minds. They're crazy. They're not sane. And sanity involves being at the center of that circle so that the circle no longer involves me. To recognize that, yes, I'm floating within an ocean of thought, but none of those thoughts are actually mine. I can choose those thoughts to be mine if I want to, but I can also choose them not to be mine. And when one starts to become aware of that ocean, one notices how the conversation started, where I said you've got the tides, which are the concepts or the emotions. And then we've got the currents, which are the tides, which is the idea or the emotions. We've got the currents, which is the concepts or the passions. And then we've got the thoughts, the waves that move across the top of the water, or the desires. And so our thoughts move in conduit with desire. Our concepts move in conduit with our passion. And I want you to think of the word concept. Concept, conception, right? So there's no accident of language that concept and conception are the same idea. And so we're giving birth to thoughts from concepts. And idea becomes an ideology. And based upon the ideologies that we're entertaining, our concepts will grow from these ideologies. We have this ideology that we can't see the ether. Okay, so I started talking to you about seeing reality. Now I'm going to give you a couple of really simple exercises you can take home and do, and you'll actually be able to see exactly what I'm talking about. I reckon it will take you about a week before you know what's going on. And then the more you train, the more you'll be able to see. It's absolutely mind-blowingly simple. So what you want to do is you want to wake up and you want to do a little bit of sun gazing for the sunrise. But before the sunrise, you want to wake up at the dawn. You see? Discipline, the key, being a disciple, discipline. You want to wake up with the dawn and watch the color skies change and observe the colors in the skies. And when the darkness is breaking, because you want to be up before the light starts, right? So you might want to be up at 5 a.m. or before. And you go outside, make sure that you're not too cold. and you notice it's dark and the darkness is breaking, I want you to go and stand and look at a tree or a plant and observe around the plant with the sky in the background. So find a place where you can sit or stand or whatever, and you can see the sky in the background with the plant, and the sky is changing color. And just observe the plant and be mindful of what's around the plant. And you'll notice that as the sky is changing, you'll notice there's something behind the plant. And as you practice this, this is all you're doing, really. You're doing it at sunrise and you're doing it at sunset. You're going to get a different effect in sunrise and sunset. You're going to see different things. It's very important in order to get a holistic idea of what's going on. And after that, you'll start noticing that, there's this weird shimmering. You'll be like, that's weird. I never really noticed that everything's shimmering. You've probably noticed it if you've been on any journeys, entheogenic journeys. You'll probably notice this sort of shimmering background. Everything seems to be like vibrating somehow. It's very subtle, but you become more acutely aware of it. And so the first thing you will see will be an almost luminous band around a living thing. And rocks will have it too, by the way. Interesting to consider this. We're seeing the etheric imprint that becomes matter. That's what we're seeing. Because the object comes from an electromagnetic spectrum. And so this emission of this resonance is what becomes a solid object that we're experiencing. But we'll start to notice there's this resonance behind the object, and it'll be this almost slight bit of luminosity behind it. And when we see this, we just become aware of the luminosity, and we just be aware of it and observe. And you'll notice how the sky starts to change its colors, and do it for a while. Start with 10 minutes, then do it for 15 minutes, then 20 minutes. Don't strain your eyes too much. And then when you look at the sky, you'll notice that there's lots of tiny little dots in the sky. Tiny, tiny, tiny dots, like tiny little white dots. But they are coming and going and coming and going and coming and going. Like now I can see it around my head. And you'll see there's all these tiny little dots happening everywhere. And what are these dots? We're existing within a quantum entanglement field. And the universe, namaste, Chronicles of Satra. I hope you're good. Hope you're thriving, man. Sending love. We're talking about seeing the etheric. And so after, you've been watching the plant for a while, you'll start to look at the sky. And you'll start noticing that in the sky, there's this shimmering sense and there's these tiny little dots. Now, when you start to observe these dots, you start seeing them and you just watch them, there'll be more and more of them. And the more you watch them, the more of them you'll see. Until you'll notice that the whole universe is made out of lots of tiny little dots. You'll be able to see it most easily on the sky. The sun hasn't risen yet. Still some time before the sunrise. And you'll start observing that these little dots are everywhere. And they're sort of like, the moment you think you're seeing the dot, it's gone, and then there's the other dots. And you think you're seeing them, and they're just blinking in and out really fast. And there's a very powerful, very quick resonant frequency of these dots. Now, if you search the Vedas, it'll be explained in the Vedas that this is called prana. You're seeing prana. This is what prana looks like when you first see it. And there's different stages of seeing it. So the first stage is the luminosity around things. But you will notice that the rock will have a luminosity around the rock. But you'll notice the plant will have a luminosity around the plant. But around the plant, there'll be more going on. There'll be a lot more dots. There'll be a lot more busyness stuff going on around living things. You'll notice that. You'll be interesting. And then if you really start to look at the plants, you'll notice that there's little currents coming out of places and moving, and you go, interesting. It's almost like looking at a magnetic field. These little fields, lines of energy. Give me a second. I've got to let this little dog in, or he's going to scratch the paint off of my door, and it's really annoying. You might have heard my Malamute. You might have heard my Malamute there in the background, making a lot of noise. He gets very jealous when I give any attention to the Pekingese. He's one jealous dog. You've never seen a dog like this. Malamute's very possessive. That's my owner. Stay away from him. I have to protect the little one when I stroke him because he wants to come and like take action. Cheeky. But if you've had Malamutes, you'll understand. They're a one-person dog, and that's just the way they are. He only really listens to me. That's how that is. So anyway, namaste. Yeah, Mexico is saying, you see this around birds, especially when they are flying. Exactly. You can see it most easily in the sky. Now, we're going to get into the occult, mystical thing of relating to this. This is why we speak about prana being the element of the heart chakra, of the anahata, which is the element of air, vayu, as it's called. Massive love, dear brother. Hope you're good. Hope you're thriving. And big blessings to you. So, yeah, I just want to check and make sure that I sent Ronan something. And I know you're busy at the moment, so sending you big love, brother. Yeah, I did. So you can see it most powerfully in the sky. And it's very interesting how this is actually noted in the Vedic knowledge base. So, in fact, there's whole different levels of training with regards to this visual development of observing the etheric field directly. And the etheric field, by the way, you'll see patterns. This is really important. As you go deeper into the etheric field, you'll see the little dots. And the little dots make up little geometrics. They make up like a grid. And that little grid of dots has got like geometry in it. We're talking the flower of life stuff here. If you look at the water, another thing to do, this is something that I do. You go and stand by the sea or by the water when the sun is bouncing off the water and you observe the water, it's moving in the wind or it's the ocean or whatever, you'll see all these little dots, like bright pinpricks of dots moving on the water. And if you watch them, they make up geometric patterns. So here's another way to tune into seeing the etheric field reflected in water. When you're seeing the color, you're seeing into the astral. The astral carries qualities. The etheric carries the structure of things. And so when you're looking at these birds flying and you're seeing this little halo around these birds, there's a shape to it. This is the structure of the etheric. At some point, you're actually seeing the astral. People often think of the astral and the etheric as being the exact same thing, but they very you think Pekingese is derogatory. It's a breed of dog. Pekingese, by the way. It's like comes from Peking in China. It's a small dog. And that's what the breed is called, like Doberman or Laboratory or Malamute. Or I've got a Retriever, I've got a Pekingese, and I've got a Malamute. So it's not the Italian word Pekingese. It's actually it's a Chinese breed originally from a place called Peking. Anyway, so I'm not sure. Maybe it is derogatory. Aha, you have a pareidolia. Yeah. So anyway, when you're observing this phenomenon in the sky and you start to see all these dots, there's a geometric grid behind it. And you might start to see geometry reflected. And you see the water, once you start opening this visual potential, you start seeing it everywhere. And so you want to learn to open it and close it. It's so important to have cognitive control. You don't want to become cognitively dissident. You don't want to be driving in your car and you're seeing the pranic field and the energy and you like can't keep track of the road. You with me? So this is why I suggest you train with it for a certain period of time in the morning and then you switch it off. and in the sunset. You switch it on and switch it off, and don't do it too much during the day. It can become addictive. So this comes with a warning. It can become addictive that you just want to see energy all the time. I've been there. Look, you go and live in the jungle, it's fine, right? You can just spend your time looking at energy. And that's great. You learn how to see the different currents and the different frequencies, and it's fun if you're into that kind of thing. But from a practical perspective, you want to learn to tone it down. And so what you do after you've looked at it is you blink and you look around at things a lot. And you start moving in a small circle and just looking at objects and naming objects in your mind when you look at them. Tree, because it's the naming of the words of the object that makes it take form in your mind. If we don't recognize and realize that this is how it works. So when you start looking at it and going, lamp, tree, door, and in your mind, think the word of what you're looking at, it becomes more solid. And so you can literally close this valve in your consciousness and learn to control your eyes. It's not a psychic revelation. This is just changing the way your eyes operate, because your eyes are actually tuned into the etheric field, and your eyes can actually see into the etheric field directly. You'll find that it's also very interesting to do this with the moon at night. I wouldn't do it on the full moon necessarily. I would do it on the time that the moon is getting bigger. So not on the waning moon, but on the waxing moon. After the new moon, when the new moon is increasing, that would be the time that I would be practicing this, just because it's you don't want to drain your eyes. You don't want to hurt your eyes, basically. So so basically that's how simple the practice is. And the more you look at it, the more you look at the dots, you start to notice these currents around plants. And then you'll notice there's little things. It's almost like you can see there's something coming out of this leaf. There's something going there. This little dots, flows of like little dots moving everywhere in little patterns. And then you start noticing, these patterns have got shapes. And you start noticing inside these patterns there's a shape, and that's the sacred geometry I'm talking about. And as you start to look at this more intently, you start to become aware of it, because the more you look at it, the more you're going to see. You then start noticing that there's something behind all of this stuff that's going on. It's like a background, something else. So you've noticed this now. You go like, wow, this is intense. This is the etheric resonant field, and I'm actually starting to see energy. And then you can notice you can put your hands in front of you, and you can learn to focus your hands and your breath. And you can increase the amount of stuff that comes out of your hands. And you can focus it so that you focus all your energy into a point between your hands, and you can start to see it more powerfully, and it becomes more like a lens. So you can create a lens between your hands that you look through. This is an interesting concept. And you start to notice it around your hands then more powerfully. And you'll find that when it's not too well lit, it's better to see it, easier to see it in the beginning. Later on, you can see it anytime when you've trained with it and you've learned how to open it and close it at will. But remember, the naming of the objects in your mind closes this off. And the not naming and the not thinking and the not allowing these habitual thoughts to run through the mind, because you're too busy looking, is what causes you to start to see it. So it comes back down to words, comes back down to the naming of reality. We're continually naming reality in our consciousness. We're continually focusing our thoughts, and we're giving everything that we look at, whether we're consciously aware of it. We look at it, we see a car. The back of your brain is saying there's a car. And it's an automatic response that we've been sort of entrained into here in reality. But the moment we start to transcend that and start to move around that and stop that process of naming it, we'll start recognize there's something more there. And after you've been doing this for a while and you start to see the currents of energy, then you start noticing behind the currents of moving energies that make like shapes, there's like color that's very, very faint at first. And when you allow yourself to focus more, you start to see more of the color. And then you'll start noticing there's a background color. And you'll notice that you can change the filter of the background color. You can like move through. Then after you've done this, you look at the sun. because now the sun is getting up and the sun is going to rise. By the way, when you stare at the sun, it sorts all of this out. It helps close this off from you. Don't know if you're aware of this, but it will. And it must. You don't want to have it open all the time. You don't want you just want to be able to learn to do it. It's sort of like martial arts. You want to learn to do martial arts, but you don't want to walk around the streets doing martial arts all day long, right? Unless you want to look like a total Nimrod. Do you know what I mean? But learning to do martial arts is useful. And in the event that you need to protect yourself, you've got it. It's a little bit like that. But otherwise, you put it back into the subconscious and you let it go. And so what you will find will happen is you're looking at the sun, and the sun is starting to rise, and you're looking at the sun, and you'll notice that there's a frequency to the sun. Very fast. You'll notice the sun's like vibrating. It's like resonating. And as you look at the sun and you allow your vision to just rest on the sun with your solar gazing, you'll start noticing that there are bands around the sun, right? You'll notice the same with the moon. There's like different color bands, and you'll start enjoying that. And the more you notice it, the more bands there will be. You'll notice there's a whole 1, 2, 3, 4 bands around the sun of different color. So this will, as you practice, this will increase. We have a brother in the midst. Dear Indy Sage, it's an honor to have you on the show. Those of you that don't know Indy, he's the eye candy for the girls. No, that's not the only reason we have India. Indy's a brain box. He's a wonderful thinker, open-minded, and broad capacity for thought. And it's an honor to have him on the show. He's works with the shadow self. And so he helps people engage with the parts of themselves that are suppressed and repressed in order to reawaken it, which is quite shamanic if you think about it. It's sort of, in the shamanic idea, it does relate very much to soul retrieval. Namaste, dear spider bird. Hope you're well. Sending big love, big blessings. And so, yeah, Indy Sage with shadows. He helps people to engage with that. That's his thing. And he's an anthropologist. And we've had dear Ronan, brother, join us as well. It's an honor to have both of you guys here. Ronan is a lovely, also shamanically inspired, but he loves throwing words out there and twisting the words around to see exactly the way this word is shaping our mind. In fact, understanding the word is the key to everything. And Ronan, that's like his primary path. He's a word magi, if I can call him that. And so we've got dear Ronan and dear Indy here.
A warden.
Indy. If not, Ronan, do you please introduce yourselves? I'll give you guys a moment.
Oh yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you go first, bud.
Ronan, if you can.
Oh, okay. So, thank you, Indy. Yeah, I guess would that be a warden? A warden? Am I a warden? Warden? Anyway, I was listening to you, Franklin, and you were crushing. And let me introduce myself, and then I do have a question after Indy. But massive love, peace, and harmony to everyone. It's a true honor to be here. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I do have a YouTube channel, and I'm doing a show tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. If you guys want to check it out, the Ronan Side chats tonight. My YouTube channel, you actually have to do at Bird Dog, BIRDOG is how you find me, because I live in the shadows, and the bands are fine with me. I don't mind a few shadow bands here and there. So I find it an honor, and I don't trust anyone unless they are shadow bands, if I'm being real. But that's all I got. I appreciate it, and I'll get out of the way for Indy. Gratitude.
Thanks, Ronan. Hey, I'm so glad to be here today. I guess we got an early start. I did not know, but I'm here now, so I'm getting a late start. Fashionably late today. It's going to be a great discussion. I'm really looking forward to talking about patterns of thought and how we operate by these patterns, and that crystallizing the mind. Right now, I'm kind of looking for a table so I can set up. It's a nice day right now. But it's going to be a beautiful discussion. It's great to have Ronan on the show. It's been a while since we've had him on, so it'd be good to have him with us again today. I got my little Chihuahua with us here today for moral support. He's my little buddy. My cats are hanging out with me here. I've been doing a little research on the astrology right now, so I'm gonna give you guys a little astrological report. I can find my notebook right here. All right, so this month we've had we started off the month of November with a Scorpio new moon. So in this beginning of the month, the mysteries have been coming to the forefront. We've been reaching into the darkness. And the beautiful thing about the new moon is that it's brought upon a death and rebirth of the shaman from that Scorpio new moon. Also provides a greater incentive for diving deeper into the occult and tantric practices and such. But as we've gone through the month, we've come through a grand sextile between Mercury, Neptune, and Pluto. And so Mercury, of course, provides learning, communication, wisdom. Now, we've also got a conjunction between Mercury and Mars, so that learning is going to have a little bit more assertiveness behind it. Now, the grand sextile between Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto is going to give us insight with divine inspiration from Uranus, the insight from Neptune, and then have our words have more persuasion from the influence from Pluto. And this energizes committed partnerships, this Pluto influence. And this goes on from October 10th through December 3rd. And so we're kind of in the peak of the energized committed partnerships being acted upon by Pluto right now. So in addition to that, we also have a Venus square with Neptune that starts today, and it gives a deeper relationship with the divine self. Also today, we have a T-square between Mercury, Saturn, and Jupiter. Jupiter amplifies the mercurial pursuits, to learn, teach, and communicate. And Saturn helps with elder wisdom, maturity, and focus. So that's a little astrological report for today, and I'm excited to get things going with our discussion.
Thank you for that, dear brother. And you'll see the ticker at the bottom of the screen. If you go and click on my channel at the front and just go down to recommended channels, you'll see Ronan's channel there. You'll see it. It's very easy to notice. It's a blue color. There's only a number of channels recommended there, probably like about, I don't know, 9, 10 or something. But he's one of them. So you can find Ronan's channel. You also find and you didn't mention it, but Indy Sage is old school. He's proper old school, he is. So he's got a WordPress. Like, who has WordPresses these days? Indy's got WordPress. He rocks WordPress. What is your WordPress called?
My WordPress is vibetribescribe.wordpress.com.
Vibe. So it's quite easy.
So I'm the scribe of the Vibe Tribe.
Yeah.
His MySpace is super dopenicity, man. Check out his MySpace.
Yeah.
No.
I think it's also Vibe Tribe Scribe.
Oh, nice.
I still have
MySpace still exist.
You can't open anything. You can look at it, but if you try to like look at a picture, no. It's a hollow shell of a app. There's stuff on there. It looks cool. You can't really look at it at much though. I really was excited when I first got into MySpace. I'm like, oh, you can still go to MySpace? This is so great. I have all this music on there. No. I have about 5 pictures that's left. There was a time where you could save some of your stuff and you had to like petition. I worked hard to try to save some of my stuff. I was really into MySpace, but I had to let it go, man.
That's awesome.
But I still got it though. So I am definitely
That was
also
why Facebook was made, no?
How did
What
I
was
know
it?
that?
Why was it made?
Because MySpace came out. And MySpace
Oh,
was
that's
quite a
Facebook.
free space.
Yeah, Facebook
And
took
then
it.
like they were like quickly, we need something we can control, Facebook. And then
Yeah.
they promoted the heck out of Facebook, and everybody was switching from MySpace to Facebook. And I wasn't even like bothering about MySpace or Facebook. I mean, I'd grabbed a profile, but I never used it. I was like, I don't get all this crap. Like I'm old school. Like I'll just pick up the phone and phone you. You know, this is like more than 20 years ago. And
It was the meat chick. It was the meat chicks. That was on MySpace. At least
maybe
for
I
me
was
when I was a
married.
kid.
I was married, so I wasn't like interested in meeting chicks. Like I had my yoga queen at the time, and so I wasn't like, you know. Funnily enough, I've been in relationships a lot in my life, but like not many like long relationships, mostly. So I've not really been that into meeting women. Isn't that funny? But I've met
Yeah.
a lot of
I
people.
was really into it back with AOL back in the mid 90s. You guys remember that? AOL Instant Messenger?
I was like, I had technophobia.
Not me.
And I was trying
crazy.
to like
Talk
stay
about it.
away from the internet and trying. And I remember like everybody was starting to use this, and I was just like, no, no, no. And then I even didn't want to have a cell phone. I'd even managed to live without a cell phone until the early thousands.
Yeah.
And then it started to become like, no, you actually need to have one of these damn things, because like, you know, for work, for other things, for practical things, you really need it. And so I ended up selling out in a sense. Namaste, Jeffrey.
I did too.
Jeffrey, I hope you're good.
But I kept
Sending
my
big love.
Big love to Jeffrey out there. Everybody in the audience, in the chat. Big ups to you guys.
So yeah, we were talking about perception and how to shape and change perception readily using very simple techniques. But how much of what we see is governed by the words in our mind is incredible. And if we can dismantle that now, I mean, both of you guys are no stranger to entheogens, right? And when you're looking at the world through entheogenic eyes, right, you forget to name what you're looking at. And I know you guys know what I'm talking about. You could be looking at something and you don't know what you're looking at. And it's an everyday thing. You look like you're looking at a tree, but you don't know you're looking at a tree because you're so deep into the folds of what's going on the surface and the texture and the little creatures walking on the tree and the tiny little things. You even forget that you're looking at a tree, and then you have to almost zone out and really look at it and go, oh, right, that's a tree. You guys have got this, right? I'm sure Ronan and both of you know exactly what I'm talking about. And so it just shows you when you're in that entheogenic space, how much you rely upon naming what you're looking at in your subconscious and how that drives your perception. It's such a powerful thing. And so this is why like magic is always related to words. Yeah. Creating sigils, creating signs. And so we've always known like wizards, witches, magicians, shamans will create a particular pattern, a particular wheel, a particular use particular animal symbolisms, and it always relates to some symbolic representation, which is an image, which is what a word is. And I think that it's very easy for us to get lost in this world of names. And so this is like really, I think, like the main crystallizing feature. The other crystallizing feature is got to do with our fears and what our desires are. What do you guys think? What do you guys, where do you want to take this conversation?
Behind the words. I feel like when we have the idea of a tree and we see something we recognize as a tree, we're looking for an object, and we usually it's how we see the tree is a lot based on the physical features of the tree. So what the tree does is based on what its features are to us in the Western world by materialist view. If the tree doesn't have a mouth, we assume that it would not communicate. If the tree is inanimate and it doesn't seem to move, we would think that it doesn't really have a spirit. potentially. So when we're seeing these trees, we see them as something that we would use and utilize for their wood or to climb on. It's just a kind of a lifeless object almost. Even though we do know that it's alive, we don't feel that trees suffer when we process them for wood or dig them up. And so I think there's a different way. And I feel like in other worldviews, like the Shinto worldview, where we see everything has its own spirit, we might see a tree in a different way. Even though we did recognize it as a tree, we would be able to try to communicate with that tree or see what its expression might be to us. Expression of wisdom, maybe an expression of how it wants to portray itself to us today. And so the way that we view how we understand a thing to be has a big influence on what we're recognizing. And so when I learned about Shintoism, when I see a tree, and I've done Taoist meditations and communed with trees to be able to communicate with them, I can see more in a tree than most other people would see. And also, when we try to see things beyond what we recognize, we can start to notice different things that we weren't taught. And that's when we're really using our true higher consciousness to be able to learn and see more than we were shown, we're told.
Completely.
Yeah.
And I sorry, Ronan, were you going to say something, brother? Or someone?
Yes, totally. Okay, so with the words, hold on, I'm sorry, I'm outside right now. I'm in Georgia, and people like to drive their loud trucks and four-wheelers, etc. Um, so a lot of the times when we actually put words to something, it's almost like we're taking away from its its majesticness, if you will. It's almost like we're trying to put parameters on it. So you were saying when we are looking at things with a particular lens, it's like, how do you describe this? You know what I'm saying? Magnificence that I'm registering through my sight and vision. And then you put a name to it, it kind of cheapens it a little bit. Turns it into like a 3D in a way. But yeah, I mean, plants are sentient beings for sure. There's been studies that show that they are actual sentient beings, and every leaf is actually unique. They're kind of like snowflakes. Like no leaf is identical to another leaf. But yeah, so when we try and put the words to something, describe something, and then write it down in like a book, like we're writing about these leaves and trees, etc., it cheapens it a little bit, in my opinion. But that's also how we communicate in this also 3D kind of in this realm at this time with words and rites and spells. It's also our way of, I say our, forgive me, I don't want to project. I don't mean, by the way, I'm an individual being, but from the practice that I see is to control that. The things you were describing, Franklin, earlier, before I got on, and what we're talking about now, it's almost a way for a lot of people to control these things by writing them down and categorizing them and putting them in a label, etc. Now, unfortunately, we've adopted now again we've been trained by those that wish to control everything, and that includes some of this like really like etherical, you use the word etherical. It's like those people that we've been trained by them, and so that I believe when you boil it down, it is a bit of a control over all things by actually writing things down and putting words to them, etc. I won't drone on and on because I feel like you guys get the point there. So I just want to share that.
No, you're completely right, though. It's fundamental. Like, basically, they want us to have the right idea, and it comes back to schooling us. And we've been schooled to learn to write, which, like, on the surface, it looks like such a good thing, right? Right? And it's got its uses. But I think we've been taught to be so dependent upon writing because it's all about the right and the wrong answer. This is what schooling is. It's about learning the right and wrong answer. And so writing, the practice of writing is entraining the brain into a particular pattern of thinking and teaching the brain to operate within those parameters. And that if there was no language, what would our nature of experience be, of reality? And it makes me sort of consider the idea of an animal. When you meet an animal in the wild and you look into their eyes, there's a very visceral exchange of information, but it's non-verbal, completely non-verbal. And I've been trying to teach my son about this because he gets scared of like some bigger dogs if they're a bit like barky or aggressive. I'm trying to teach him that like a dog can't bite you if you don't allow fear in. Like I've had pit bulls with their trying to bite me. The gangsters use pit bulls in South Africa, in Cape Town, many, many years ago. And I had the gangsters trying to incite their dogs to attack me. And because I was basically interfering with them, because they were like running a ring of women that sell their bodies on the street. And these women were young. They were like 18, 19. And I was walking past and I was saying like, listen, this isn't right. You girls don't have to do this. And these guys were basically controlling these women. And so they came, a whole lot of them came, like 4 or 5 of them with their pit bulls, and they set their pit bulls on me. And they like did everything they could to incite the pit bulls on me. And I just didn't allow fear to come in. And the pit bulls were trying to bite me, but they couldn't bite me. And I've experienced this a lot, like charging bulls many times in my life and charging animals in the wilderness. And like animals want to come and get me. And I'm just like, if you don't allow emotion, see, animals speak in terms of emotion and feeling and passion. And they respond according to emotion, which is really interesting. And as human beings, we've learned to switch off our emotions and operate with this head, right and wrong. Namaste. We've got a whole lot of people joining the space. We've got God's child, freeloaded. Much love. We got dear Moonfeather, much love, blessings. I hope you're having a great day. Sending you all love. Namaste, Jeffrey. Yeah, it's been a minute, but the minutes move fast. They flow like water. The water of time just keeps rolling on, and we count the chisels on our faces, and the color of our hair changing, and we start like we've got a Santa Claus beard, But that is what it is. But I do think that this idea of controlling our minds, you're so onto this, because if we're going to get biblical on this, it's even in the Bible. All the way all the languages were disturbed, and all these languages were created for us, and these languages were given to us. It actually says in the Bible that languages were given to us in order to create dissidence. Am I wrong or am I right? What do you guys think? Is that not the message?
Yes. And before we go biblical on them, hold on one second. I do have something to say, but I don't want to make a lot of noise. Give me 1 second while I'm mute.
How did you say the words were given to create dissonance?
No, languages. It says in the Bible that humanity was punished. Yeah, continue.
Okay, let me just throw this. Sorry, I just didn't want to make a lot of noise. And now I'm at the house, so I can't, forgive me. I can give more honor to the show. So when you first made this title, I was thinking immediately the labyrinth mind. Now, imagine that you and I, like this group here, were the ones that were able to create the language and enforce it. That is such a controlling thing of even perception, right? Because we all know, we all experience, we can point to someone that's under severe mind influence and go, look at that. Don't you see this? And they'll literally go against their own senses, right? And they'll go, no, it's that. Insert whatever topic. So, yeah, if you're the controllers of that particular thing, now I recommend not being. I think it's so valuable how you started, Franklin, when you're talking about the breathing exercises and the sun gazing. It really helps deprogram and clean, perhaps, mind viruses, especially like if you try and, if we all just were quiet right now and for 10 seconds and tried to think. You do that is it'll in those thoughts is to, in my opinion, I like to take those thoughts and take them outside myself and investigate them for a few minutes and go, where's that thought from, right? What's the origin of this thought? Is it internal or not? And then eventually I start pruning those thoughts away, and then I can get to more of a state of that squirrel. It's funny how squirrels or it's been out in the news or whatever, which I don't care about, but the squirrel mind, that's how you kind of kill the squirrel minds, right? And before I continue, I wanted to ask you a question, Franklin, and then don't let me digress, but I need to ask you this. When it comes to sun gazing, right? When I sun gaze, when I'm staring at the sun and I'm just looking at it, I see the inner circle, which is a perfect circle. Then I see a little outside circle that spins around it. And I call it a shimmer. It's like a thin, almost like a wheel, and it spins kind of quick. It does that. So you have, yeah. I'm not the only one that sees that, and that's beautiful. I see it plain as day. And especially when I count about, from the horizon, I go about 4 fingers, maybe 5 fingers up. And that's when I start to do my sun gazing, typically. And I see that, and I call that a shimmer, and that goes around. And I believe that's not just my eyeballs. I believe that is the mechanism of that amazing ball of fire up in the sky. And I want to share that real quick. I found some wordology on here in the Indians here in the Americas. They have a word for that, and one, it's called chill. Like chill out. Chill means fire, and Aya chill means the supreme fire, and that's how they're describing the sun. So it's wild to think of the word chill is actually an old Native American word here in the Americas. Chill is very spoken with great reverence, So it's just that's a little tidbit in there. But yeah, is that Franklin? Get us back to the topic. I didn't want to I just had to throw that shimmer in there with the sun gazing, and
That is so beautiful, brother, because that's exactly what I was saying before. This diagram of Ida and Pingala. You see, the astral or Ida on the left-hand channel is considered cool, but it's cool from the outside and hot from the inside. And the Pingala is considered hot, but it's hot from the outside and cool on the inside. And so there's this inversion happening there. And you found the word in an old language to actually point this out to us, which is beautiful, because the whole idea of the sun is it produces heat, but that heat produces an inner chill. And the same way that the chill of the moon produces an inner heat. I don't know if this makes sense. Like your passions become hot. And it's interesting how how that works. But it's beautiful that word chill. I didn't know that. I like that.
I
Chill.
just found this out this morning. This is a new territory. So yeah, and I love how what you're doing with this is chill is like peace, balance. You're talking about the hot and the cold. The word chill is also hot and cold. You know, it's chili, or we're talking about hot food chilies. It's cold or it's hot. So these all-encompassing words, and chill is one of them, and it is connected to the, you know, very in their you know, spiritual, in high reverence, that word. It's incredible how you connected that with your share just a second ago. I love it. I love building with you guys.
Likewise, brother. Yeah, that is really interesting. And what you're saying about the sun is so powerful, you know, that oscillating, like that's the word that Moonfeather mentioned. And Moonfeather, the link's in your inbox if you want to join us.
Okay, Moonfeather, if you want to be fancy, yeah, oscillating. Okay, sorry.
But it's because it's a beautiful word.
She's trying to one up me on you this show, Franklin. She's trying to one up me here.
She is Moonfeather. So, you know, you got to put a feather in your cap, right? She's going to put the feather there for you. But the whole idea of oscillate, when I think of oscillate, I think of coming out, going in, coming out, going in, coming out, going in. So it's like a toric field. And the toric field is spinning, but it's coming out and it's going in at the same time. And so you're aware of matter, antimatter, matter, antimatter, and it's spinning, but it's also vibrating as it's spinning. And so it's a very interesting concept of like when we're looking at the sun, the way the sun does it, and the moon. Have you noticed when you look at the moon, it turns like wheels? Like you almost find yourself wanting to turn with it. Like it's turning like it's you know, like water. Like if water's going down a drain, it's like it's a different thing. Like the moon, it's got its own sort of pull to it. The frequency seems to be like it's more objective, it's more solid in a sense, which is very interesting. Where the sun seems like it's very much a ball of pure energy, which makes us question what the sun is, right? Is it just a ball of fire like they told us, or is there something much more going on? And when we notice how these bands of color work around the sun, and the longer we look at it, the more bands there are. And I got a spider on me. You little guys going out of my reach. I got a lot of baby spiders in my house. You know, the baby spiders are the ones that bite because they haven't learned how not to bite yet. And he's itchy. He's making me ticklish. Anyway, let's just hope he's not a big biter and that I don't accidentally squash him. There we go. He's going on the itchy parts of my arm. But yeah, he'll be back because he's probably got a web and attachments. You know how they are. It says little ones that get me. I was once bitten on my testes.
Ooh,
yeah,
ouch.
I was once bitten on my testes by those tiny little spiders, man. They scare the heck out of me. Give me a big thing that can go on my hand any day of the week. So those little ones, they go in your clothes and they get like in your crotch.
Yeah.
They get squashed.
You should lose track of those guys.
But there's another point that we're getting to here now. Like the spider brings up a very interesting point of perspective for me, right? Where do we get these fears from? Because when I was young, I used to like handle spiders and scorpions, anything. Now, I don't just pick them up, but my little boy does. And his mother freaks out. Because even if it's a big spider, he'll just go pick it up, grab it and grab it. Ah, this is my friend. And they don't bite him. And some of the spiders he picked up are pretty big. Sorry?
If you're scared, they will bite. It's a sign of danger. When somebody's scared, it means they're trying to do something wrongful and they feel bad. They're probably going to try to, you know, in nature, it's usually a sign that they're going to try to eat you or something if they're scared, because they're going to come across you in a way where you're going to try to defend yourself. So they're if you're scared, they're prepared to defend. But if you're brave and you're fearless, you can pick them up and crunch them. They won't even fight back or anything. But usually when you're fearless, you have compassion. Not always the case, but if you do have fearlessness and compassion, you'll respect the spider. And so it would have a good reason to trust you.
Oh, and I just have another sync to report. Someone, man, it's amazing the stuff that we're talking about, and someone mentioned cherubim in the chat, and that information where I got that whole chill word, it's from this book from the 1800s called 10 Tribes of Israel, the True History North American Indian, Descendants of These 10 Tribes. So, and in that book, this guy references how the Indians are, a lot of cherubim talk. I'm still going through it, so I just want to report that's an incredible sync. Gratitude for that.
Yeah, that's amazing. Now, the story of the Mormons says that there were tribes of Israel that came over to the Americas that took a path that is exactly aligned with the path of the mound builders.
Yes.
From Florida.
Dude, this book I'm reading is all about that, Indy. Keep going, but yeah.
And so it's a good chance that these mound builders, who were seen to have been giants, came from Israel, and they were the shamanic leaders of the people here. And they were buried in special burial mounds with special formations, usually with the spoke of the wheel formation, where they were all, their feet were all, I think it was their feet were all facing in towards the center, but it could have been their heads. But they're arranged like a spokes of a wheel.
Dude, and that's their symbols in this book, bro.
Yeah, they're petroglyphs, and they would use red face paint. They're often found with dwarfs. The giants and the dwarfs worked along with each other.
And dude, and by the way, just some more word connections. And I was thinking about this during a drive last night. Of course, Mormon. You have the Moors, and you have Mermen. Mermen is also another word for Moors. M-U-U-R. So M-U-R. Again, that's why I go by the sounding and I break each syllable apart. Mermen, Mormon. And of course, moon, etc. So the Mer or the Moor is on both sides of the pond here, and in fact, all over the world. Because you also have Mu, right? And the land of Mu, yeah. And you also with the Mu men, the mermen. So anyway, I don't want to. I could go on a tangent right now, but I'll be. We have a guest. We have a new guest, and I'll be quiet.
All right.
Yes.
Hey guys, I'm learning manners. Everyone, I'm learning manners. That's a good thing.
We've got someone who hasn't been on in a while. What an honor to have you, dear Moonfeather. Moonfeather is for those of you that don't know, but most of you should know, she's got her own channel. Take a look. It's in the recommended channels. It's the Moonverse. You'll see her there, along with Roland's channel. So she's a sensitive person. She's got extra sensory perception, and she's a researcher of all of these topics. The word, the magical arts, and the spiritual psychology behind it, the tarot, and all of these archetypal forms of geomancy, which is something that she does. And she's just really awesome to have around. She's very direct. We love Moonfeather. It's such an honor to have you on the show. Go and check out her show. It's really cool. Unfortunately haven't been watching it because it's in the middle of my night. Like, I'm here in the southern tip of Africa, so when you guys are having 9-10 p.m. for me, that's 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. But absolute honor to have Moonfeather here. And it's an honor to have all of you guys here, Ronan and Indy and Moonfeather. Welcome to Moonfeather, and please do give us a little bit about yourself for the people that don't know.
Peace. Things. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. What is going on, guys? Yes, it's been a long time. I haven't been on Karma, my ultimate work day. And but I do try to hop on and give a shout out to Franklin and everyone in the room. I'm blessed and I'm grateful to be able to hop on now during my lunch hour. So I just wanted to see. I love the topic, guys. Much blessings and hugs to you, Franklin, and to Ronan. Ronan, I'm excited about Ronan's show tonight, and please tune in for that. And Indy, always wonderful to see you. You're always shining bright. I'd absolutely love it. And yeah, just and thank you so much for that introduction, Franklin. That's always so humbling, and I'm so grateful for it. Yeah, guys, I work solely on spirit. I'm not too much of a studious person. I just really tap into the power, of the divine feminine, the power that I've been given since since forever. And I just go on and share my gifts with everyone, freely, and it's proven to be a wonderful journey, and make all these wonderful connections with everyone, and it's brought me to so many wonderful revelations, and I'm extremely grateful for it. But I just wanted to hop on and say hi and just comment um, something that Franklin said. I'm going to take it back. And by the way, before I forget, um, myrrh, right? So I think about frankincense and myrrh, right? But also, my ancestors, we burn myrrh in my culture to connect with us. So that's very interesting. That's very interesting. Uh, Something that Franklin had said before about when you were talking about language, like what if we didn't have language? How would we connect? And it just sparked like, a thought, which it's vibration, right? And we're talking about oscillating, and you guys and Franklin just hit the nail right on the head when I was thinking about oscillating, because today I watched a video how everything has a toroidal field, everything, our bodies, the sun, the earth, the universe, the stars, and that oscillation is always displays itself from the beginning to the end, and it's rebirth, death and birth, and that's the wonderful energy and the time that we're in right now. So it's just very, very wonderful. And about the language, I was like, the thought that, and I'll leave you guys with this, and maybe you could continue talking about it. So if we didn't have language, would that actually, we would have to be led by energy, right, and vibration, and possibly maybe that part of our brain of telepathy would actually be even more developed, which that's very, very interesting.
I
Tap
mean,
into
Moon.
that part of our brain, and open up that telepathic power, which we all actually have if we tap into it, right? People don't think about it, and that's just stuff that you see in the movies. And no, we have all telepathic powers, So that was just my thought. If we didn't have language, I think they would force us to be able to communicate, telepathically, which is wonderful. But I'm going to leave you guys with that. I'm sending you so much love. I got to jump off already. I love you guys so
Hold on,
much.
Mooney.
Yes.
Hold on, Mooney. Everyone, I feel like Mooney is low key talking dirty right now. She's talking dirty to us. She's like, "What's up? Who wants to oscillate? Who wants to oscillate together out here? We don't even need to speak. We don't even need to
Right.
speak. We just need to move a little.
That's what
I
I'm
give you the look.
saying.
You give me the look. We're like, let's oscillate, girl."
That's what I'm saying, right? I mean, I think that's because you can't listen. You can't fake, and you can't fake energy.
Dude, and look at Indy.
You're,
He's like, I'm gonna add that to my game. I'm like, we want to oscillate, girl, later.
yeah. You're gonna connect with who you, and your vibe is always gonna give off. It's always gonna give off the what you really actually feel within, you know. So I think language is very tricky, and we all know that. We know that any type of language is very, very tricky. It's easy to manipulate, but listen, energy, psh, we know that energy does not lie, you know. So that's why when people come through, and I think the more you're tapped in, the more you're able to read people's energy, and you know, see things and discern, you know. So things don't come off so much as judgmental, but then you're able to discern things much better, you know, because there is a thin line between you know, judging and discernment. You know, people get that confused a lot of the times, but I think if you're really tapped in, you know, you're able to discern more people's feelings, intentions, and yeah, definitely, for sure. But yeah, that's what I wanted to jump on and say. So much love to everyone that's in the chat too.
That's a great stimulating question for us. I think that's going to lead to a good discussion for us. I think personally that like when we try to use words to lie, you can see through those lies if you pay attention to the body language. And if we didn't have those
Right.
words, it'd be that much more obvious. Like you said, the vibes, you can't lie with your vibes. Of course, you know, some people would probably try to figure out how to lie with their vibes, but people that have good intuition will see right through that bullshit, whether it's with words or not. I have that
Exactly.
see through see people's intentions, and so when they're trying to lie to me, I see right through it, with whether it's with words or with their body language or whatever they do. But it's a very captivating discussion.
And I want to
Yes,
add that,
absolutely.
and Mooney, I want to add, and everyone, if you guys have seen Moonfeather and I do anything publicly together, I mean, the syncs on syncs on syncs, that
Oh
is
my gosh.
the omniverse confirmation that we are the verification that we are rocking in spirit. So when she says she comes straight from spirit, samesies here.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's why I like to say I may not always know what I'm talking about, but I'm never lying. And I believe, and I don't speak for Moonfeather, of course, or anyone, but our studies is what is out here now, looking at the trees and the leaves and the sky and the birds, etc. So Moonfeather, yeah, anyone that sees any of our stuff, you know, it's synced up on multiple layers of
Multiple
syncs on
levels.
syncs.
Yes, yes, I'm extremely grateful for that. Thank you so much, Ronan. That is so true. You know, spirit will always reveal the truth, and these are things that we have to trust. And the more, I think we live outside of our ego, and not that ego is a bad thing, it does serve its purpose, but the more that we not involve so much of our personal emotions into things, the more we are actually in sync with everything, with spirit, with ourselves, with our heart, with our minds. And I think that's actually ultimately, you know, well, at least for me, right, that's my goal, you know. And I'm so grateful to see those things come through when I do connect with, you know, especially everyone here. And my gosh, Gabe came on now. This is wonderful. I'm gonna go out and he's gonna come in. So much love to you. I love watching your videos, you on live. You're amazing. And I'm sending out so much blessings to you as well, Gabriel. I love your work. It's amazing. And you did an amazing job with George and on the universe connecting, where you guys did like that crazy dad rant. It was so beautiful, so beautiful. But guys, sending you so much love, so much hugs, lots of energies of health, wealth, prosperity, success. It's exciting times, guys. Get so excited. I have a show tomorrow. We're gonna tap into the 1111 portal energy. You know, I'm gonna give out these wonderful rituals, and yeah, we're gonna tap in, and I love it. I love it. It's all about giving and receiving, and all of this reciprocity, you know, positive vibes and love, and wealth, health, everything, all these wonderful things that we all actually deserve. So, guys, I'm going to go. I love you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day and actually, stay blessed. Stay blessed.
Yeah.
Bless Mooney.
Later, Mooney. Get back to work.
Thank you.
Blame
Yeah, get back to work.
blame Bush Whisperer for the long lunch. And I hear you running red
Yeah.
lights. She's out here running red lights.
No, do you hear? I know you hear the horns honking in the background, right? You hear it. I'm out here. My goodness. All right, guys. Take care. Love you.
You too. Take care.
Love to you. Thank you for joining us, dear. And I hope you have a fantastic day. I hope it's a good day with your
Yes,
work.
always will. Absolutely. Absolutely. Bye, guys.
Big love and
Bye.
respect, Moonfeather.
Namaste,
Wow.
dear brother Gabriel. Gabriel has joined us, and it's interesting. I was thinking about your name recently. Well, I mean, it's an angelic name, so it's not just yours, but you're holding that name. You're sharing that name, shall we say?
It's
And
not
I
an
was
easy.
thinking about
It's
how
not
that
an easy name to live up to.
I know it.
No, the strength of God. I mean, hey, that's all you got to do. Just be the strength of God. It's easy peasy, But Gabriel, for those of you that don't know, he's an Enneagram expert, and he's all across the board. Enneagram is sort of his root, but his mind is plugged into many decodes, many expansions of thought, which go into words and also go beyond words, because they're those eureka moments, basically. So he's a very free thinker. Those of you that haven't seen his channel, go and check it out. It's in the recommended channels here. You'll find it. For those of you that don't know, you probably all know Gabriel's channel because he's really awesome. It's an absolute honor to have you on the show with us. Do please introduce yourself and throw anything at the table that you feel you've got to throw. And thank you for joining us. Much love, dear brother.
Much love, Franklin. Thank you again. Blessings and gratitude, brethren and sistren. I'm so happy to have shared a little airtime with Moonfeather there. That was that's something I've been kind of wishing for the past couple weeks. Get some feminine input, and of all the psychic goddesses we could invite, she is the most powerful. So yeah, that was great. I'm glad I caught up with her for a second. My channel on YouTube is almost at 4,000 subscribers. I haven't checked today, or yes, and I'm so close. I might have already passed over the threshold, but that's really exciting. So I got an initiatory rite of passage coming over on my scene. And I've been really busy. I've been doing a lot of output. I just did a show with Emily Moyer, and that one will come out in a couple days. And it's a 2-hour. It's got a public side, and then we went in deep on the second half. So I definitely recommend people check out Emily Moyer's work. She is one of the true matriarchs of our culture in the conspiracy realms, the lateral thinking realms. So yeah, that just happened yesterday. It'll be out in a couple days. And then next week I'm on with the Occult Rejects on Tuesday. I'm going to go on with them, and I don't know if it's going to be live or not, but that's a new bridge. We've been rain checking this coming together, this convergence. We've rain checked for almost a year. So like we've even changed the subject, what we were going to talk about, and now it's just kind of open-ended. Let's just get on the show and talk. So yeah, that's coming up. That's pretty exciting for me. And then our boy Chris Miner is popping up a YouTube channel. He's going to put it all together, and sometime next week we're gonna convene over on his new endeavors, and so that'll be a fun maiden voyage as well. A lot of rites of passage all at once for me. So yeah, very exciting.
Well, that sounds incredible, and I'm sure your show with her will be awesome. I've been having a bit of problems with like shadow banning to the level where I've had like a video removed, one of our roundtable shows, under false pretenses by YouTube, and I tried to challenge it, but it's all AI these days. You can't do much, and I've noticed since that point I haven't gained a single subscriber. We're talking about weeks. That's like weird, hey?
That sucks.
Like, and
What if it's like on the bottom of the list when you look first?
well, still like the round table will still get a few hundred views, but it will only be shown to the people who are already subscribers.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Oh, you don't even want to talk about shadow ban to me. Our show is deep in the trenches of shadows on top of shadows. I borrowed a little bit of slickomatology earlier with the anvil and the unveiling. So there's massive veils on my channel, man, straight up. So the anvils are heavy over here.
You know, I want to just kind of put in to context. Shadow is actually the name of squirrels. I believe in Celtic, I forget what language, it's either Celtic or Norse, that the word squirrel means shadow. So the squirrel pan nuts, the squirrel peanut is Twilight speak for shadow banning is nuts. They're shadow banning my nuts.
Well, you know, I mentioned the squirrel mind earlier in the show today. You know, we used to reference that when you're trying to like meditate or have a quiet mind, the squirrel mind is a common reference, right? And I referenced that earlier, and of course you referenced that squirrel in the shadow, which is incredible connection, because something I've always loved to kind of invoke is the power. There's power in the mist, and where you have that kind of mixture of you know, like moisture and air and everything. And I always talk about my story, the mystery. So I always kind of have for years kind of played with that word mist. And I had no idea there was a squirrel connection, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I got a wild. I think we went in on it a little with Emily Moyer, so it's a little fresh on my mind. But yeah, the squirrel represents the shadow, and it is the perfect metaphor. But it represents, but it's also literally in its etymology. You know, it's like it's right there. But it's because they can stand in the middle of a field and provide their own shade. Their tail is their own parasol. And so they're under the covenant. They're under El Shaddai whenever they want to. And also the umbrella is the symbol of psychology. There's a famous quote, and I always screw it up. I have no idea who said it, but essentially, very well-known celebrity said, "I don't want to be anywhere near Sigmund Freud. That Venetian with his umbrella can stay as far away from me as possible." And so in this quote, he's kind of insinuating that Sigmund Freud wants to put his umbrella up his fixation and then open it up to widen his aperture and see what his psychology is like. So,
bro, and I'm sometimes, guys, I may leap without providing the steps in between. So I took the shadow and I leapt into mist, and I was thinking of also veils, and I was also thinking of the squirrel mind, and I was also thinking of brain fog, and you know you can have that fog, and then you mentioned it, so all these like umbrella and all these things, that's in mist and mystery can be applied. They try to perhaps apply fear to it. So to unlift the veil, remove the fog, remove the umbrella, anything arcing over you, no arcs over you, that kind of thing. And that's why I made that leap from shadow to mist. There's a lot of in between, and you're again. I feel like we're merging this build, and I just call it, like if I can use that phrase, building. I know weaving is another term, but yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that you were talking earlier about the squirrel mind, the squirrel mind, which I equivocate with the monkey brain. Is that like this kind of the same thing?
Totally.
Cool. Yeah. So I feel like the shadow and the monkey brain or the squirrel mind are integrated, and I feel like it's like they work in cahoots together. The shadow remains dormant until a time where someone needs to change, usually. And so during that time, we live in denial. And so instead of knowing that we have a shadow of suppressed emotions, it's easier for us to point fingers and say that we don't have any problems. Those people out there are the problem. And so when we do that, that's the rampant cycling of that squirrel brain just going in circles, trying to keep us from learning to engage in self-mastery. As long as we're just focused on those distractions, it's going to be impossible for us to be able to realize that, oh, wait, why was I so focused on them? I can't control or change them. That's not my responsibility. I need
Dude.
to focus on myself.
Indeed. And another one to add to that, which is kind of new in the last handful of years, is that term that I love it is mental gymnastics. It's another one to it's a synonym for all the words that you just put together, the monkey mind, the squirrel mind, doing that. And you're just saying looking external for these things is mental gymnastics. And dude, imagine the energy spent on the mental gymnastics in comparison, and to tie it in with what Franklin was saying earlier with the, calm, kind of clearing out the mind. And I mentioned the word chill earlier in those words. So again, I'm just blessed. This is a sink in my opinion. This is a sink, bro. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, man. That projection, the monkey mind, and that projecting outward. I often think of, monkeys are notorious for slinging poop, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because they have the opposable thumb. Maybe that's why they get that reputation, is because they can actually, throw. But even squirrels kind of have a similar reputation too for bombarding from above. There's kind of this projection. They have notorious projective capabilities.
Yeah, I love the squirrel because we were talking earlier and it came up, and it's sort of right at the beginning. I was sort of getting at how we name things because our desire wants us to have control over things. And so naming them gives us a certain perspective of control. And then Indy added to that by saying that we look at a tree, we name it a tree because of what we can get out of it. And so there's this materialism of what we can get out of things, what we can control things, what we can get. It's all about me. What's the beneficiary? What's going to be in my tank by the end of this little session is like what we think from our day to day. And when we think of a squirrel is obsessed with storing nuts for the future. They're not living in the present so much. They're like a season ahead of themselves. So they're living in the future. Sorry?
No, keep going. I was just saying they're preppers. Keep going.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
And monkeys are kind of not so much. Monkeys are kind of like live by the day. Just go hunt and gather for 24 hours. Laissez la bon temps rouiller. Let the good times roll, kind of thing. But yes, and squirrels hibernate. That's such a good point.
But squirrels and monkeys can both be very much tricksters. I had a one-eyed and tailless squirrel that would break into my house and eat the cereal on the daily. And he was tough. Like, I think some people tried to close the window on him and he lost his tail at one point. He had one eye, but it did not deter him. He got it done.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
Well, so I want to mention, Franklin, you mentioned, naming things, it means to control it. I buzzed on that a little on my most recent episode. It's kind of beautiful that in Latin, the word chamar is to command. And we sing in Capoeira of how the music commands me. But there's so much in that word chamar. It also means it is calling to me. It also means it is charming me. Chamar. And when you say in Latin, or Spanish even, como se llama. The actual, like, to be really nitpicky on the translation, you're saying, how are you commanded? Como se llama. We think of llama as name, but in the details, something is falling through in the translation. It actually means, how are you charmed? How are you commanded? What is your handle? Your handle. What do people do with the handle? They use you. How are you used? How are you charmed? And this is a mystery of mysteries that people identify with their noun. People think that they are a noun, and that is not the case. Every sentence you ever identified with the noun, you were actually on another level that you were not told in school. You were identifying with the verb. And that is what the Greeks knew about. And this has changed my mind to such a profound degree. I feel compelled to tell everybody we were all in wrongthink. We've been in wrongthink for so long. We identified with the, we identify. Hold on, you're coming in heavy. Say again. Okay. All right. I'm going to buzz. So in the mind's dream of the mainstream form of thinking, everybody has always associated with the noun. We project into the noun, but I think on a subliminal level, we have a Greek mind. We have a dormant Greek mind that is also identifying more potently with the verbs. And this is, I think, how an aspect of the subconscious. And it's rewarding me in a great way. So yeah. And think of Ronan, think of how, like, Native American names, we're told, this is the myth, that the first thing the mother sees becomes the name of the child. So my child is now roving squirrel. So
Poo flinging monkey.
Poo flinging monkey. But there's always a verb in the name. And that is opening my mind in a beautiful and profound way. It's very charming.
Being foolish. Would that be right?
Interesting, man.
Would that be what you're saying? If instead of saying I'm a fool, say I was being foolish. Would that be the verb?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or even you could even say you could even say I had, you're right. Yeah, you identify with the verb, right? Yeah. I had a moment of foolishness, or my foolishness overtook me.
Exactly, because you can have multiple verbs, but when you say you are the noun, it's like that's the only thing you are. And so you're
defined by your actions. Yeah. What you are your actions. You're the summation, I mean, right? You're a dancer. Slick would be like, look at this, he's dancer guy, you know.
I think we're all infinitely divine, but people judge us and put labels on us. You know what I mean? That doesn't have as much to do with our own view of our own transgressions as it does with their own kind of if my sound kind of low, my notebook was on.
That's better.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, but when we identify with those nouns and stuff, it's we're really like giving ourselves undue, like, not enough credit for ourselves. We can have all these verbs going on. I was being this, I was being this way. But I think, being infinitely divine, we may have transgressive ways about ourselves. And so when others can point those out to us, it can help us. But other times when people judge us and say we are something, it has a lot more to do with them and their own ability to try to project their own problems onto other people. And we take those to heart sometimes. Like, they said I was this, I must be that way. And so if you have low self-esteem, you might fall into believing in those things. But when you
I think it's interesting.
Understand it better. Go on, Franklin.
Sorry, brother. I thought you were done. Are you done?
I'm done. Yeah, go ahead.
I was thinking noun.
No.
It's like, what are you programming yourself in the present? What's the current action that you're bringing into perspective? And so it's very interesting when we look at nouns. It's sort of like consonants and vowels have a similar relationship where the vowel is the presence and the consonant is the action. And we don't recognize that in our language, but in older languages, we see this very clearly, that in very old languages, they only write consonants because the vowels already exist. The consonants are the actions between the vowels. So it's the only thing you really need to write. And write, is when you want correctness. And what is core? The core, to erect the core, right? So we're talking about the axis mundi, right? And everything's dancing around the totem pole of the axis mundi, the correct, erect part of the core. It's sort of like a gigantic erection,
Frankly, can you give me screen share capabilities? Before I forget, I want to mention that part of this identifying with the verb, back in the day, think of this, guys, your family name was your family's job. You were John Smith because that's what your family did. And you identify with your family and you belong to your family. The true essence of possession has nothing to do with paperwork. It is strictly blood. The only thing that is possession is your family. And also other things true, I guess. When you identify with characters, there's a bit of a possessiveness to that. But the real material, like actual rubber hits the road, is just strictly familiar, is the only ownership there is. And so part of this weave is the letter S. The letter S is the letter of ownership, possession. For example, if I take...
Oh, hey, Slick, do you remember our vowel? I was playing with the word vowel a while ago. I kind of turned it into owl. Some just wordplay. We kind of got there with that, but yeah.
Right.
Totally.
And even think of how, on the S thing, like this is a single marker, but when I put it in with these, it becomes markers, and we identify that it belongs. So there's ownership, just like the apostrophe S on the end of a word. These are Gabe's. These are Gabe's. These belong to me because I put an S next to them. So that S is the familiar possession. And so again, think about how your family name used to be a verb. Your family name used to be, I'm John Smith, because you know what I do really well. So
if I can, more thing,
wearing your skill. Go ahead.
And I'm forgive me if I'm being rude. I just got to chime in. So another example is Rus. The Rus. It kind of means row. So Russia is like Roman or Roman. Well, Roman. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Dude, you have so much accuracy, Ronan. You're amazing.
Like a rose.
I told you, Slick. You're slick dissonant. I'm a clumsy dissonant.
Oh, you're like 10 dimensions in the hole deeper than I got to catch up with you. Hold on. Rho is 19. It corresponds to the S. I believe that the Romans.
I totally knew that. No,
yeah, you were on it, dude. I believe the Romans believed, this is the weirdest thing. I think in their subliminal, when Roman would, I am a Roman, I think subliminally in their own language, even back then, I think they believe that there is an arrow stuck in them. They are identified by the state, and they've been, Apollo, who shoots from afar, is identifying them all the way out in the countryside. And they are saying, I am a Roman. And they believe in their words, they're saying, the arrow of Apollo identifies me. The row, because the shape of the row is a shape of a flag, but it's also a fehu in Norse. And it's literally like you're like walking around with this identifying mark from the central state that is the arrow of Apollo.
Is that a tattoo?
No, it's in your psyche. It's in the word Roman. I am a Roman. You're saying it's like you're walking around with the flag of Rome everywhere you go.
What's a rohu?
A rho is it's the Greek letter that is in the shape of a flag.
Okay.
Yep. And so every time you say and they would not have known this. I'm saying that it would have been like their own Twilight speak that they're not even familiar with, that they're confessing, they're putting themselves in the presumption of the state to say this. And so everybody who says, yeah, I am a Roman, they're kind of saying I'm a flag man for the government, and this is their birth certificate. This is how they got tricked into identifying with the collectivism.
I also wanted to mention that the dollar symbol is a symbol of the scourge, the whip, and the solid straight line that goes up the middle is the handle, and then the S is the whip itself. So talk about
Dang, bro, that's
Well,
good.
another one is like row is you got when you see words like pay, like think pay king, like think Peking, pay king. Also, you also with the same thing you have fey. So pay anytime you see the word on a map somewhere, or the ones before they changed the words, especially cities and mountains and rivers, etc. If you see like pay or pa, that's also row that you can get to the word like faux, pay, fey. So for those that are into the Fae, you have that also comes from the Day tribe is one source. Not saying it's the original source. I'm just saying it's one source. The Day also is where you get the Fae, where you get the pay, where you get the row. Because if you think about the R, it's just a P with a line extra addition to it. So this is just a little dot connecting. That's why a reminder. I'm so heavy. I can unwind so much just with words and letters, etc. And sounds really sounds are more important first, and then I can unravel a lot of the shenanigans. But
I think also with the row word, like when you think of the flag, the word row, and then from that came everybody must stand in a row for the flag. We must all be uniform, wearing uniforms in a row. And then we must row our boat out into the sea in order to conquer other lands for the flag. And now what law are we operating under? The law of the sea, the Roman law. And so the row men were the men who rowed across the sea with a flag in order to annex other people's property and bring it back to the flag, row it back across the ocean. And now you must carry our flag and become Roman like us. And now everybody, we're all Roman under this legislation.
Those are considered black swan events, especially running a black flag. And there's a lot of interpretations there. I won't go too far into it. But black swan event, when that happens, Franklin, everything changes. When you're chilling and you see these cats rolling up on you, that means nothing's ever going to be the same. Those are black swan events. So with the vowels, and ra, ro, re, ru, they are somewhat interchangeable, although they do have, or rye, they are powerful in their own right. So shout out to vowels. I'd like to buy a vowel. I'd like to sell y'all a vowel today. Well, yeah.
I think that the pronoun psyop is designed to make people clutch their pearls, which is also a spell to get them to identify with the nouns more. Look at these kids with their pronouns. Oh, don't they know how pronouns work? So you identify more with them, and so you anchor in, you lean in more for it. And in fact, it's all just a fugazi to get you afraid of change.
That's that signal. That's that Sigmund Freud. The signal. That's who are you, Gabriel? Oh, I'm a. You eventually. Oh, I'm a man. I'm a man. You're like, oh, well, are you? Well, who? That's that question where you keep going. Who are you? What are you? Etc.
Right. Can I buzz on Black Swan real quick? I think I think it's important. A lot of people thought yesterday was going to be a big to do in Sydney, Australia, because it was 11/8, I believe. But I want people to know that Black Swan means unexpected. And so the fact that so many people had a meeting of the minds and could agree to expect it on 11-8 Black swan originates from Perth, Australia, was the first black swan ever. And Perth, though, is a rune. It's rune number 14. It's very significant. The black swan, the first one ever, was found in Perth, Australia. And I believe that's actually, if somebody could look at a map, but I believe Perth is like kind of the opposite of Sydney, maybe. And so while I'm just saying I see a black swan being set up for expectation, and then they flip the script and it comes out on January 18th. It's not 11-8. It's 1-18. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Black swan.
Yeah. Some people
Fragility. By the way, fragility. Everything about fragility. The swan is fragile. The snow is fragile. Frosty the snowman is fragile. Snowflakes are fragile. Paper is fragile. Toilets. Your toilet is fragile. All of this is white fragility. Your teeth are fragile. The whites of your eyes, the most tender spot on your entire body, fragility. And the black swan is technically like a hammer. It's going to come and smash all the fragility. And so symbolically, I just wanted to put these things into context because they will wait for the winter. It will not happen now. It will happen in January when everybody is fragile, when it's the coldest. But you know, it's an inversion. As soon as I say that, guess what? I'm 180 degrees wrong because it's the winter for us. It's the summer for them.
I was going to say that.
You see what I'm saying? So black swan, who can it be? Black swan. Yeah, keep your ears to
That's
the ground,
very
y'all.
interesting.
As soon as you expect it, be ready for your expectations to be subjugated. I got one more thing. Everybody expected the 2016, they expected one person to be president. They wake up the next morning, it's somebody else. The next election, it took them weeks and weeks and weeks to find out who the president was. They still it still lied. It still wasn't even right. And then this time they're like, oh, it's going to take months before we know. And guess what? They knew right away. Undermining your expectations is the recipe, and the black swan is the charm.
Yeah, man, that is so powerful. And when we look at what the swan represents, so we're talking about Hansa, Hamsa. They named a beer after this, by the way. There's a beer called Hansa, which means swan in Sanskrit.
And it's in a fragile glass container.
Yeah, and it's a funny beer actually. It's a bizarre beer, but it's not even a real beer. I don't know what it is, but anyway, it's not even a pilsner. I don't even know what it is. I don't like beer. The only thing that I'll ever drink is like an ale, and it's very rare. But if it's not an ale, I probably wouldn't be interested in it.
I like kombucha.
And it's got to be like a home brewed ale kind of thing. But this whole idea of Hansa represents the breath, breathing in, breathing out. Han-sa, ham-sa. This is the sound of your breath moving in and moving out of your lungs. So generally speaking, when we are speaking about the swan, we are idealizing breathing the most purest potential in through our consciousness as we can. When we make it a black swan, it's breathing materialism, pure earth. Because earth is like black, and it's dark color, it's earthy. So it means the metaphor, the symbolism speaks about this earthiness that we're breathing in, which is designed to make us become more materialistically minded. And this brings us back to a question that I was asking earlier about spiders. This fear that we operate under, this irrational fear that we have, and we're all like, I can remember not having fear, and I can remember the point in my life where fear first came to me. So for me, it's a little bit easier to deal with that fear of creatures, because I've got a pinpoint in my time where that fear started. But all fears have this. At some point, we were programmed with fear into our consciousness. And I think that black swan represents fear of life. Breathing is life. Fear of life, being afraid to breathe. And if you're afraid to breathe, you hyperventilate. If you hyperventilate, you panic. If you panic, well, then Pan gets nicked. You get nicked by Pan. Yeah.
So, can I share a weave on that word "hama" and in all these weaves? So I had to look up the word hama at first. So here's my thinking, guys, if you want to get into my brain. Because I see the word hama and I see it as a if you cut it right down the middle, I always see it as balance. I always see words like hana as balance because they're directly, literally balanced in their wording. So I was just like, let me look up hama and see what I get in any reference to swan. So the first thing that I get, and by the way, this coincides with the power of the S, and I actually removed the S in my thinking for a second. So quick 1 second research, and I found the word hama definition in the Hebrew lexicon means to growl, to murmur, figuratively of a soul in prayer, to roar, to be in stir, to be in commotion, to be boisterous, to be turbulent. And then I looked up the word hama in reference to if there's any connection to swan, and I get Iranian word hama, and it has references to summer. And then in Tibetan, Nagang Pa means goose, duck, swan. Same word.
Amazing.
That's
There you
badass.
go.
Yeah.
I want to do a little bit of a weave on swans. I know that Cygnus is the constellation representative of the swan, and the ancients believed from a lot of the carvings that we find on the ancient megaliths from Rapa Nui over to Göbekli Tepe that the soul would, after having died, would go up into Sirius and then go across the Milky Way to Cygnus after going through Deneb and then return back to be reincarnated here. In those times of the matriarch, we believe that the soul would go first into the earth and then reemerge back out of the earth. And so after going across the stars, would probably go within the womb of the earth and then be born again out from. So
Mexico.
the swan is representative in that ideology of a very divine being in the stars, which is a place of birth, which is also a time of fragility.
Right. And then how much does Perth sound like birth? But also in the zodiac, when we hit, where's my stick? I don't know. It's kind of fuzzy. But when we get into January, we will be crossing into essentially Sagittarius. Aquila is a one bird of prey, but then we move past the bird of prey and we get into these more softer, poetic birds. We have the goose called the grouse. And geese are often synonymous with alarms. The ancient temples used to they had royal goose keepers, was one of the best jobs you could have. But you would also be the augury reader. So you would select the prime goose for offerings. But the geese would be nice and chill around the temples, and they could hear the attackers coming on horseback before anybody else in the cities. And so when the geese start to get disturbed, then the royal goose keeper is like a goose whisperer. And he goes to the emperor and says, the geese say it's coming from the south, and then they can adjust accordingly. So geese are intrinsic to alarm. Like Gonzo, think of Gonzo reporting. Remember Gonzo? He used to go out in the tornado and actually get sucked up in the events. So Gonzo reporting, I am thinking of Hunter S. Thompson, but I don't want to get off the rails. But then the next one is Cygnus, like you said. But I just want to mention what I was saying about Perth, Australia and Sydney, Australia, coming around on January 18th. That's right around where these birds are located for the next month. So that is their moon cycle in particular.
That is so fascinating, this and the way that coordinates with where we are today, which is 9/11. 9/11 is a very powerful number, especially when we're looking at the enneagram. We're looking at the second cycle of 9 moving to 11. there's something quite powerful in the way these two numbers become 20. And 20 is obviously a fund, and we've got 20 digits, right? And
Right. And if the event takes place on 1-18, then it gets into the news on 1-19.
that's interesting. That is very interesting. Um, um, Mexico asked a question about romance, and it just occurred to me that the Roman had to go out and row across the sea in order to win money, basically for Rome, right? So that the roaming of the Roman would bring money and prosperity home. And then, in order to be successful, the state had to introduce romans, lots of them. You couldn't just have one Roman, you needed a lot of romans. And so, romance is how the state increases the number of Roman that can go out and take stuff from other people,
Right.
and fight wars.
It's kind of like, if you think of romance, the energy of romance is like where abundance and multiplicity comes from. The word romance is almost synonymous with fecundity, kind of like saying, I'm from the land of fecundity.
And soldiers were treated to orgies, right? If you went across and you kicked butt and you were a good Roman and you came back and said, I rode out there and I took a lot of stuff from them. Look at all the stuff I brought back. You were rewarded. Like, dude, you're getting a threesome tonight. No, 5-some, 6-some, 7-some. So your romance, you would then be able to propagate like in each of those wombs.
That sounds
As
more
many
like
times as you could shoot one off, you could pop out a baby.
The Muslim, the Romans weren't really into having promiscuous sex. They would have promiscuous sex with boys. It's unfortunate.
I only laugh because I don't know how else to respond.
I know, it's sad, but I just want to bring that up because the Muslims, actually, the word hashish comes from assassin. They would take the assassins and they would give them all of these drugs and these virgins, and they would spoil them, and then they would tell them, you have to go do this thing and you can come back there, but if you don't do this thing, you can't come back. And so they would spoil them with hashish and orgies to become assassins in the Middle East. But in Rome, there wasn't really that like we have today in the Western world. The Roman values were very opposite of our values today, but they're very tied in with the Vatican values that are the secret society of the Vatican. They still do pedophilia. And so there's a lot of very problematic aspects of the Roman culture having to do with that. The way that we see it today is dead wrong. But in their time, it was right that the young boys would take on a mentor, and they would try to not just make babies from their indulgences. So they found a way around that. But to us, it's very disturbing.
So we somehow, my friends, we brought it all the way around to the word knights. Knights, dark warrior, Black Swan events, knights. Yeah, just want to throw that out there.
It's interesting, like you say, knights, because when we think of Rome and we think of what we know,
I know
Rome,
knights aren't Roman, by the way. I fast forwarded it, so I just want it's still relevant.
I think that Rome is such a huge time span. I think though in the beginning of Rome, weren't they essentially living like Greeks before the Catholic tradition actually had really gotten big? Remember that first the Catholicism was created for a small sect of Jews. It wasn't a national religion yet.
Right.
So they were still living according to the Greek traditions for like in the time of Emmanuel, for example.
Yeah,
before Catholicism ever existed, there was Rome.
And stuff, there was a lot of that during the time of Zagreus, Bacchus, and Dionysus worship of the Oriental mystery schools in Rome. There was a lot of that.
So I think in the beginning they wanted to grow a big population, but then they didn't need a big population anymore because they came up with a better strategy. The strategy was make everybody else become a part of us, and then we grow our army by our enemies becoming our soldiers, and we send our enemies out to fight on our behalf. Right? and tell them that we're all buddies. You're our friends. Like, you guys are with us. You're great.
So I
Just go
want-
out there and get those guys.
That part, though.
So
when
I
they-
just I want to make a personal disclaimer. I don't trust any of the real history books and timelines. I just want to throw that out there.
I'm with you on that.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
And in fact, even if we did have it, it's so complicated, it almost is a non-service. If we really had the real timeline, it would take hours and years to talk about the waxing and waning of ideologies that come and go. And but I want to throw this on the table. I am a strong advocate of utilizing the word pedivore. And if anybody has been keeping an ear to the ground on the Ammon Hillman work, you'll really get a sense of the fact that it has more to do with the consumption of the youth and the innocence. It's literally the consumption of. And so the word pedophilia implies love, and that is an apologetic. And in fact, our words aren't really touching the ground when we use pedophilia. We're spinning in place. But when we use the word pedivore, we can actually bring receipts to the table, and it hits home. It's a nice neologism I like to proliferate. What's up, Cosmic Prankster?
Namaste, dear brother.
Hey, what's up? I was just going to say,
For
what
those
about
of you-
the term pederast? That's the other one.
Well, pederast is a little, thank you. Damn, sharp as a tack. Pederast, yes, that is what they call what the Greeks were doing. And I'm not apologizing for them, but I just want people to understand the fact that we have schools to send our children to, let alone that we're mandated to, whether we want to or not. It completely alters our thinking. I don't even know if we can appropriately put our minds in what that culture was at the time, because they just didn't have schools for kids. So their children were running all over the place. And when I went down to South America, it was very much like that. In Belize, families have to pool their resources just to get one of their kids in a school. And the rest of the brothers and sisters, they weren't the cream of the crop. It's still that kind of scene down there. So yeah, pederast is a great term, and that is what they will call it with the Greeks. And now think of this, though. Think of this. Pederasty is the bedrock of scholasticism. Now, that's an incendiary sentence, but schooling was grown out of gymnasia that grew into academia, that eventually was systematized that they could actually make money for parents to send their kids in. And then the Catholic Church actually picked that mantle and paid it forward. The Catholic Church multiple times had to put a ban on the population and say, stop sending your kids to us. We don't want them. And you people are horrible if you don't want your own child. So they had to shame the masses to get them to keep their kids and stop sending them away to abandon them on the doorsteps of the church in mass. It's amazing. And now I'm not apologizing for these people. I'm just saying socially, in a high migration situation, just understand that the Catholic Church has many times said, stop giving us your damn kids. So there is some sort of off-gassing about what to do with children and population growth that we always point at the institutions like it's always their fault. But it is a very big dynamic.
I think it's very interesting, and I just wanted to welcome dear Cosmic. It's an honor to have you on the show. Those of you that don't know Cosmic, he works with the Fae. He channels the Fae. He's been doing this for a number of years. It's his thing. And we love Cosmic because he comes out with left field ideas as well. And he's got a good background in a lot of occult therapeutics. Namaste. It's an honor to have you, dear brother.
Honor to be here.
Welcome.
Yeah. But I think we're really onto something here with the boys. Because they want us to do this. Look, like, and not just boys, like all children, right? And think about it. Like, what does an abused little boy become one day? They become aggressive and violent. No?
Yeah.
Very often. So it's a great way to ensure that you're going to have soldiers. because they're going to have all this anger and aggression. They're going to want to put it somewhere. Give
Yeah,
them a
if
sword.
they're suicidal, they might want to go off to be killed because they don't have the courage to do it themselves. So it could take either side.
And their self-esteem is low, so they can be manipulated and controlled easily, right? And programmed.
Oh yeah.
And so, but now they want, now the game is to do it to all children. Like the fact that, you know, Beyonce was allowed to come to South Africa and dress up little girls in fishnet stockings and high heels and like miniskirts. Like we're talking about like 10-year-old girls, man, with makeup. You know what I'm saying? And from a distance, they might look like women until the camera zones in. You go, what, those little girls? Do you know what I mean? So they're playing with the brains of people like in this way. And this is a typical thing. We see it all around. Like, what was it with the last Olympics? They had an underage person there getting involved in the fray, so to speak. They're trying to like get us, they're trying to normalize the idea. And now they want to change the laws, right? We're far
Right.
too strict with those people who love children. We should be more gentle with them. They love children. Do you know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
And instead of like, we should throw away the key and drop the hammer, you know?
Right. I want to mention Greta again. There, I know that she's of age now. She's an adult. We can, you can talk about her as though she's an adult. She can handle whatever the public scrutiny entails. But they put her out there before she was old enough to receive public scrutiny. They used her like a human shield. And this is lowering the bar for the Overton window. This is undermining our expectations to normalize these things, to banalize using a child as a spokesperson, as a human shield. And so that if you don't agree with anything, let alone the premise from the jump, then you must hate children or you don't care about the future. It's just such a diabolical maneuver. And now she's perfectly adult and we can say whatever we want about her because she can handle the tension. But think of what a sick parent you have to be to put your child in that position. And then put your child out onto the world so that your child is going to lecture adults, so that the whole role is flipped. It was a Saturnalian mind F to put the children lecturing adults. Yeah, Black Swan indeed. And her name is basically Regret. Her name is Regret. They put a child named Regret on a lectern to lecture the adults. I'm so pissed at Greta.
No, but you're completely right. It's an undermining thing because it also undermines everybody else. Because you can't criticize a child. What kind of a person criticizes a child, right?
And then you juxtapose that against Joe Biden. Joe Biden's the opposite end of the same ordeal. You got the kids over here. You got some guy who's too old. It's like freaking child abuse and elderly abuse on either way of the spectrum.
That's true.
Though, in fairness, Biden signed up for it.
True. Yeah, it is a little different.
He chose to be the president and he deserved, because he was in a position of real power. And if you want to step into a position of power, but you don't know which way the toilet is, then like people are going to say, wait. Dude,
that's a great point. That's a great point.
What are you doing, man? You're driving a big thing. Like, not that he's really driving anything. No. Like we know that it's a puppet game, and they put Muppets in puppet seats, and that's really what we're dealing with, the Muppet game. But I think there's a lot of interesting points coming up here. And I do get, yeah.
Can I do a screen share before we get too far away from the topic? Uh-oh. I think your audio went out, or maybe mine.
You're good. I got you on audio.
There's a button present at the bottom. Can you see it?
Okay. Yes. Let's see.
Just hit it and then say share screen.
Right on.
Or I'm sorry, I had to stop mine. And then when you click share screen, it'll give you options after that. And when you say share screen, it'll give you one of the tabs you want. Or you can do Is it something on your hard drive or something on a Google page?
On Telegram, but I think I'm about to get it here. It might go tunnel vision for a second. Okay, here we go.
What
So
software are you using, by the way, that it goes tunnel vision?
I don't know what software means.
No, I mean, are you on Windows?
What browser are you?
I guess Windows.
Or you're on a Mac? Okay, you're on Windows, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys brought this graphic up earlier, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. Is this coming through? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
Sublimate.
see. So
to gas.
yes. So Pingala, Shishumna, and the Ida spells PSI, the pounds per square inch. And this sequence of letters is very mystical in a lot of other ways, right? Psychology, Poseidon, the god of the seas, but the pressure and the measurement and the gauge of the standards of pressure are all like deeply deified. There's even a strong Mercury weave to all of these symbols. But I just wanted to point this out that the Pingala, Shushumna, and Ida spells PSI, and then to sublimate. You know, sometimes we take in information and we do kind of an Aufhaven or internal dialectic, or, you know, we keep what works for us and throw away the bad, or sometimes we gestate on an idea that we've taken in, and it takes years and years for it to come out after it's been sublimated. But it has to go through kind of a pressurizing. Do you guys have anything to say before I flip to the next picture? Is this bringing up anything?
Oh, yeah, totally. Because, and it's not only in Vedic cosmology. It's funny you bring up the same picture I started with. But in the Masonic tradition, as well as the Rosicrucian traditions and the Kabbalah, there is this notion that God is pressure. So it's very interesting. That's probably one of the biggest sayings in the magical arts.
I like to mention how in sublimation, they're skipping the liquid stage. And I feel like how you talked about throwing things out without really considering them. I feel like in the liquid state of things, you can really see everything in its entirety. You can kind of reach your hand in and feel around and see what's in there. But when you're in a solid rock state, things are, you just see the surface. And when you're in a gaseous state, you can't see through it, but it kind of dissipates away from you. You can't really get your hands on it. So it's interesting to see that they would skip the liquid state of really going in deep to understand something and just kind of throw it out as a gas. It's kind of my take on that a little bit.
Yeah, man.
And sublimate.
Right, right. You know, gala means milk in Greek. So there is kind of like a, you know, that's your penis milk.
But getting back to water, a gala is a swim meet.
Yeah.
It's the masculine and the Ida's the feminine, right? Is that right?
Basically, yeah. But I mean, it's not that clear cut, but yeah, effectively.
Both have a bit of each.
Well, let's just say the one's like emotional and the one's like rational. Right. The one's external and the one's internal.
Nice. You know, and also I was listening before I came on the chat here. You guys talked about the word oscillate. Soul-8. Look at it oscillating. It makes this wonderful analema shape over and over. In perpetuity, forever and ever. 8. Infinity. And then anything else you guys thinking about? I got a couple other ones just related to earlier in the chat.
Just what you said about oscillate. It makes me think of the animal, the ass. Right?
Oh, damn.
Or the asshole.
Yeah.
Or the asshole.
This is your asshole 8.
Yeah, and what after you ate something.
Oh my God, you sublimate it. It's sublim 8. This is the sublime 8. Wow. Did we just break reality?
I think we did.
I don't know if I'm old enough for this conversation. Y'all took
So are you guys seeing this one?
Yeah, man.
Okay, I'm going to move this. So this is just tomfoolery. They do this all the time. It happened last cycle. You know, they just wash, rinse, repeat with these spells. But a lot of folks heard about the monkeys on the loose in I think it was North Carolina again. No, South Carolina. Oh, yeah, okay. But the numerology in the last time it happened was just overboard. I could have done this on the last time this headline came out, and it's just total Kabbalistic reinforcement. There's a subliminal scaffolding to the numbers and the figures and the digits, and old Slick just sees right through it. It's all 777s all the way. But yeah, does this bring up anything for anybody? You guys all saw Planet of the Apes?
Yeah. What's the connection with the apes?
So one thing that's really fascinating in the 28 days later, in the very opening scene, and everybody knows the initiating scene of every movie is the heaviest keystone. They're trying to slip it past your radar. They hope you're not paying attention at first, but the opening scene will always poetically harmonize to the closing scene. And between the two, the alpha and omega of every film is a grander message above the forest. But essentially, the opening scene of 28 Days Later, which I think is the first one, I might be wrong. It's animal rights activists who destroy the world, because they don't like what they're doing for these monkeys. So they break into the monkey research facility, and they get ate by these monkeys. And that is what unleashes everything on the world. Now, I just think it's important that people know I'm an animal lover as much as the next person. There's no judgment here. But when we scale down on animal testing, it's a parabolic dynamic that if we scale down on just a little bit of animal testing, we actually throw thousands of humans in the crosshairs. It's only a little bit of animal testing that actually prevents thousands of humans from being damaged. And so the magnification of animal testing onto what we just throw people out and let them buy whatever they want to buy, and we didn't test it, we don't know what's going to happen. Science progresses one death at a time. Animal testing is a really important stopgap measure. It's so important. And it's and if you studied the Tuskegee experiment, and study it thoroughly, please. Everything they did in the Tuskegee experiment has been reinstilled into the lockdowns. Every detail of Tuskegee happened to us, to all of us now. Every aspect. Don't miss a detail. It's all there. And so my point is that animal testing, and you got to study Tuskegee to know this, is the Overton window for human sacrifice. And also the Temple Mount is an Overton window. It's a testing your temperature. How comfortable are you with sacrificing animals? And the more comfortable you are with sacrificing animals, the more it's okay to do this thing on the Mount, and that it's just, oh, well, humans are animals. You already agreed to that. So this is a dark truth. And I just wanted to put it on the radar because the line in the sand when things go absolutely bonkers is the thing about Darwin, that, oh, well, you already agreed that humans are animals. And if you're just an animal, then you're just a number, then you're just science advancing one funeral at a time. So yeah, and that is a personal thing. But I want to say 28 days after the monkeys got out, it lands pretty much in the range of 2 meteor showers, and they are very interesting meteor showers. So 28 days from the monkeys escaping, we will be right around December 6th, in the Phoenix constellation is having a conflagration, and also the Puppis constellation is having a conflagration. What do monkeys throw?
That's right.
Monkeys throw poop. And the Poopus constellation is very important because of the printing press. So we're going to have a lot of shit being flung in the printing presses during the Poopus Valids meteor shower here on December 6th. And that, I'm not saying anything people don't already expect. And then this one is fun. I like this. This is the difference between Leviathan and Behemoth. And there are, in Plato's Republic, they're talking about these differences in the structures of the state. And we have democracy would be state A. It leads alliance of democracies like itself, supports democracies elsewhere. Its naval power is very strong. And society is based on liberal freedoms, and they have a strong trading power. That is, and now keep in mind, I think we are kind of both and. You could say that Leviathan is actually representing our Navy, our water-based military. And then now on Behemoth is a different type of state. It's an autocracy or a oligarchy, leads alliance with other autocracies, supports autocracies elsewhere, land power with a very strong army. They are a militaristic society, not so much a liberal freedom society. That's an important deviation there between being based on liberal freedoms versus militaristic. That is, I think, where we would see these two spirits in our world very readily. That's a strong dividing line. And then the last one is they focus on self-sufficiency in agriculture. Isn't that fascinating? So these are kind of zeitgeists, choose your own adventure, but they are also institutions that are quite alive and well. So I just wanted to share some of that. And also Cetus is totally the Leviathan. Can you see my mouse? Uh-oh. You guys hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
I can.
Okay.
I can see it.
Is that the behemoth above the Leviathan in the top left?
Let's see. Thank you for asking, because the top left is both of them. Okay. This is William Blake, and I believe the sea monster on the bottom is Leviathan, and then this kind of polar bear looking thing on top, I think that is Behemoth.
Yeah, it's got some tusks.
Yeah, and a lot of folks would think Behemoth is very Baphomet oriented. I find that fascinating. But even Baphomet had a lizard in his lap. You know, he had those snakes in his crotch. So he might have some Leviathan also intrinsic to him. You know, he might represent this entire thing, having both. But so also Cetus representing Leviathan. This is the symbol of Cetus, this freaky looking thing. It's almost required to be undescribable. You know, some people tell you it's a seal. Some would tell you it's a walrus. Some would tell you it's a cicada. You know, it's almost required to be ambiguous. But the word Leviathan is summoning forth the social contract in its earlier iteration, not Jean-Jacques Rousseau, but rather Thomas Hobbes' social contract. And what is really fascinating, guys, every year in election season, there is a meteor shower in the social contract constellation. Every year, elections happen during a meteor shower in the social contract constellation. That is so profound.
What constellation is that?
Cetus. Now, the meteor shower is called the South Taurid meteor showers, and you got to get on Stellarium and prove my words. But this South Taurid meteor shower, it rips right up the spine of Cetus, almost like a hero running up the scales, the back scales of a monster, and then he's going to stab it in the head for the finishing move. That is literally what the meteor shower does. It runs up the back of the monster, stabs its head, and then the whole meteor shower disappears and reappears and becomes the North Taurid meteor shower and progresses on through the sky. But literally, a hero slaying a monster literally happens every freaking first week of November.
Yeah, they show that a lot in science fiction when they climb up the tail and they're running up the back.
You're basically seeing the hero that they are voting for, the votive offering that everybody is participating in. They are hoping that some meteor shower cocksurety egregore is going to come and vanquish all your monsters for you. And those monsters, guess what? They just got done running the streets all through Halloween. And now we're going to clean the streets of these monsters, and this hero's going to come and slay it. And one more point, the fall, all of the naked trees are memento mori. They are reminding you of your death because the trees are unveiling themselves and their skeletons on the skyline. So yeah, I just wanted to stay a little poetic and share this vision.
It's very interesting when you show us that diagram there of the two, you know, the behemoth and the way they seem to create an almost static image where they've got each other bound. And it makes me think of seat us, right? Like seat us. When you're seated, you don't have your power. You don't have your potential. When you're standing on your own 2 feet, you can do anything. But when you're sitting down, and very often in ancient times, being seated is related to being like getting old and being controlled. And standing up is being in charge.
Everyone listening to this should be standing. If you haven't been standing during this show, shame. No, I'm kidding.
Because you understand things. Gabriel, are you muted?
Oh shoot, I've been like ranting to myself. I'm so excited. I'm sorry. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I think we just found the essence of citizen. This is the Cetus sign. This is the sign of Cetus. And if you give joinder to the social contract, then you're confessing that you are the Cetus sign. It's like you, if I agree with the social contract, are you going to give me a sword and let me run up the back of a monster and stab it in the head? Because I might consider that. Oh yeah, run up the stairs and then put this little piece of paper in this glass jar. There you go. There you go. Now you're in Cetus.
Good one. Citizenship. Citizenship. Franklin, you're muted.
Sorry, I did the same thing Gab just did. Oh, it's hilarious. When you replace the C with the F, you end up with a fetus.
Yeah, buddy.
So I'm wondering how the C and the F operate together, because F comes from the mouth to speak, pe, and C comes from the hand to do. So to do and to speak, is speaking and doing somehow interchangeable? I don't know. There's something interesting in this because it makes me think of a new life being given to us with the certification of birth. Like you don't exist until you're certified.
My mind is blown. I can't believe we just found the essence of citizenship. That's wild.
Yeah, it makes sense how the English language was formed so late in the game. They probably, compiled so much information to be able to put in the secret meanings under the radar.
I believe that's why they're trying to change the English language.
By adding
because
stuff?
it's got too much in it. It's a conglomeration of all languages. And so you can decode all languages with English, which is why they've been working so hard towards robbing us of English and degenerating it into what it's becoming. If you look at the roots of English and especially what they've been doing with it lately. I mean, look at this language, the Gen Z is speaking. That's going to be the English in the future.
Uh-oh.
Jim, hold on. Gen Z. Oh, emergency. Right? These kids are, there's free floating anxiety. Like that has been the main thing with TikTok. Because TikTok has a short record time, the people on the recordings have a sense of urgency. They got to get the message out. They got to do it quick. And one of my kiddo used to follow this guy who was like a super spaz, but he made his spastic personality into like something entertaining. But he was instilling this like sense of emergency.
I like that. That's really powerful. And it's slightly unrelated, but I think it's not exactly, because Mexico was asking about planets. And then she came out with the P7, plan 7, et 7, 777. So we got the 7 in London. What happened, right? Like things went bang. And hold on. What year was that? Was that 2007?
I don't know. Somebody look it up in the chat.
Yeah, someone can tell us what year was the 7-7? What year? That's just very interesting.
Magical square of Venus, 7x7.
And so, okay, so that was in 2005. But that adds up to 7.
Yeah,
right?
buddy. You got it.
So
yeah, man.
we're still on track. Buggers, they think they're clever. Ronan's back. Welcome back, Ronan. So this is really interesting, and we're actually getting into a lot of interesting points here, and that's planets. And so it's play net, right? Play with a net, and the net is the web. So they've really got us by the hook, line, and sinker. And getting onto the topic here, patterns of thought, the internet. They've got a net that they catch our minds with, the internet, and it connects all of us to each other and causes us to become stuck in this ridiculous consensus of woke madness.
Yes.
And we're all sort of susceptible somehow.
There is a net constellation up there, and it's called Reticulum, and its abbreviation is RET. And on the IAU list, I just find it so fascinating that it is number 82 by size. So often it's ranking by size because there's 88 of them. It's ranking by size on this list gives it a numerical correspondence, kind of like a periodic table, And so many times the numerical correspondence for the constellation is very mystically confirming to the egregore that it's conveying. And so 82, I think a lot of us are buzzed on it with it's the periodic symbol for lead, meaning limitations, all things Saturnian. But in this periodic in this list of constellations, the Saturnian number is signified by the net. You're muted.
Indra had a net. Indra's net. And so that's like the fundamental web, So it's interesting how they've really tied all these things together. And Indra, the word Indra, it's interesting because the word dra is to carry, right? Like Dutchies out there and Germanic people, you guys would be on that frequency. To dra is to carry. So Indra is what you're carrying within yourself. It sort of relates to karma. What are we carrying inside ourselves? We're carrying karma. And what does Saturn relate to? Saturn relates to karma, like your time, like the cause and effect. If I do this now, there's a consequence. If I eat too much cheese, there's a consequence. I'll probably end up getting a problem in my body, all these people that have heart problems and stuff because they can't stop eating crap, right? They're addicted to cheese and they shouldn't eat it. But you see this, I used to look after disabled people and they couldn't stop eating it even though they've had strokes,
Cheese is so hard. That's like smoking or something.
What was that?
I said cheese is hard to quit. That's so, make me, just saying it makes me hungry. So you mentioned Indra in the net, and I just want to point out that this universe card, I'm going to try to illuminate it better. It has the reticulum constellation on it, and which is very close to a character in the heavens. Here we go.
Let's see it. Uh-huh.
And do you see down here these little right there?
It's
That
a
is-
hop.
Yeah. But hold on, let me point better. Look, right here is a reticulum or a screen or a filter. It's also, if you look under bottom of duct tape, it's also what the netting of duct tape looks like. But this card is by my read, I think this is the Indus constellation in the extreme south. And doesn't that sound so much like Indra?
That whole Indus is like an endless spiral for me, because the Indus Valley is where we settled after the flood, according to the old stories, because it was the only place where the water ran away, and to this day you can see that the whole Indus Valley. Oh God, you got to go there. It's beautiful. It's the most mystical place I've ever been on earth, because everything, like when you're walking, the hills look like they're cities. The hills are shaped by the wind and ice and stuff, and they look like cities. And every time you look there, you look in the distance, you keep thinking you're seeing people, but there's nobody there. And you keep thinking those are like little spirally buildings, and you look at them again, and they're just the hills shaped that way. It's the most mystical place I've ever been. It makes me wonder how many of those hills were buildings.
Right.
Here's a thought to think about, because you talk about the idea of wind creating hills, but let's consider that wind and air represents the intellect, and it's the intellect that inspires men to create cities, buildings, structure. So maybe that same elemental process of like air also has that same intellectual effect on nature to create these kind of distinctive structures and stuff like that.
You know, one thing that I see that you mentioned, the Indus Valley and the flood, there is a running off of the waters in all four corners here. You know, these all these masks are pouring water out of their mouths and nose. This guy's got it coming out of his nose holes.
Those four rivers.
Right. It's funny. It almost makes me wonder if if
I have to say this.
If I was an
The flat
ancient
Earth
architect,
map looks like that.
Go say again.
The flat Earth map looks like it's got four rivers coming together.
Oh, dang. Yeah. Yes. I think it's a cool idea that there's like, maybe there are mountaintops that have been designed for landing of ships during global floods, you know, that it would have runoff, some sort of early runoff to make it like, if next time it floods, let's meet up here.
That's very interesting, because like up in Tibet and up there, there's some like really incredible architecture where they've literally like gone into the rock. They've dissolved whole structures in rock, which is just like a mindless thing if you think about like the scale of, and it makes you wonder whether that's really what happened or not. Maybe there was a building there and the rock came over the building, sedimentary, and then the building dissolved. I don't know. It's very interesting. Like maybe there was a lot more to it going on, because like there must be some really ancient structures up there, and it's obviously the roof of the world. Like when you're up there, it's such a weird place because you find yourself. Yeah.
I love when this happens, dude. There's a roof under her feet. They call it the roof of the world. It's a nickname for it.
Wow.
There's a roof under her feet. I think this represents the longhouse, as in a time when the matriarch was running the show. And I'm sure they did a great job, but something happened. It's called the roof of the world.
I call it the roof of the world.
Oh, okay.
But
That,
I'm
that
sure it's
fits
called the
that
roof
fits
of
the card,
because it is the roof of the world, the Himalayas.
right? Yeah,
Like,
totally.
there's nothing bigger than that.
You know what? Oh man. Oh shoot. Okay, hold on. Let me just say this is experimental and risky. I wonder if that's the Pindar. I wonder if that's the Pindar. PK, I know you're watching. We're talking about the Himalaya mountains. We got this lizard. I wonder if that's the Pindar. It's a salamander that is extracted from an extremely rare environment, ecosystem, extremely rare ecosystem in the wind shadow of the Himalayas at the foot of the glaciers. I think this is where like some weird cordyceps kind of stuff is harvested, but there is a type of salamander that I think makes DMT look like chump change. I'm going to say that, but I think we're looking at the Pindar right here.
That's interesting. I never saw one. I spent some time up there. I never saw one. And
No
I would have probably
salamanders.
enjoyed to have seen one.
Giant.
I think that is the Pindar salamander from the Himalaya, the foot of the Himalaya glacial wind shadow. Isn't that a cool phrase? I think he's encoded in Joseph Smith's finding of the gold tablets that made the Mormon legends and mythos. There's a stopgap measure component to the story that nobody knew. None of the mundane outer circle knew this fact of his story. It's kind of like a keystone that only the inner circle knows about, so they can confirm one another's rank. And that fact was that when Joseph Smith picked up the tablets, he was stung on his hand 3 times, just like Moses standing in for the Shekinah. He was stung on his hands 3 times by an albino salamander. It's a Pindar nod for the highest order. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Namaste, dear Soraya. Lovely to have your presence here. I hope you're well. Hope you're thriving. Hope you're much better than surviving. And for those of you that don't know Soraya, she is a poetess, and she's a very direct, down-to-earth thinker and deeply inspired in her spiritual path and her tradition and her focus seems unbroken. It's an honor to have you on the show, dear Soraya, and welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome, Soraya. How have you been?
I've been great.
Glad to hear it. Is the weather good there?
Yeah, it's cold, but it's good.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, it's a sunny day here. It's supposed to be rainy, but they've been saying that since the moon's face up, it's not letting that rain fall. It's holding it up.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It was Ronan that was asking me earlier, Ronan, if there'd been snow in South Africa. I don't know if Ronan's with us, but
Tell us. Is it snowing there in your summer? Yes or no?
we had snow last month. There might be more snow that I haven't heard about, but there was snow last month, and we don't even get snow. It was
Whoa.
snowing in a
Oh,
place where
wow.
we don't even get snow in winter, and it
What?
was snowing last month. Which, like, this is t-shirts and barbecue weather, man.
It's the spring, right?
Supposedly. Yeah. No, it's actually
Is it almost winter?
it's like spring going into summer,
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
because spring
It's very-
starts August, September, right? September,
September.
October. So it
Mhm.
was like in October, just before summer. It's summer now. So you're right. There's been bizarre weather. Here it got really warm and it got really cold. Air pressure's been changing. The ocean, my gosh, trying to keep track of what the ocean is doing is a head trip. Today, the windstorms are up here. We've got some serious swell. I was showing my little boy from the mountain this morning at the waves crashing against the lighthouse, and I was explaining to him that the smashing of the waves was at least about 4 meters high. Because at a distance you can see the lighthouse, how much of it is exposed. Those waves were thumping, man, thumping. So yeah, there's a
Soraya,
lot of crazy stuff.
Feet high.
Soraya, I'm happy you're here.
Me too.
Thanks. I'm happy to be here
It's a-
too. It's been a while.
It's an honor to have you here. And we're talking about thought cages. Poetry, there's an interesting concept. Poetry is something that frees us from the thought cage to a certain extent,
Exactly.
because we can't think logically, can we? We've got to think with our hearts.
Yeah.
Well, it's a combination of both.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
But you
beyond
can't
logic,
disengage your heart.
music, but it goes higher than logic, I think.
Exactly. But it does use logic because without
Yeah.
logic, you can't make the connection between certain words.
It's like music. You know, there's like a musicality to the actual sounds that you rhyme with, and you do it in the same way you put certain notes together that sound good. You figure out how to make, you know, certain syllables and sounds and sort of syntax have a sort of a musical sort of
Yeah.
tan within just the words themselves. Like you kind of arrange the letters and the words like almost in a colorful, like for me, whenever I would write poetry, I would always try to use like obscure words so that I would have as many different types of letters as possible. That way the text would look the most colorful on the page. But yeah, music has a certain logic to it as well. You have like, you know, in terms of it tells a story. There's a certain set of events of notes that tell you kind of an up and down flow that kind of also sort of bypasses logic. That's the interesting thing about music. Like it's essentially, if you kind of break it down, it's pretty much identical to math, but you don't have to know anything about math to appreciate music. You could hear a melody. You may not be able to figure out with numbers and, you know, equations and stuff, but you can hear it and you know it's harmonious. And I think there's something really cool about that.
I think that's well put. And I think poetry is the same. Like when I write poetry, I write the words and then I look at what I've written. I'm like, oh, wow, look what I just wrote. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not really thinking about what I'm writing. I'm just writing, and then the words make sense afterwards. And I think for me, music is like that too. So here we get to an interesting point, because you get evocation and invocation. And so you get invocational magic and you get evocational magic. Like shamanism is 100% evocational magic, as is tantra. Yoga and you know, alchemy tends to be invocational. So one would invoke something into oneself to change on consciousness, rather than to evoke something from within oneself to change consciousness, which is very interesting, because they arrive at which is very interesting because they arrive at the same point, but they take a very different journey to get there. And it sort of shows us that the toric field, whether one moves outwards or inwards, and here's an interesting point. Your Ajna chakra can be stimulated in two different ways. When the eyes move towards each other, they put pressure. And when the eyes move apart, they put pressure. Isn't that interesting? And there's two lobes of the Ajna chakra. One lobe is the pineal gland that everybody knows about. The other lobe is the pituitary gland. So when the lobes moving apart, one gets peripheral vision more. When the eyes are moving toward each other, one gets focus. So when moving towards each other, one can control the energy more easily. When the eyes, so in meditation, your eyes will do all sorts of crap, basically. Sometimes your eyes will go out there like that, and sometimes your eyes will go inward like that. They'll like turn in on themselves. And sometimes, so you'll notice, depending on the state of consciousness you're in, your eyes will be doing weird crap. Like you literally feel your eyes turn back in your head and you go like, is this safe? Like, should my eyes be doing this? But then you just go, well, you know, this is it. Like it does it when I'm asleep anyway. So, you know.
I think you made an interesting point there, Franklin, about eyes, but I kind of want to bring it to sort of like a field of focus, because with my own kind of observations, with like altered states of consciousness, and I can kind of compare them to sober states, I find an interesting conclusion that when I'm kind of like in an awake, sober, intellectual, analytical state, my attention is focused like a single pointed laser. It's just like it focuses on one thing at a time. Whereas if I'm in a more visionary, dreamlike, shamanic, mystical state of mind, my sense of focus is now like this massive circle that seems to almost extend beyond my peripheral vision. So I noticed that what you actually focus on and your vision actually changes depending upon what type of state of consciousness you're in. And I think if you can kind of learn to like figure that out, you can start to kind of map it out in interesting ways.
Hey, have any of you guys heard the poem called The Jabberwocky?
Yeah, from Alice in Wonderland or Through the Looking Glass.
There's
Yeah,
another
man.
chaos. I'm gonna read the Jabberwocky. It's uses logic, but it skates along illogic. Words that are created that are not real words, but you seem to be able to understand what he's getting at when they're mentioned. So I'm gonna go through and say the Jabberwocky poem by Lewis Carroll. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogroves, and the mome wraiths outgrabe. Beware the Jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the jubjub bird, and the shun the frumious bandersnatch. He took his vorpal sword in hand. Long time the manxome foe he sought. So rested he by the tum-tum tree and stood a while in thought. And as in uffish thought he stood, the Jabberwock with eyes of flame came whiffling through the tugly wood and burbled as it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through the vorpal blade went snicker-snack. He left it dead, and with its head went the galumphing back. And hast thou slain the Jabberwock? Come to my arms, my beamish boy. O frabjous day, Callooh, Calais. He chortled in his joy. 'Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogroves, and the mome wraiths outgrabe. So it sounds pretty with the words rhyming, but they don't really give us any idea of what they are.
It's
But
open
they do.
interpretation.
Yeah.
The Ouroboros is mentioned twice.
What I think is interesting, when we talk about the Jabberwocky poem, is that it's all in English except for the nouns and the adjectives. But if you kind of pay attention to the actual, like when I talk about the sounds of the word, you think that each sort of like type of syllable, type of vowel has a kind of color, a kind of, character to it. And if you think about it more in that context, it's kind of not arbitrary at all. It's like not random. And if you think about in terms of Lewis Carroll, the sort of the background for why he was writing Alice in Wonderland, well, obviously everybody knows, the story that he had a nephew named Alice, and he would, tell stories to his nephew, and then he basically kind of like, wrote them down and published them. But I remember reading somewhere that, Lewis Carroll, he was actually really interested in math at the time. And I think around the time he was writing this, they were coming out with all these new kinds of concepts of math, like imaginary numbers and all this kind of like weird out there stuff. And a lot of the Alice in Wonderland story is him sort of like kind of like parodying the kind of the wackiness of the mathematical cultural landscape at the time with the sort of the Wonderland setting. And of course, I have the Cheshire Cat as my profile picture here. So I'm obviously very indebted to that story.
Great point. That's a great point. That hits real close to home. And you know what? I wonder if your Cheshire Cat is sitting on the branch of the tum-tum tree.
Maybe, man.
So the tum-tum tree has a great amount of provenance, all of which pleases me immensely, as it is very umbilical. It is very placental. However, through academia, some of the old writers, they've preserved this tum-tum tree actually as artifacts in their own homes. And there's a lot of talk as to what genus, phylum, species the tum-tum tree is really pointing at. I would say it's all placenta, while they're pointing at poppy or dark poplar or all these things. But some of those people believe that Carol is hailing back to the tree from Socrates' conversation with Phaedrus. And I believe this is true, intellectually true, because all of academia owes a debt to the gymnasium that Socrates built on that sacred location where the dialogues of Phaedrus took place. And they made a vow to each other to speak candidly under that single tree in that grove. And so there is a profound amount of provenance between that tree and the tum-tum tree in the Jabberwocky. And what's kind of neat is when you do your homework, like a good academian gymnosophist should do, and you look back far enough, you'll find out there's a second tree nobody's talking about. What? There's two trees? There's a tree that didn't get included in the story? Does this sound like Genesis to anybody else?
I think there's something powerful there, because if you drop the A, it's atum, tum, atum. Atom is like a zero, right? Within which you find all this other stuff happening. So it happens within a zero. So by saying it twice, it's almost like a tum-tum is where you put your food. We know what a lavatory is. So what's a tum-tum tree? It's the other side of the lavatory. And we're back to that 8. What he had eaten. What you ate moved through the tum-tum tree into the lavatory. So we're back to that 8, which is 2 atoms.
Yeah. I ate Kronos?
That would be a cool name for a snack, wouldn't it? Kronos. Like a junk food. Well, they still put ideas in their heads.
Yeah, with a K.
Yeah, Kronos. Like it would be a really good name for a snack, like for passing time, you know? Have a packet of Kronos. You're late, you're early. It's any time's a good time for Kronos.
I always thought what was fascinating about the Kronos myth, obviously Kronos being the what's the word for the thing in Greek mythology before the Titans? He was a Titan, and he was based on time. And the story is that he basically kind of like devoured his children, which were the gods. So in a sense, what that story is saying is that time literally swallowed the gods and brought them into linear time. I wonder what your thoughts are on that, Gabe. That's something I've always thought about in regards to
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for handing it back. I was actually going to go to the bathroom, and I remembered to weave. That's too urgent. I believe that the castrating of Kronos is saying that these stories are in your mind right now because they attained immortality. And they attained immortality through the Sanskrit, the secret of signs. And these symbolas that we communicate with have granted immortality to the egregores and the thought forms and the logismoi that we call the Greek gods. And so I love that theory, that the proof is in the pudding, that, yeah, they castrated time because they're still here. And the stars are frozen.
And
the stars are stuck. And there's something about defeating time, being outside of time, in the fact that all the gods are still doing their show. They're still in their story forever and ever. They've defeated time.
There's something about cast rating, because we've been cast into time. But this is rating. It's continually being rated. So the rating of the cast is somehow, I think it's quite interesting when we look at it from that perspective, because it sort of suggests that being castrated is rating a cast.
Right.
And once you've cast it in stone.
Hey, Indy, I want to share something, and then I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Can you get me on, am I good to share screen again? Do I just go at it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So another thing about the Jabberwocky that I love, let's see, did it work? Yep. Okay. I believe also that the Jabberwocky is powerfully correspondent to Socrates' Crystalize. If you read the Crystalize, he's talking about words, and he's talking about them in a way that you get the sense that there's something missing between his mind and yours today. And to some degree, I think that scholars might, I don't want to say dismiss, but they think that it's resolved if you consider that he's implying that there is objective meaning to phonetics. He's implying that certain sounds objectively attach to thoughts correctly, and if you used the wrong sound to attach to this concept, it would be disharmonious. And he's trying to look at the more ancient tongues and point out that somehow the old way of speaking is better. And when we mixed languages with these other cultures, things got all squiggly. And don't you think we should reform our mouth noises to be back to harmony with the old ways it was? And I think the Jabberwocky is re-exemplifying the Crystalize of Socrates. And some of the evidence about this is, can you guys tell me which one is Boba and which one is Kiki? And have you guys already done this?
Kiki's on the left.
Yep, I've done this before. This is something I've always been really fascinated with.
Yes.
It's such a anti-Derrida point of view.
Oh, that guy. I'm an anti-Derrida point of view.
I believe that most
Funny.
language came from onomatopoeia.
That's it. That's what the Crystalize, I think, was actually giving to us. But at the same time, I don't want people to go to sleep and be like, oh, I don't have to read the Crystalize now because I found don't cheat. Go read the Crystalize and look for something else. There's something beyond words in there. And this is just, little roadmaps. I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, there's something about the Bandersnatch has always kind of captured my attention, and they use the Bandersnatch in Final Fantasy, and so I had always I think I had seen the Bandersnatch first, and then I read the poem, and then I equivocated it with that creature that they created to embody the imagination that came from the poem. But the Jabberwocky, I feel like, in the Bandersnatch, to me, are like large beast-like creatures that kind of wander around. They're not to be messed with. I feel like, to me, the sound of them makes it sound like they are very stout, and we would have no defense against them. But they're not really necessarily in a frenzy. I feel like they kind of like a giant bear or something like that, almost like those behemoth that we were looking at before. That's what I kind of imagine them as. What about you guys? What do you imagine the Jabberwocky? Would it be big? Would it be small?
Unfortunately, I can't do that because it's like I already in my mind have like the picture of the Jabberwocky from the book in my head.
Oh,
now, if someone told me about the word Jabberwocky and I never saw a picture before, I don't know. I feel like I picture like a clown or something like that.
Oh, a clown?
Yeah, because it's kind of like there's something. It's kind of silly sounding, a Jabberwocky.
Really, like
It's interesting too. Like I think about like specifically British nonsense words. They're always very like when they try to be silly. There's always kind of like a rhyming. That's like pibble pobble, dribble drobble, Mr. Rumple Frumple Crump or something like that. That kind of that alliteration. There's a lot of fun with that. So that's what I was going with.
That's very interesting. That's a question to consider. I want to say welcome to PK. It's an honor to have you on our show. PK is a caster, he's a podcaster, he's a thinker, he's out there, he's a code breaker, and obviously an occult thinker. It's an honor to have you with us. Welcome to the show. Say a few words about yourself. For those that don't know you, I'm sure a lot of people here know you already. He's in Gabe's group, and he's all around Telegram as well.
Yeah, what's up, everyone?
What's happening? Welcome.
Appreciate the kind words. Good to see everyone. I've been wanting to come on and talk to you guys for a minute, so glad to be here. And don't let me stop the flow, because I'll weave in, where I see fit. And yeah, glad to be here. One thing I will say real quick: the albino salamander. Got me thinking of, so this title to the stream, right, is the what is it? The Crystalize mime. So
Yeah.
Right, in that the title.
The second part.
Yeah, patterns of thought that crystallize the mind.
Okay. So thinking alchemy and the albino salamander. What's up, Slick? The albino salamander, basically the second stage of an alchemy, Negredo, then the albino, and the salamander withstands the fire, right? So that's the Negredo, the first step, the blackening, and then the salamander, one of its aspects, not harmed by fire. So the Joseph Smith is talking up some alchemy for sure.
Isn't he?
But
isn't
yeah.
he?
The fire salamander.
Yeah. So PK's here. I'm gonna elaborate just a little more on the Pindar. Pindar is the first human being. He's the 9th lyrical poet of Greece, and he is immortalized forever. For one, he's a keystone to the Atlantean narrative. Everybody who wants to justify Atlantis, they have to go through Pindar. And so somehow that fool is still calling shots on high levels. And his quote, the quote that he is probably immortal for it's something like this. I'm paraphrasing completely. My words have so much truth inside of them that my words are going to outlive the scribes that are writing them down. And they have so much more life inside of them that they're going to outlive the language that the scribes use to write my words down. And they're going to outlive the language so far that it's even going to extend the nation that is using the language. My words are so immortal. They will be here beyond the shape of this world. And everybody heard that phrase or whatever it was. Gabe's paraphrasing here. I'm totally off. It's not even in English, right? But people hear that and it lights their imagination up. And all of a sudden, they realize immortality is somewhere in academia. And if we can say something so fancy like that, then people will be quoting us forever. And guess what? This is the key to immortality. Everybody go to school so that your words will live forever beyond the nation, beyond the shape of the realm. And so the claim of immortality goes to Pindar.
Is it though?
That's what they say. That's what they say.
Is it though? Because I imagine the word he's using in there is logos. So is it words or is it the verbs or is it the logos, the reason? I don't know.
That's it. Yeah. He's saying like the idea is going to live forever, but you can dress it up however you want. It'll still be here. And it's got my name attached. Cliff Note Master.
So look, may I add, by the way, salute PK. It's an honor, massive love and gratitude to share space with you, dog. Firstly, the salamander. So again, just to my point of reference of the Americas being the old world, salamanders, fire salamanders sound like dragons to me. And there are massive amounts of stories related to actual dragons in this land, in the old stories. And I don't know much about India, Franklin, about the salamanders, but obviously salamanders are a major, especially in the Southwest here in America. For those who don't know, it's a very common thing. And in relation to what you guys are saying, the saga. To reference something like the Bach saga is one where it's an oral tradition, and you'll know if someone is adding or taking away or falsifying it if it doesn't sound right. Okay, so the saga continues. The sa to receive and the ga to give. It will outlast that. I'm kind of I say all that to tag on to what you were saying, Slick, and kind of what you were saying, PK. So I just want to add that. So the saga continues. Shameless plug tonight on the Ronin Side chats. That's where the saga goes. That's where the story.
Right.
That's very interesting because you got the name Salim. It's an Arabic name, right? And Salim means safe. And under means someone else, another. So another and
Lumps.
safe together. And so what does a salamander relate to? It relates to the elements of fire, which I believe is a hint at the Ouroboros forces that give birth to the phoenix. Because the phoenix is how the renewal happens. And so the salamander is hinting at the potential for the phoenix. So what is the phoenix and the salamander? Are we talking about a worm and a butterfly?
You know, it's. I want to point something out, and it does relate to what you're talking about right now, Franken, with the whole, salamander and phoenix thing. Let's take the idea, the patterns of thought that crystallize the mind literally. And if you think about, if you want to shape something into a crystal, like, what do you have to do? Well, if you're like a blacksmith and you're trying to shape an object, you have to heat it up so that you can shape a hammer to shape it into what you want. Or let's say you want to make an ice sculpture. You can kind of come up with a mold, you pour water into that, and that water freezes and crystallizes and becomes that shape. So the reason I bring that up is it seems that in order to crystallize the mind into a new pattern, you first have to melt the mind with heat, and then you have to refreeze it into the shape that you want it to. And I think that's like when it comes to like entheogens, like psychedelics, it's interesting that they, when it comes to LSD, they call it acid, because what you're basically doing is you're melting your mind so that when you're sober, you recrystallize it into the shape that you want, or whoever administer or whatever your teacher is doing that. So I think that if we want to talk about patterns that crystallize the mind, we have to first talk about the actual process of mental crystallization. I think that you kind of that you got to melt it. So I think in a lot of ways, if there's something that's also very emotionally captivating, a story that's really powerful, something that really touches our heart, it's almost, if you think about it in another way, it's almost like the warmth of our heart melts our mind. It melts the crystallized logical sort of patterns that are presented. So I think if we want to talk about crystallization, we also have to talk about liquefaction and melting, because I think that's a really important and a crucial process of understanding the sort of psychological mechanism that we're dealing with in terms of crystallization.
Yeah, buddy.
I think that's
Very
so on
much.
point, because what Gabe just said a few minutes ago was about, was it you that was saying it, Gabe? Was about the crystallizing of the mind, making immortal, right? In words crystallize the mind,
Right.
the
Right.
logos.
PK, isn't it awesome how Cosmic is like inviting us into the entheogen conversation? And PK has been on a Terrence McKenna kick for like weeks now. How long you been on it, PK?
I say I did one Terrence McKenna weekend.
Okay.
And before it was just like very sporadic. But yeah, I know what he was saying now.
Yeah.
I would
PK.
like to say, that like, yeah, words do crystallize the mind, but I would say that also when feelings are aligned with thoughts, are aligned with words, are aligned with behaviors and actions, those are crystallized in the Akashic record. When they're misaligned, they're not crystallized. They pass.
Good
It's
point.
a learning experience.
I have a quick question about the basics for you guys, because this was kind of just a change in my thinking here recently. So you got the 4 elements. Let's call them earth, air, fire, and water. So what elements do you guys, I guess, Bush Whisperer, I want to ask you, what elements do you say are masculine, active, and which are feminine, passive?
Out of the periodic table? Oh, out of the 4 elements?
That's, I would say, well, that's very interesting, because air seems to be containing both active and passive within it.
Go for it.
Now, you would think of
Yeah.
water as being passive on one level, right? And you
Yep.
would think
So
of
think
fire
about this.
as being. Sorry?
Sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought. My bad. I'll add to it when you're done.
And you would think of fire as being active. But I think it depends on, because when you apply fire to water, water becomes active. When you apply water to fire, fire becomes passive. Earth seems to be the epitome of passive. But it is through Earth that action happens within the sphere of Earth, because it contains all the other elements. So it's very interesting. I think that they switch depending on their roles and their orderings, if that makes sense.
Can I add on to this?
I
'Cause
like
have
that
a-
take. So
because
real
I
quick,
have another take as well, because I think you might be also interested in this, BK. So as to the question as to whether or not the elements are masculine and feminine, I kind of, from my metaphysical point of view, I kind of see it more that it's when, if you think of Earth, for example, it's when the masculine and feminine aspects of Earth meet together is when they become liquid, or they transition into the next state of matter. It's only when the masculine and feminine elements of each element sort of harmonize with each other, they give birth to the new element. That's kind of my perspective.
I think so too. I feel like Earth will yield to water and wind in that it makes mud and dust. But at the same time, Earth without those two elements is firm and would resist fire. So I feel like in their relationships, they have each aspect within each other, and there's a dynamic within them where they balance out. But in the Chinese star of the 5 elements, they show where some are activated by others, whereas others are put into detriment by others. And so I feel like that relationship between them will make it so that they have active and passive elements within each of them. But I personally feel like some of them are more dominantly active and more dominantly passive. And I would say that the ones Earth and fire are more masculine, and that water and air are more feminine. But you guys might disagree.
Yeah. So this all came from reading some old alchemy stuff, and then Edward Kelly did a letter basically on the Philosopher's Stone, and kind of breaks down in like aphorisms and stuff like this, and it was pretty good, and it got me thinking in a different way. So typically, when you look in astrology, Earth is considered kind of the feminine, and then so is water, right? With the whole Mem, Mary, all that. Why I thought this was cool and kind of changed the way I was thinking about stuff a little bit is what he says in there, kind of from an alchemy perspective. It is the air, it is the earth and the air that are passive, and the fire and the water that are active and masculine. And it's very interesting to think about it that way, because water, and all of this is like, you guys are totally right with there being, some over spillage, here and there, and like them all being connected and stuff like that, like 100%. But why I thought this was interesting is because the water is, you could say, the universal mercury, it is the like ultimate solvent, blah, blah, blah. But there is kind of this active principle to it. The fire explains, to light a fire here on Earth, you need earth, right? You have to have something to burn. The sun seems to be the sun is like heats the air. So like that fire of the solar fire, right? Different than the fire here, but that fire warms the air, creates the winds and stuff like that. So see how there the thinking is that the air is passive. It's just sitting there, just like the earth is passive, waiting for a water or a fire to do something to it. kind of thing. I thought that was cool because it totally flipped it on my head. I never thought about it like that. I'm not saying like, oh, that's the way it is. I'm saying it was cool to think about in that way.
I got a cool thing I just got a download of. It's kind of interesting. Now, if you look at the two, there's two masculine and two feminine in that system, and the one I said as well. Now, if you look at the two masculine and the two feminines in that system, you can compare the two and kind of devise like a way to kind of look at men and look at women and see two different sides of them within those two elements of the masculine and the feminine. So the way I had it broken down was with water and air being feminine and fire and earth being masculine. And in my system, I saw that earth would be more of a stable masculine that's able to yield to water and air, whereas fire is more resistant and kind of dangerous and problematic and toxic aspect. But in itself, it has the element of protection. And so women are drawn towards that protection, but they can get burned. And then on the other side, we have water and air, whereas water is more easily contained and takes the form of its container. And it's very easy to manage, but at the same time, it can wear down on hard things. Whereas the air is hard to get your hands on. It could kind of escape, but at the same time, it's invulnerable in that aspect. So with that comes the ability to
I think there's an interesting perspective here because both models are right. It depends on the perspective, and this is where what I was sort of trying to hint at earlier. The perspective will change the dynamic, depends upon what you place on it as the measuring stick. For example, when I think of feminine, I don't necessarily think of not being active. I see feminine as being active in the opposite way to what fire is active. However, fire is expressive like a penis. Water is impressive like a vagina.
Right.
So water acts towards establishing the conciliation. Fire acts towards creating a change. But the action towards contraction, like what water does, and the action towards expansion and expression that fire does. And water acts as an impression, and it fills impressions, and it becomes reflective, where fire becomes projective and expressive of light, so that you can see the reflections in water. So fire and water are obviously a masculine, feminine, but I think they are both active from one perspective. And then air is obviously both active and passive between the two. It doesn't have a particular... This is why in Taoist, when we look at Taoism has not an air element, but they actually break the air element into into a metal and wood. So wood is the receptive part of air, and metal is the expressive projective part of air. And so in the Kabbalah, it's such a big thing that the fire, the water, and the air stands between. So the air is considered neuter and is representative of Mercury. And so Mercury in old times was a man with boobs. And he was stacking himself a mangina and a rod. He had boobs, a mangina, and a rod.
The blessed bosom of Abraham.
So Mercury embodies the element of air, which is relating to communication. And the reason why air relates to communication is because it's got both passivity and action in it. But now it depends on how we decide to relate this, because we could also look at air, because air doesn't have its own particular personality. We could say that that's passive according to one yardstick. But according to another yardstick, we could say that air is active, because air is what dances between fire and water. So fire is what it is. Water is what it is. But what moves between the two? It's the air. You see, the air is the dancer. So the air is dancing between the water and so in the sense, I think every element has within it the potential seed of fire, and every element has within it the potential seed of water. Even fire has within it the potential of water, I believe, and even within water it has the potential of fire. They're just different qualities of the same thing. And because we're bringing expressions of different aspects of the same monad into being, it comes across and creates a different quality. But the same expression, like for example, the out breath relates to fire, right? The in breath relates to water. And then holding your breath relates to the element of air. And having empty lungs relates to the element of earth. Like if you look at it from a Vedic perspective, from yoga and from so your breath. Yeah.
Can you make me big? Because I just made a little graphic and like everything you're saying is mapping right onto it.
Also, real quick. By the way, I've been known to have some fire water on the weekends myself, but this is the Chinese calendar zodiac. It's a wood dragon right now, and we're going into a fire snake. So you mentioned that kind of wood and fire, which continue, Slick. I'm just
right on.
And I'm sorry, one last thing with water. What I love with that is, if you ever watch a drop of water enter like a pond, let's say a pond or a glass, it actually keeps to itself for a while. Like it keeps its individual drop underneath the water, and then it starts to join the rest of the water. If you were to
yeah, that's interesting. It's like it has its surface tension retained for a little bit.
Correct.
Yep. So I made this graphic, and I love Indy. I love the gendering that you attributed. Whoops, sorry. So this is how I organize my zodiac generally. Yeah, it only looks reversed because I'm in the. But yes. So yeah, the earth and the fire, masculine, they just happen to be on top. They're on top. And then the air and the water just happen to be on the bottom. And so many times the man being on top and the ladies being on bottom, it maps out in interesting ways. So but in one culture, they will map the zodiac the way I have it. But then you go to another culture and they're like, no, we always do our like this. And they're like, well, you got the women on top and you got the men on the bottom. What are you doing? I think that's funny. It's just inevitable. But this is how I orient mine. And something I love to point out, these are the 4 royal stars in the 4 houses. But actually the corner to corner, the royal stars share a red tinge on the Aldebaran and Antares. They are red royal stars. And legit, Fomalhaut and Regis are blue royal stars. And so they create this Chiron, this red shift, blue shift. They literally share each other's. It's almost like if you had to marry these royal houses to each other, this is a genetic map of how these royal houses should yield children. And there might be a recipe to do it correctly, and there might be a recipe to do it exactly wrong, both of which might serve a purpose. So yeah, I just wanted to share the visual of all this.
What's under Aquarius there? You said it was formal what?
Fomalhaut is the Eye of Sauron. If you look up real close at Fomalhaut, it has a nebula called the Eyeball Nebula nearby, and it is a 1-to-1 bullseye for the Eye of Sauron. And Fomalhaut is a big deal to the Jesuits because Aquarius is pouring out the head of John the Baptist, that is really the sculptor constellation, into the mouth of Pisces Australis, which has the Fomalhaut star and the Eye of Sauron. So if you are ever hearing about what's that guy on the world stage? Soros. Yeah, the Eye of Soros. It's a Jesuit. This is all Jesuitry. They're nodding to each other in the Jesuit heraldry.
So to add some more, so here locally, for those that don't know, I'm the expert here in Georgia. We have the leek mounds right next to my house. They were destroyed. Leek comes from the word leka. It's leka, which means to give knowledge. We also know the word leak is water, in that we have a leak, right? We got a leak. If you're in some sort of 3-letter agency, giving knowledge that you're not supposed to give, so to speak. And that is just about maybe half a mile upstream of the Etowah River is the Etowah Pyramids. Eto is where you get the word Etau, which means words. That's where you get the word Italy, and that's where you get the word in like Jamaican I and I. And then Wah is like the breath of the Almighty. It's like the Almighty. Wah, and you'll see the word Wah everywhere in the Americas. You can't unsee it once you see it. So here we have the Eto Wah, the words and breath of the Almighty, right? And you keep flowing down the Etowah River into the Leka pyramids, which again, they don't exist. They were destroyed in I think the 40s. And then you keep on going down the Etowah and you go to Rome, the city of Rome here in Georgia. So just throwing out some local ties to some of this, and they are very ancient. And this was also on top of this mountain that overlooks this whole valley. They call it a star fort. That's been destroyed as well. So there was a celestial star fort on this mountain. All of this is within like a mile radius, and I can walk there if I want to. So just to FYI. Oh, and of course, they built a dam right upstream from the Etowah, which in very common fashion submerged the Etowah town, which is very common here in the Americas to hide a lot of things. They'll just cover it, submerge it. But they can't stop the leaks. They can't plug all the leaks. The dams of knowledge is breaking and flowing, and the gnosis is coming. Yeah, massive love.
Yeah, there's a town.
To add to what you just said about lekker, I like that, because we use that word here in South Africa. If something's lekker, it's sweet, it's enjoyable, but it means sweet. So children eat lekkers. Yeah, you say give sweet to the kids.
Oh, thank you, Franklin. That's another connection. Here in Georgia, we have a beer. It's called Sweetwater. And there's also Sweetwater River here. So it's literally a popular beer called Sweetwater. I know that's a loose connection, but I don't believe in coincidences. And that's a beautiful thank you.
It's not that loose, because when we expand upon it, the element of earth in Chinese Taoist medicine is the flavor sweet. Now, earth represents, go to the Vedic school of thinking, earth represents the Muladhara chakra, which is the base root chakra, which is analysis, the anal. And so the Parabrahm, the Brahma, with the 4 faces facing in 4 directions, is the earth element. And the earth element represents the knowledge. And so this is why all these New Age people want to open the higher chakras. The knowledge is in the root chakra. The root of the tree holds the knowledge, right? So the root of the tree is the earth element, and the earth element is sweet as a flavor. And this is why when you eat sweets, doesn't it make your body become more solid and bigger, more earthy?
Oh, yeah, you get a little more mass. Unfortunately, the larger mass doesn't attract other mass. So that physics theory is out the door, because it seems that the more mass and sweetness I acquire doesn't attract. but I'm sorry, I'm being silly. But hold on, I have something to say.
Does that why beer does attract because it's not sweet, it's bitter.
There's a lot of bitters, yeah, and you get your beer goggles on, and I look much more attractive, ladies, after you guys have a few. You guys have a few more,
That's so funny.
and I'm a better dancer. I was trying, Gabe. I was being silly. I had such brilliance. I was just about to share.
I'm a dancer, not a bitter.
Is the Cappadocia Earth? Do you guys know?
What was that?
The dosha Kappa, is it Earth?
Pitta Kapha. Yeah. Pitta's fire, Kapha's earth, and Vata's air.
Yeah.
Because traditionally there are only 3 elements. In the Kabbalah, we see the same thing. There is fire, there is water, there is air. Earth is merely a combination of all 3. So in a way, earth is a reflection. So you've got essentially just fire and water. But a fire and water in combination is air. And then when you combine fire, water, and air, you end up with earth. So this is the yang and the yin. You got fire, you got water. And air then represents the triangle with the line through it. And earth represents the triangle with a line through it. And fire and water represent the 2 triangles. Now, when you look at the Taoist system, they built the 64 trigrams, right? And what those are hexagrams, the 64 hexagrams. So when you look at a hexagram, you've got an upward and a downward triangle, but they are broken by the other triangle. So the earth and the air element are what are in the 64 trigrams of the Taoist system. Fire and water are not part of that. It's air and earth, because fire and water are abstract principles. Air and earth are how they actually come into being.
Is it in that?
So that's an interesting concept.
I think it's an octagon. 64 is 8
What?
squared. 64 is 8 squared. I think it's an octagon. For the hex.
Yeah, man.
I think you're right.
It's the Bagua Xing Yi circle.
Yeah. But it started from a sequence of numbers. It goes 1 to 2, over to 3, and 4, 5, 6, and then 7, and then 8, and then 9. It moves like a knight in chess. And those numbers of the Bhagava create the trigrams and the yin yang.
What are you talking about exactly?
There's a sequence of a square of 9 squares within that has numbers that creates the Bhagava.
From which tradition do you mean?
Is it 9 by 9?
Foundation of the yin yang and the foundation of the trigrams. That has 9.
We've got the same thing. We've got the same thing in Western occult, interestingly enough, when we look at the zodiac. So you've got the 7 archon leaders under the domain of the prime archon, who is the creator, if we can use that word. And then we've got the 64 angels under this. And the 64 with the 7 archangels and the 1 who is Yaldabaoth makes the 72 quinins of the zodiac. So we see the same pattern. You know who did this really well? I don't know if you know Nassim Haramein's work. Nassim Haramein actually plotted the 64 vectors. Now, there's something interesting about the number 64, because if you get 64 vectors, you can create a vector equilibrium. That means vector equilibrium means you can cancel out mass, you can cancel out gravity, you can cancel out all the forces and create a completely enclosed paradigm of vectors. And it's like a mathematical thing. But you need to have 64 of these vectors. And in order to create these 64 vectors, they have to all make triangles and hexagrams. And when you expand these hexagrams, you end up with the flower of life, right? And when you look at the flower of life, it contains within it the Merkaba, the cube, and it all fits into an octagon.
Does it relate at all to the event horizon or something?
Exactly. The event horizon from whence matter arises. So it's very interesting why we've got the 64 angels under the 7 archangels with the prime angel or the prime archon in the center of the wheel, driving all of these as the starting point and the ending point of the cycles of 72.
Now, is
Very
that the
interesting.
event horizon of the black hole, or is it different?
Well, whether we believe black holes to be, but the event horizon is something according to, like, basically you have energy and then you have matter.
Right.
And the event horizon is where matter is happening.
Mm-hmm. I think there is cosmology still thriving, alive and well, from the monists. And the monists had they made very sacred that the furthest out perimeter. A lot of flat earthers are tuning into this and kind of bringing back the same perspective, but that there is this continuous plane, and somehow the place where all things actually meet is on this external continuous plane, and that would be something of an event horizon. And I just put this note forward. Indy, what did you say next year is in Chinese zodiac?
Oh no, that was Ronin, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a
okay.
snake, and it just happens to be a fire snake. I believe it starts in February. Yeah.
Fire snake, seraphim. Firearms is an anagram for seraphim. 47th president, 45th president, AK-47. Grab your 45.
Well, that's today's date, brother.
Yeah.
11/9/11, depending on how you read. Yeah.
Yeah. So something that's fascinating about seraphim being an anagram out of firearms is the Second Amendment doesn't even talk about firearms. In fact, by adding anything to the word arms, it's exclusionary to the Second Amendment. And I have heard that it is good advice. However, this is not legal advice. I've heard that it is good advice to get an affidavit that states that all of your Second Amendment protected material is exclusively not a firearm, because the word firearm is a trademark captured term, and they're going to lay a blanket of presumption on you if you allow them to call your property their word. And an affidavit breaks that presumption and makes sure that your arms are bare. There's nothing added on top of them. They're not going to put the word fire on it and make it theirs to control. So,
I have metal tool, Gabriel. I have metal tools.
Right. We call them what we call them. It's not what they're calling them. But I think that's fascinating that's on the table next year. Very fascinating. 2025 is going to be some hot stuff. Better get your metal tools, y'all.
Yeah, that's a big deal, huh? Because, like, look what's happened in England, where they don't have these rights. And I mean, I don't have one. I've got a child. I've got a katana, though. They're a lot more fun than a firearm, if you can call it an arm of fire. It's a blade of fire. But never bring a gun to a knife fight, because guns miss. Big knives don't know how to miss. But you know, the interesting point is, I think, like, if you look at Europe, like, where is the woke capital of the world? Because, like, in Europe, people have a lot less rights than in America to this day. And in England, okay, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. In 2011, when I was an activist and we had the Bank of Ideas, an electrician was coming to me, my electrician. I had sent him to Occupy because they needed him to help fix some laptops. And then he was coming back from Occupy and he got arrested by the police. He was an electrician and he was working on computers, and he had a penknife with a blade that was that big. And they put him in jail. And the penknife was in a bag with his screwdrivers and his tools that he explained he's an electrician and he works on computers, and they arrested him. That's how much rights you've got in the UK, that if you get caught with a penknife with a blade that is maybe 2 inches long, in your bag of tools, which is electrical tools, you will be arrested, or you can be arrested by the police and put in jail for that. It just shows you, like, that wouldn't happen in South Africa, because like people walking around with like 9mm, 45s, like in the States. So, and in Europe, this is a norm. Like, you literally aren't allowed to do anything. Yeah. And for example, let me give you another idea. London, they've got stop and search, where the police put up a booth in the street and just start searching random people in the street. They can't get away with that in America.
That's not good.
Can they?
I feel like the woke capital of Europe would be like Switzerland, but also like Scandinavia and like the Mediterranean islands, maybe. Like and like Siberia, like the furthest north and the furthest south, and like the high peaks. The people that kind of like get away from like the hubbub of like the majority.
It makes rebellion hard, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Good point. It's funny that they keep naming presidents names that have the word obey. Obama, Joe Biden.
Yeah.
So let me share something real quick. I got some patriotic music in the background. Metal tools are not used to protect yourself against your fellow people on the street. It's to protect yourself against the non-authorities, to keep them in line. It's to keep them scared. Your mind controllers, your governmentes should be scared of you. And that's the point of these metal tools. Not for street stuff. It's, to balance that power out. So this isn't the best patriotic music. I feel like when I get patriotic, I need like some background music. I should have found a better playlist for my rant.
That's like something from like your little girl's dollhouse music. That's what it sounds like.
No, I needed something more fired up, so it messed up. It totally it messed my rant up. I needed something to get fired up in an American flag behind me. But no, I'm being silly with that, but I'm being real with the reason for metal tools. So, and by the way, anecdotally, I just looked up gematria for AK 47, and A and K is 1 and 11, and then 47. So I don't know what that means, but loosely interesting based on tomorrow's 111. Today is 9, 11 and 47. So anyway, sorry, I don't know if any of that is important. Sorry.
AK-47, 23 pairs of chromosomes.
I was also thinking when we're bringing up the subject of metal, I couldn't also help but ignore the concept of heavy metal, the music genre. And then it's interesting you talk about like the metal of guns and the metal of blades and knives. But I also think it's interesting that heavy metal, the music, especially particularly like in the 1980s, people had the exact same reaction to it as they would with metal objects. And now it's kind of thinking about what is it about metal? What is it about the element of the metal that has such a great power to it? That'd be a good, interesting topic.
They kind of like measure human development by like the ages of metal, the Iron Age, the Bronze Age. And that we're in like the Plastic Age now. But
am I coming through?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Hold on, my mic was acting silly there. Ronan, look up Trump's name, ordinal reduced. Just Trump. Guys, I had the craziest thought, and I think it's really corresponded to this weave. Just this morning while I was making coffee, thinking about the show. Toys R Us. Toys R Us, right?
Yeah.
What was the symbol? Was a giraffe. The draft is coming. The draft is coming. And if you want to get your toys, if you want to go blow things up like they do in the cartoons, you're going to respond positively to the giraffe.
Oh, yeah. And of course, the Trump is obvious. 47, 88. Yeah.
88. This is kind of fun. Everybody's like, oh, it's Hail Hitler, whatever. It's actually the ladder that Socrates talks about. It's the ladder of ascension from the Greeks. But 88th
Oh,
constellation on
Gabe, you remember that weave we had on this? In your telegram the other like a week or so ago.
a little bit. Was it about like? Tell me
It-
more.
Well, it was about 88. I threw in there the Phoenician that is kind of, it's written more like 3 lines, and with it's like a box with 3 lines. The H is actually, oh gosh, fudge. I forget. I know it was like some of the most brilliant stuff ever shared, but I just
Right.
can't remember. Forgive me, man.
No, it's all good. It's beautiful. You know, even like the Analema is the biggest 8 in the unit that we know of. You know, and it is a ladder, a scale of sorts. But I wanted
Gabe,
to.
have you put something over your mic?
No, but I
Is
might
it
have.
just me?
I might adjust the volume somehow. I pressed some buttons and the colors changed.
You guys are tiptoeing around the Mercury, right? The 88
88 days.
the, you know, Mercury, 88 days. But
88
also,
is the
Mhm.
Crux constellation. It's the cross of the slaves, the equilateral
that's-
cross on the IAU.
dude, that's
80.
beautiful.
And it's
That's
it's
so
the last
significant.
it's the last one, so it's the meekest. The meek shall inherit the earth. The slave class
Right,
shall rise
right.
above. So the
So the
88 is
Mercury is the first in alchemy. It's the first metal. They used to write about this all the time, that Mercury was the first metal, and if ever you took the metals and you got all the dross out or whatever, what would remain would be the Mercury. And so it's interesting when you think about that in relation to Mercury being the first planet, and then the metals corresponding to the other planets. It would be fitting that Mercury would be the first, because it essentially creates all the others. Then talking about heavy metal, you could say heavy Mercury, you know. And then this also too makes me think about something that came across our table with the techne of the dyers and the metal alloys needing to the metal alloys were the key to fix the dye on whatever you were dyeing. So there again, you got this metal Mercury thing going on, and
yes.
very interesting in the heavy metal, you know, and the music and the communication Mercury aspect of it.
Man, can I buzz on this for a second, guys? I was
Oh,
thinking.
I got something too, and I'll wait. Slick.
All right. Yeah, PK, I was meditating on our weave very heavily and thinking about how if Mercury is dressed up, is overly okay, Melpomene is number 5 on the Enneagram. She's the 5th muse, she's the tragedian, she loves clothes. She of the sumptuous dress, she wears too much. She takes comfort in hiding. She's a comfort eater. She might look bigger than she is because she's taken on so many clothes. Number 5, Mercury, planetary aspect in the Enneagram. And I'm thinking about that thing that you were saying, PK, that actually under everything is Mercury, uh, but it's just taking on different costumes. And when you think you've stripped it one costume, you're like, okay, now I know what it is. But nope, that's just the next costume underneath. And then, so theoretically, if Mercury is hiding under all of the metals, sobriety, Mercury represents sobriety, because if you boiled it down to its truest essence, it would be sober. It would no longer be lying. There would be no illusions, no veils, no shimmer, no glimmer, no shine. You're no longer drunk. There's no words to describe. You're just butt naked Mercury. And yeah, that was my vision, that Mercury is actually the naked baby in the center of all of the, and then all of the alloys. Now, also the noble lie, like Indy, you were talking about how all civilizations have this noble lie baked into their governance, that like, some people, the plebes are mud, and maybe in your next life you'll reincarnate and get to be brass, and then if you work really hard, we'll let you reincarnate to silver. I just find that fascinating, because Mercury is a thief and a liar. He even says to Zeus, I will take the role of being the mercantile deity, but I can't always promise that I'll speak the full truth. So Mercury can only speak in half truths. So yeah, these were some of my thoughts, PK. I just love that idea that Mercury's hiding out under everything. And Mercury on the periodic table is number 80, and he's only one number away from gold, which is 79. And I have heard the recipe for running a Tesla coil through an abundance of cinnabar that creates red mercury, and you run this Tesla coil current through the mercury for a certain period of time in a certain situation, and it the ions, its atomic number sheds, and you can't be sitting around while it's happening because the off gassing will make you sick. But over a certain period of time, you can reduce the mercury down to its 79 count with the Tesla coil and a nail. That's the other thing. It needs a nail, PK, just like the Christ needs the calum. It needs the vav poking through its hand. The nail is actually where the electricity from the Tesla coil shoots the ions into the mercury. And so even the story of turning mercury into gold, or cinnabar into gold, it has this crucial nail for the transfiguration of the.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
you need the iron,
So
right?
That's it.
let me just throw this in, anecdotal, because I love syncs. There are 53 days left in the year today. That adds to 8. And this is the 314th day of the year, which if you add that together, that's an 8. And I believe you guys mentioned the number 5 a second ago.
Wait,
The
hold on.
letter 8
314 is pi, bro. Is it the 314th day?
correct, yes, today.
Whoa, that's the pi number. That's amazing.
Think life, man. And that's what I'm saying. The letter H is actually the 5th letter in Phoenician. So I believe someone mentioned 5 a second ago. I can't remember the reference, but in Phoenician, H is the 5th letter. And of course, if you add 3, you get 8. And today we have 53 days left in the year. Again, just another quick sync. And of course, I shared a vid a while ago in your Telegram. It is how you get from ancient Hebrew het, the letter H, and how it's drawn out. There's a lot of great stuff. It's three lines vertically and 2 lines horizontally, and they're a little bit offset. And there's a lot of power in, again, ancient Hebrew from the Americas. So, and it's very balanced, and that's why I'm all about Hawa and Hama. We talked earlier, and all this amazing sync. So, anyway, little anecdotal stuff there to add.
You guys have inspired me. There it is. Don't know if you can see it well. So that's storax. And storax is what you burn. It's fundamentally mercurial in its nature. In the same way that frankincense is solar, myrrh is particularly Saturnian. Although this has been used also for an element of Saturn, but it doesn't have the bitterness of Saturn. It's got the sweetness of knowledge. And this is one of the really sweet smells, which is really interesting. So I'm gonna crank out some storax added to your repertoire for mercurial thinking.
Nice.
And I shared that vid 11 days ago on your Telegram. Just to FYI, this is a sync life. In my opinion, there's no coincidence. So thank you, Omniverse. Gratitude to the verse.
So I got a little something we could pick up a little deviation we almost missed. Cosmic, you still there, bro? Maybe not. Well,
Maybe he's making a sandwich.
Yeah. We were buzzing on entheogens. And PK kind of turned me on to the Terrence McKenna thing. That guy is in a flow state like none other. His flow state is really high grade. But I want to mention Athena Gray-eyed Athena, she has wisdom. She has experience. She can speak from experience. She's been there, she done that. She's got it all figured out. She got it sussed. Gray-eyed Athena. I think this does have to do with the coinage of Athens was the highest grade in her time, but also she has these gray eyes. And the word entheogen is you can only intellectualize about all of these different entheogens, but only once you've actually taken them can you speak from experience, from having been to the other side, to come back and report back. And so I do believe that Athena's silver eyes has a great deal to do with the fact that she is vastly initiated. And so, and then I want to mention Terence McKenna made the most profound statement, and his word choice was absolutely, I don't know, impactful for me. Terence McKenna says he does not necessarily enjoy LSD. And this is coming from the connoisseur. This is the epicure of entheogens, and he's reporting back, and he's saying, "I don't like LSD. It wouldn't hallucinate for me unless I imbibed in hash as well." And then his description of LSD at large, he uses the words, he finds it abrasively psychoanalytic, unpleasant, and confrontational. And it just really stuck in my craw that he used the word analytic. And I just want to buzz on that just briefly. The school of analytic philosophy, or analytic psychology really, is rooted in Freud, who is from Vienna with this umbrella. But it really, the torch was passed to Jung, and Carl Jung is from Basel, Switzerland. Where does LSD come from? The magical bike ride of LSD took place in Basel, Switzerland, in the same place that analytic psychology came from. And I think that those connections were being conveyed in Terence McKenna's assessment of what LSD is. And so often when people talk about entheogens, we just broad brush an entire parallel world with it's all one and the same, when in fact none of the entheogens are the same. They are all their own frequency and parallel experience potential. And I think that Terence McKenna has put a real good label on the fact that LSD, which is the seed of an entire thought movement, an entire spiritual paradigm, it's rooted in Basel, Switzerland, the same place the analytic psychology comes from. And the diagnostic tactical Emmanuel is Twilight language for God of Gnosis, diagnostic state tactical Emmanuel. And this is how they catch people with the Jesus complex, and then they can talent scout.
Yeah, when it comes to lysergic, I think, and I would be honest if I said to Terence McKenna, after being around the world in many places, but specifically in Cape Town, the people that were bringing it into the country, into the Western Cape here where I lived, I used to test for them so that they knew what to bring in. And, this was after I'd had like 500, 1,000 trips. I don't know. So there is lysergic acid, and then there is lysergic acid. So I've seen it coming off the crystal. Now, you can bond it in different ways. When I first started, there was being bonded on strychnine very often. Oh, there was also a soluble kind of plastic, which wasn't plastic, but it looked like soluble plastic, window panes, which was from the Netherlands. But they all have a different characteristic, and they're not all the same. but you do get what is called the family batch. Now, the family batch, I'll give you an example of family batch, right? Like the collective that I was connected to, and I was never involved in like selling or buying or anything. I was just the guy who would test it for them and tell them that one, no, that one, no, this one, no, that one. And then the family batches would come along. Now, the family batches were the stuff that wouldn't be going onto the market because it was too strong. So my guess is that Terence McKinnon didn't really have a proper hit. And like I've I think once
Franklin,
I
you
had
party, bro. You party.
like once I accidentally went over. I've been I've been as far as you can go with that, to the point where, like when it comes off the crystal, one little crystal makes thousands of hits.
Nano
Like,
crystal.
yeah, it's a tiny little crystal like that. It makes thousands of hits. It's incredible. So, when it comes off the crystal, it's in its concentrated form. And we mixed up the bottles once. And I thought I was taking 7 drops. A mild, chilled experience for me. Turned out I was taking 70 drops.
Oh my god. What the
Which is the equivalent of about 50,000 microns.
Yeah.
Now, that was bonded on silver. Now, you get different metals that you can bond it on, and this is really important. I don't think Terence really knows what he's talking about when it comes to that, because he probably went and bought it from people, right? And he didn't know the people that were bringing it into the country, and he didn't see it being... So he probably didn't have that level of experience. And so he probably had not good experiences on it and thought, well, I'm wasting my time, let's go to this, which is understandable. But if we look at where it comes from, it's essentially mold, right?
Yeah.
So it grows on wheat germ. So there's many different kinds of molds that are used as this kind of thing. But I can tell you now that if he didn't have hallucinations, he didn't have it.
Right.
You also consider it the lysergic acid amide that grows up the heavenly blue morning glory plant, which I have some experience with. And there is actually, it's interesting that LSD, it's not as strong as LSD, but it has more of a euphoric character minus some of the visuals. But it's interesting that even like the synthesized chemical of LSD actually has an organic natural analog, which can be found in certain parts of the world.
I always forget that. Thanks for bringing that back up.
Does nutmeg have that?
No, nutmeg's a different chemical.
Wood rose.
Like a psychedelic deliriant. It's a different substance, but I also like it.
Do you know that there's a story of an entire village that lost their minds because they didn't care for their wheat?
Yeah, I've heard about that.
An entire village, they stored their wheat and it got moldy. And this stuff grows on wheat. If your wheat gets moldy, it can grow on it. And the whole village went completely crazy. And they all passed in the world because they forgot how to farm.
St. John's Fire, the Salem witch trials.
Is that what they called it? St. John's Fire?
That's what they called the ergot that made everyone sick / crazy.
Okay, well, while we're weaving, it's dawning on me, guys. This card is the lust card. And one might say that the woman on this card is very lusty. Doesn't that sound like LSD? She's holding up the sacred cup. This is the Whore of Babylon, yada, yada, yada. But the word Rockefeller means barley stone. The barley stone, which I think there's an LSD off of that would be yielded from the barley stone. It's the stone that grinds the wheat, the whatever, the grains. This is also the motif of Joe Rogan, the Jaragan, the year of the Jaragan. And she is very LSD. She's so LSD. And isn't it psychedelic AF to imagine that Joe Rogan's studio is a hail to the Rockefeller LSD spell? And one thing about Terrence McKenna, I totally agree. Like, for one, if he didn't like it, he probably didn't entertain it enough to speak beyond that, whatever is his experience. But I just want to say, what I got out of Terrence McKenna, I think this is what I'm trying to pay forward, is he is telling you it's a different place. It's not even the same place. Like whatever LSD is, consider that Pluto. And these other marijuana, consider that Venus. And if you take too much aspirin, you might end up on the asteroid belt. You know what I mean? He's like literally saying that different drugs, while we use this one word umbrella to try to categorize them all, I think he's saying that they are like totally different animals. And we're pretending like by using the word animal, we're just neglecting the phylum, the species, and these categorical vast differences.
Yeah, I
my
also
bad.
find that annoying.
I would agree with that.
when
St.
people
Anthony's fire.
Thank you. St. Anthony's.
Please continue. I didn't mean to talk over you.
Hey guys, I'm going to head out. But this is, I won't be long, but Franklin, that's, first of all, that journey, that misdosage. Oh my God. You have so many stories, man. You just come, like, I would love to just have story time just with you, Franklin.
Let me tell you what happened, right? So I washed out the bottle. There was about 8, 10, 11 drops in there, plus the wash out of the bottle. I thought that's what? 10,000 mics. Okay, that's what we were expecting, because her ex-boyfriend used to be he used to get the crystal, and he used to also, like a lot of people I've known have been in this kind of thing. So anyway, we washed it out, and there were 4 of us, and I put it all into a big glass of water, and she had a little, and her other friends had a little, and I was like, oh, I'll have it all, like, you know. So I had like 80% of it, thinking it's like 8 drops, and she had probably about the equivalent of must be about 20,000 mics, 15,000 mics, and she went catatonic, and we were puking. We couldn't stop puking. We puked for about a whole 45 minutes. People wanted to phone the ambulance. And I was like, no. She went catatonic. I was like slapping her in the bathroom, slapping her to keep her awake, because I knew like she mustn't fall asleep. And so I kept slapping her to keep her awake. And we were just puking and puking and puking and puking and puking and puking for about the first 45 minutes to an hour. It was horrendous. And that's bonded on silver. And silver is the second best bonding agent. Gold is the best. When you get gold, I would have probably been not puking so much. I would have probably not puked at all if it was bonded on gold. But the silver has a certain amount of toxicity to it if it's bonded on silver. So they bond them on different metals as a baseline. And the metal it's bonded on changes the experience. The God consciousness stuff that I've experienced is bonded on gold. And that stuff it's a completely different experience. So even within that, there's the different subgroups.
That's
then
amazing.
Obviously, DMT is very different. It's like chalk and cheese. And if you compare that to psilocybin mushrooms from the UK or psilocybin from Mexico, completely different. You don't get drunk on the UK little sticky nipples, and you can eat a lot of them. You can eat like 150 mushrooms. They're fine. But if you have more than about 40 grams of the stuff that comes from all the other places, the blue ones and the Mexican ones and all of those, you get a bit drunk. So they all have different effects on your brain if you want to be drunk, but like you got to sort of limit how much you have of those, because they've got toxins in them, and the toxins have side effects on your brain. And so you don't want to be drunk because you want to be fully immersed. You don't want to be like drunk, like, oh, I'm missing it. Like you feel like, damn, man, I'm missing it. You know? But
Dude. Well, let me drop off, guys, so you can continue. Massive love to all of you. I appreciate everyone on this panel and everyone listening. Don't forget to check out my YouTube tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. It will be we're going to be changing the realm. The realm is never the same anytime we go on the show. So it'll be like a gentle dose of tripping. It'll be very gentle. It's not a anyway, massive love. Appreciate you. 444. I'm going to portal hop elsewhere. Love you guys. I'm out.
Big
Thank you
respect,
for joining
champion.
us. Namaste, brother. Go
Thank
well.
you.
But I definitely would say that there's something truthful to what he's saying, because every different thing's a different doorway. And not only that, the beings, the nature of the tapestry, because everything you go into, you see a tapestry. There's this fundamental tapestry behind you, right? Now, I used to see Sumerian tapestries on Lysergic, right? Sumerian tapestries. But when I was on others, I'd see these different tapestries. I'm like, bloody hell, which one did I sign up for? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, buddy. Hold on. I want to pause this. PK, Agamemnon comes home to Clytemnestra. She has laid out all the tapestries on the floor. She's inviting him to transgress like a god. He refuses to, and she prods his pride, and he is provoked into transgressing over the tapestries. I love that you use that word. Franklin, that's such a magical word. Thank you for that.
But isn't it like that? Like, you're looking at the world and everything's got a tapestry behind it. And there's this like different pictures keeping it all together. And they're all different, and they're all beings that are bound together and bound together and bound together. And the beings are within beings are within beings, and those beings are parts of bigger beings. And everything is just this tapestry of different beings in a chain. And they're like in a chain of expanding life that is, what's the word? When something gets bigger and smaller, you call it a fractal. Yeah. So it's like a fractal being chain of beings.
Oscillation.
Within each being, it gets smaller and smaller, and each being is a reflection of all the other beings with a slight difference to it. And like, there's this chain of these beings, and within that chain there's a smaller chain of smaller beings, and within that chain there's a smaller chain of smaller beings, and each being within that has chains of smaller beings. And if you get bigger, it's the beings are just bigger chains of beings, and it's just this one big consciousness of all these different consciousnesses all bound together that create one consciousness. But you are then the same thing, like all these different. So but each different one gives you a different tapestry. It's interesting like that. Like the thing that blew my mind was when I first had, like, I honestly would say to people, forget it all, you know. DMT might not be for everybody, so it's dangerous. I don't know, apparently so. But it knocks you straight in. Like, it's literally, there's a hammer. And I'm not meaning like ayahuasca. I'm meaning like the pure stuff, where you're having like 50 ayahuascas at once. And you literally, after you breathe it in, and if you're like me, you think you've got a chillum in your hand. And you overdo it, of course, because it's your style. You're like, it's a chillum, let's go with it. But actually, it's something else. And it literally, you get hit with a hammer. You feel like you've literally, within a second, there's this hammer, it hits you out of your body. I've never left my body so quickly in my life before. Like, literally got hammered out of your body. And the speed at which you're traveling upwards is almost to the point of like, am I going to be able to maintain my integrity at this speed? Because you feel like a rocket, literally. And the first thing you notice is that you're sitting inside geometry. And where I found myself in was, this was the only time I experienced this. You know that Sri Yantra in India? I was in a three-dimensional Sri Yantra, sitting in the center of it. And I was like, wow, this is this is next level. So like I think like there's a reason why he says that, because that is the closest that I can say that I experienced to getting out of the maximum level out of almost where you're not alive.
I'm thinking about different entheogens as different layers of clothing that we kind of already have. And when you, when you harmonize with the chemical that syncopates to the layer of your inner dimension, it's kind of like you're going through a costume change and now you're in this other paradigm. And just kind of leaning back into that metaphor of that Mercury is actually the naked baby inside of all the layers of experience. And the reason I keep buzzing back to this number 5 Mercury correspondence, Melpomene, the tragedian with the sumptuous dress, and for the metaphor of it, is because the eudaimonic telos of the number 5 personality type is sobriety, sophresune, temperance. And what I think a lot of psychonauts are doing is negotiating the many layers of experience. But really what they want is not to be dependent on something external to move through those layers. They're seeking their own true sobriety, their true nature, their inner Mercury baby, because eventually, I mean, really, when we die is the ultimate sobriety, but there are layers of sobriety underneath all of these delusions. And then PK, are we all right now, as we speak truth to each other and remove layers of illusion and help each other reflect on, how do I look in this sumptuous dress? It was pretty good. You should try on the sumptuous dress I tried back in the 80s. We had the best sumptuous dresses there were. We're having this real candid, authentic conversation. Are we participating in the philia sophresune? Is this the brotherhood of sobriety that we're in right now? And does the word philia sophresune, is this the philosopher's stone that we're all getting buzzed on our own honesty?
Totally could be. You know what's crazy? A number what Pythagorean allegedly Pythagoras called the number 5. Get this, was nemesis.
Get out of town.
Nah, isn't that crazy?
I gotta move. I gotta move.
I actually
keep
want to
talking. I'm
address
listening.
this. I want to address this as well. But please carry on if you've got more.
Yeah, so nemesis, let's fill in the background a little bit. Nemesis, Gabe went on about this righteous indignation sort of thing idea, right? And so also made a very smart connection that it's kind of redundant that they now call, it's now called like self-righteous, because like how it's so redundant that why do you need the self? It always is the self, right? You don't need to say self-righteous, just say righteous. It's where it comes from. But anyway, this righteous indignation idea is basically, there's a history of it where you could see sort of Christianity and even other, I'd say the Greeks too, and turned it into divine retribution. So essentially, the righteous indignation turned into divine, taken away from man, turned to the power of gods or deity or whatever. But to track down this term, this idea, righteous indignation, the Greek term for it is nemesis. And it's so crazy to us today. When we hear nemesis, man, that's the last thing I would think of, that it meant righteous indignation. I thought nemesis was like your arch nemesis, like, your enemy or whatever. But nemesis, and actually the personification of nemesis is a goddess who is the daughter of justice and basically dispenses that which is necessary. So that's sort of the righteous indignation. Well, it's like you did me wrong, so now I can do back to you what is necessary. That's the kind of idea of it. And the Christianity aspect of it is like, oh, you turn the other cheek or whatever. So it's not necessarily about getting even, it's about settling the score.
Damn. These are the cards he switched. Justice, right? And then I'm seeing this number 11 in its prime position as the number 5. PK, can you say more on the Pythagoreans associating 5 to Nemesis?
I can't. What I can do is share something that is here. Let me
5 is kind of a palindrome, 5.
So yeah, I can't really say anything else on it because it just said under the definition of nemesis, if you go to like the LSJ or whatever, the Greek word nemesis, basically like the last one on the very bottom, it says Pythagorean number for 5, and then has a link to, I don't know, it might be Aristotle who said it, I'm not sure. So that's all I know about it. I haven't looked into it more.
Man, that's so interesting. And then think of Nemesis and what they did with Wittgenstein. They told everybody Wittgenstein was Hitler's nemesis. And in the book, The Jew of Lentz, I think the cover art for The Jew of Lentz, super gross, provocative book. I'm not really recommending this stuff, but it did have an impact. It is important to altered history. The Jew of Lentz cover art is in this card, as well as a great many aspects of Wittgenstein's life. And so they accuse Wittgenstein of being Hitler's childhood nemesis. And because Wittgenstein made Hitler hate a certain ethnic group, that the World War II is on Wittgenstein's shoulders. And that's so profound. And then think about Wittgenstein was reanimated necromantically and instilled into the movie or the series House, about a doctor who plays language games and has visions of how pathologies kind of circumvent the mainstream perception, just like Wittgenstein's way of thinking. House was a Wittgensteinian thinker, and he's actually dressed up exactly like like Wittgenstein. So yeah, Nemesis, number 5, blowing my mind. And nobody would see it because this card has the number 11 on it. And they would never think of that as the 5th prime number, second layer of presentational immediacy. I wonder about Wittgenstein and LSD now, and Basil. What's up? Wait, Basil. Wait. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Basil was Carl Jung. Wittgenstein was in the Vienna Circle, Freud's home base. There's a huge list of people in history who have altered the world, and they all came out of Vienna within 5 miles of each other. Freud, do you remember the list, PK?
No, but are we talking about Prussia? Prussian? Is Vienna where Prussian? Yeah, I mean, that's where
it's the think tank that, a lot of like
went down. Yeah,
it all went down.
Mm-hmm.
Man, Vienna as the nemesis is on my mind right now. And what's up? I think there's some kind of oligarchical battle between Basel, Switzerland and Vienna, maybe, because they're vilifying each other potently. All right, I'm going to shut up. I got a lot to chew on.
There's some very interesting, when you look at nemesis. Asis. So asis means muddy, muddy and silty. Yeah. And so, and also it's an old name that we believe that maybe Asia came from as being the nemesis of ancient Greece. Interesting concept. But so it means muddy and silty in ancient Greek, asis. And nem sounds to me like nama. So nama has got to do with naming. Name, nem. So it's that principle of naming something that becomes muddy and silty. And in the Kabbalah, the number 5 relates to pachat, or to Jevura, or Jebura, or Gevura. Depends how you want to pronounce it. Often it's considered with a G, with a G, but I think the vowels have been played with. Like, for example, your name. Your name is Gabriel, right? But this is modern Hebrew. If you look at Arabic, it's Jibril. It's an yot. It's an I in the pronunciation. Well, it's not a yot, but it's an I as the vowel that's filled in. And I think Arabic is closer to Paleo-Hebrew roots than modern Hebrew, because modern Hebrew was reorganized in the 60s by a group of people who maybe had agendas. So it's interesting, like, we're looking at the I and the A and how these vowels would have changed. But the nemesis then sort of is a very interesting word, because it's I also see assis. When you say the word assis, I see a bird in my mind. I see a bird diving into the water. Now, it makes me think of the oldest myth on Earth, which is the earth diver mythos. It's the oldest of all the mythos, as far as I know. It's about how the world came into being with a bird that dived into the mud and collected the muddy silt at the bottom of the muddy silty and brought it up and built the continents. And so it's called the earth diver. Am I right? Is that what it's called, the earth diver? Maybe.
That harmonizes to the end of Gilgamesh very powerfully, where he has to dive down and the snake comes and steals his herb while he's bathing.
Interesting. Yeah. Very interesting. But this is very old sort of mythos that they can find sort of like references to, and they seem to be like some of the oldest myth of like creation stories about this earth diver bird. So when I think of Assis, I think of a bird, and I don't know why I think of a bird, but it's like a serpent bird that dives into the water. That's just my subconscious, but it does mean muddy silt, and so it does sort of tie in with the pachat is like extremity. Jevora means not harshness, but severity. So the number 5 relates to the severity. And so it's like when you are, what's the word? When you deprive yourself. So fasting for long periods of time falls under the number 5, because it's austerities. And austerities come from the severity, which is like the left-hand path. And so that sort of ties in with the idea of nemesis, because nemesis is facing that within ourselves that we don't want to face. And what makes us face that within ourselves that we don't want to face are the greatest ordeals, the rites of passage. Like, as a shaman, like, my rites of passage were pretty harsh. Things that I had to do that would probably like it's an outcome of life or not life in that balance. But that's what gave me powerful insights more often than not. And I like what you say about sobriety, because this is something that I think that, like, I've been through the cycles. I waited till I was 18 and I spent like a few years like, I wanted to do the whole range of everything a million times. And I actually decided to take a whole year and be in a consistent state for a whole year and see how that would work for me. And I was somehow able to do it and still operate in the normal world, because I always realized that it's just an illusion anyway, everything. So it never troubled me, like where I was, whatever state of consciousness I was. It's all just an illusion. So what's the bloody difference? The worst that can happen is I can peg off. What's the big deal? Life's short, I'm going to peg off anyway. So that was my attitude towards life. I was like, flip a coin, let's roll with it, you know? So, but it was only when I actually got into full sobriety that I started to really gain insights, because what it gives to you, it takes from you. And I think there's a certain element of this that one has to go through the austerities. And the austerities involves detoxing, involves letting go and not having. And so there's like what you experience when you fast. Like, let's say you fast for 10 days and you go into like a really high state. That's like being on entheogens. If you take a vow of silence and you fast and you just meditate all day, every day for 10 days, you will be more high than what you will get on entheogens. The difference is, though, that there's no come down. You just sort of, it just normalizes slowly. So you don't have that forgetting, because there's this problem that you encounter when you're on these entheogens that you forget. So I think this nemesis represents facing our shadow in our most, that which we're afraid of, that which and that involves having to make a sacrifice. Anyway, that's my take on it.
You know, one thing that's coming to my mind when I look at the top of this card, a lot of people will tell you it looks like semen filling the cup. You know, she's got the Whore of Babylon with the precious stones. And so a lot of people would say, oh yeah, I see there's little squiggly worms going in. So yeah, but a lot of people would say, I see semen in reverse. Nemesis.
I want to point out something real quick. So this word Safrasune, that gets translated to sobriety and temperance. There's something going on here where basically I think the idea more, or I could see the analogy, because you don't have to be sober like we think of sober. To what it's more about is being of sound mind and sensible. And so what's you know, something to think about here is that you could be perfectly sober and not of sound mind. You know, you can have wrong, like a lot of people today, as we know. You could be what we would call, you know, perfectly sober, and you know, you're not drunk or high or whatever, but you are not being sophos. You're not being sober in the sense of having sound mind. And it's just crazy. So we did a whole weave on these words. It gets you know, it's important when we're having discussions like this to actually know what each other is saying and meaning, because temperance also is another word where, you know, is that Safrasune? Because, okay, we're talking about sobriety, but then, you know, what does temperance have to do with sobriety? And why does that get translated synonymously? You know, so it's important, yeah, to kind of know what are we saying to each other when we say these words? I don't know.
Well, think about temperance, right? Whether you're high, whether you're low, it's the same. Whether you're afraid, whether you're not afraid, it's the same. Whether you're happy, whether you're sad, it's the same. Hot and cold, you've been subjected to heat, you've been subjected to cold. And what happens when you get subjected to hot and cold? You become hard. You become strong. So temperance, I think, relates to strength. You temper metal because you want to bring out the strength of that metal. You don't want it to be, you know. So,
you know,
then, yeah.
Well, one other thought. I'm thinking of tempered steel. When you fold it over and over, and then bang it out, and then fold it and bang it out and fold it. There's tempering the steel. But PK, it's just kind of dawning on me that he actually evicted temperance from the deck completely. I keep waving the art card around, but to be a real technical nerd, it's like there is no sobriety in this deck. And maybe he's even saying like, you could stop imbibing on substances all you want, but when you look at pictures, when you watch the TV, you're still getting drunk. And even art is an intoxicant.
I know. So I know that art. I know this is one of the switch cards. What does that art card respond to in
Yeah,
its proper order
Leo.
in the Rider-Waite?
Yes, this number 14 is 14 is the temperance card. And it was the angel with 1 foot in the water, 1 on the land with her wings out. So she's got LAW, land, air, water. She
Wait.
has in the
So
right away.
I'm not asking like, okay, what number is that?
14.
What number is that card? Okay, so I'm not asking what the 14th card is in the Rider-Waite.
Okay.
Right? I'm asking the proper place of the art card in the Rider. No.
Nope.
It's not one of the switched.
Yep. He this is his injection. He inseminated this into
It's not one of the flopped cards, the switched
it.
cards though. Right?
No, right. He didn't migrate it. He reinvented it.
Okay, I got you. So I'm sorry, then art is what in Rider-Waite?
There is none in the Rider-Waite. It would have been temperance in the Rider-Waite.
Would have been temperance. Wow. Okay.
So that's
big.
just
That's
yeah.
cool.
So that's to say that the Rider-Waite is like if you're under 18 is for the minors. this is for the grown-ups.
Very interesting.
You know, it kind of occurred to me, you know, thinking about like the Rider-Waite deck versus the Aleister Crowley Thoth deck, is that you're taking the tarot deck and you're filtering it to 2 different minds, 2 different subjective universes, right? And so it's like you could say that Crowley sort of reinvented the deck, or you could also say this is how he literally saw the deck from his point of view. And if you look at the tarot deck as the, because this is something that's kind of interesting that I'm just thinking about now. Because, in occultism, the idea is that, the 22, 23 arcana, 22 arcana and the lesser arcana are essentially a map of the universe, the universal mind, etc. But if we kind of do a thing where we all create our own tarot decks, and if you look at someone else's, this is the tarot deck that I created, you can get an insight into their personal subjective universe. So when you're looking at the Thoth deck, in a sense, what you're actually doing is you're looking into like Crowley's mind. This is how he perceives the universe. So I think would be an interesting experiment to do for any occultist out there, is to try to come up with your own interpretations of the major arcana and then see what that says about your universe and your perception of reality.
I love this.
That was awesome.
Cosmic, you're like 5 chapters ahead of my to-do list all the time, buddy. You're like
thanks.
You're on my tightrope. You're the monkey in my tightrope that jumps over me and says, "Speed up, sucker." Yeah, buddy. Okay, I have some uncomfortable information, and I think we've actually primed the conversation for it. And Cosmic, you prankster, you. I'm gonna tip my hand here. So what Cosmic is saying is, yeah, okay, big deal. This is Aleister Crowley's vision. Everybody should go and get your own vision. And what Slick is saying is, we have been living in Aleister Crowley's vision to a undisclosed degree. And the level of that degree is different for all of us. Slick might be a little more advanced in this initiation. I'm going to share a graphic with y'all, and it's a bit disturbing. And that is to say, like just what you were saying, like the objective and the subjective. Is art what you make of it? Is it only a reflection of what you bring to the table? Well, what's fascinating is if every cartoon you ever consumed as a child was built out of the touchstone that is the Thoth deck, then you're going to have a hard time attaining objectivity outside of the art that made you. Okay? And I am saying something very extreme. I don't even think I have the words for the fuckery of what is subjective and objective that I'm about to share. But get a load of, let's see, where'd I put it? Get a load of this shit. Oh, here, hold on. 1 second. Computers. Oh, no. It's in. Sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. Here it is. Get a load of this. This is the Rorschach test. Now, the Rorschach test is dangerous. Be careful. Read all the warnings. You are not supposed to administer a Rorschach onto yourself and yada, yada. This is the bedrock of objective, subjective. And what really sucks is that the touchstone of the Thoth deck has been baked into the substratum of our culture at large. And so when people tell you, oh, just look at these splotches of shape, and whatever comes out of it is nebulous, willy-nilly, free association and whatever. But what I'm telling you is that these shapes have been instilled into your associative principle before you had a mature relationship with what art is. And there is a lot more evidence. This is just one tree out of the forest, but this is tip in my hand, Cosmic. It turns out a great amount of our free association is not as free as we thought. There is something outside of the claim of subjectivity that is a broader jurisdiction. And Aleister Crowley, the father of Barbara Bush, he instilled his vision into us at a very, very supple age. And I'm just going to tease that a little bit. But also, doesn't that look like a clown? Do you guys see the clown, the Penny the clown in there?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So the tampering with our free association it's a black pill. It's a black pill, but they have really made these associations while we were too young to even know what subjectivity meant.
It makes me think of Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Heart Club Band. He is Sergeant Pepper. That's why his face is on that album. And they all became part of Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Heart Club Band. And interestingly enough, how his association with people of power were, it's why I never trusted him or his work. Sure, like I've still got like some of his books, and I've looked at this stuff, and I've got a Tahuti, a Thoth deck. I've got a really nice one, a big one. But I honestly, when I look at it, I see the symbolism that he's used doesn't tally on necessarily on all of the cards to what to me seems like the logic of the simplicity of the 5 elements, as like it's a very elemental thing. And to me, like when I look at that, I think the first thing he wanted to do was switch those 2 cards around, which to me doesn't add up. Because when you look at the semblance of those cards, right? So temperance, what is tempering us? So temperance is the card of Sagittarius, the sage who is the one who undergoes temperance. Sagittarius is a reflection of Jupiter. Jupiter is the wheel of life. The wheel of life is what takes us to our temperance so that we can become a sage. Wisdom. So there's a natural progression through all the trumps towards an end, and from the end towards a beginning. And to me, like when you switch those around, it's quite a big thing to take Tadi, because he's taken Tadi and he's moved it. Now, I do get that the original Paleo-Hebrew wasn't necessarily in the order that we've got it in now, which is another interesting point. And the numerology, this is another interesting point. The original numerology was going up to 8, right? And the 9 was the conglomeration of the 8. So now this makes me think of like before the Enneagram. The Enneagram that we've got is from well, it's accredited to what's his name? Joseph, right? But it was actually the guy in the 50s,
Oscar Ichazo, who looks exactly like Ignatius Loyola. And in his self-portraiture, he went out of his way to look like maybe his great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy.
That's an interesting point. Or maybe he was the reincarnation. So there's that too.
That's there too. Yep.
But so he basically came up with these ideas. And if you look at it, like this is something that's been on my mind for a while. I've been contemplating this because when I look at those associations, I see that they have relativity in them, but they come from somebody who was a psychologist that was trained in the universities. And I have an automatic distrust to anybody that was trained in universities, just as a rule of thumb. It's just it's wired into me since childhood. Like you got a degree. Don't trust you. Do you know what I mean? Don't ask me why it is that my brain works like that, but it just does. Because when I was at school, I was like, no, this place is a zoo. This is a clown show. Like, this is the clown show. And I was like, I'm not wearing a clown for you. I'm not wearing one of those faces. Forget it. You had to wear the face.
Yeah, they're all a bunch of obnoxious loyalists. Ignatius Loyola, obnoxious loyalists.
That's an interesting concept. But it is interesting how 5 carries the resonance of Mercury on an obvious level, but on a hidden level it carries. So in the Kabbalah, they also put Saturn on Jebora, right? The severity.
I thought, isn't it Mars? I think.
Yeah, that's the modern version. I'm talking about the older version.
It's a different one.
The
I'm more
older
familiar
version.
with that one. Yeah.
The Golden Dawn attach Mars to Jebora, but in the older versions, you will see Saturn attached to Jebora. And because Jebora represents severity, there's a lot of discipline. Mars and Saturn are interchangeable to a certain extent, if you think about it, their qualities. This is why Mars and Saturn work like a duet, almost. They're like a team. So Mars is the enactor, but Saturn is the coordinator. Saturn will coordinate what Mars does. And when they get together, what does it spell? It normally spells an accident, doesn't it? You get Mars and Saturn together, you're like, I'm not going out of the house. Staying home for the week, But it's just very interesting. Like when we look at that 5 element and going to Nemesis, it makes you think of Saturn, doesn't it? But it also makes you think of Mars. But in the Vedic school of thought, Mercury rules the number 5. And Mercury does rule the number 5 because, like, come on, the pentagram, right? It speaks to me about Mercury. It speaks to me about identity, the pentagram, if I think about it. And Mercury, I think, speaks to us about identity because, like, it's got to do with who you are. Your mercurial nature is like what you're becoming, right? And your gold is like who you fundamentally are as your soul ray. Like that's what you fundamentally are. But your Mercury is sort of like what you are becoming, if that makes sense. That part of you which is going through the transformations and the alchemical changes. That is the you. Yes. Essentially.
As you're speaking, I'm visualizing in my head how Mercury is number 5. It's in the thinking group. It's internal. It has this association with, the 5th muse is Melpomene, tragedy. She's sad. She keeps to herself. There's something contradictory going on here. And there's a direct line from the 5 position in the Enneagram. Goes directly up to the number 8 position. And planetarily, this is where I put Saturn generally. But Mercury is called the Lord of the 8 in some cosmologies. And so I'm thinking about, and then also we're in the action group up here on the number 8. And I'm thinking, does Mercury need to be set free? Am I being nudged to actually switch these planetary aspects and put Mercury in the action as a verb and put Saturn, we associate with a noun. Well, does Saturn need to actually drop down into Melpomene, to this greedy, selfish, closed off, recluse one in the thinking group? And does Mercury need to be set free into action? And I think those thought experiments, I get them all the time, where the connection lines on the Enneagram, I'm like, I'm being invited to switch these roles, which is really buzzing on the string. It's telling me the string is the dynamic.
That's really well put. I think that's much better articulating what the ideas I was trying to sort of like stumble towards. But yeah, there's this very interesting relationship there. And it sort of causes us to sort of question, I question Crowley's reasoning behind what he was doing and like what his goals were. You see, let's look at this. Crowley went against the Golden Dawn. Did it ever occur to anyone why he was still alive? Because the Golden Dawn was a pretty tight group, right? And they had very powerful associations. So the Golden Dawn had powerful associations with the Masons. And so people of power. If Aleister Crowley went against these people, he went against the printing press. How did his books get printed? If he was going against the Golden Dawn, which wasn't allowed to print the information, why did he get the right and the platform to print his books? And why did the media present his books outwardly? Why did the label that owned the Beatles put Aleister Crowley into our subconscious by putting his face on probably the most sold album of all time?
Right.
Was he scared of his black magic?
Yeah, or even to hijack it.
But there are a lot of magicians in this order. They're not scared of him. It's like one MMA fighter against like 50 MMA fighters. Like, they're not scared of him.
Right. I always wonder, they took Nietzsche's work posthumously and twisted it up and turned it into a psychological operation of the most destructive degree by feeding a book that was made for exceptionals, the outliers, and they twisted it and they fed it into the mass homunculus and turned it into a collectivism banquet. And I think so many great minds, after they're gone, they take their work, twist it, and put it to the military industrial complex agenda. And now we are talking about the guy. All we have is this author's name, and we think that we're giving all this potency to that one dude, which is weird. Whatever his work is something removed from him, and it's in somebody else's hands now. And so whoever is between our conversation and him, that I call them the vanguard. This is the avant-garde. These are the people who take these great minds and twist their work to a new agenda. And there is a lot to say about the fact that, like, Aleister Crowley has quite a few different names to spell, ways to spell his name. And one of which has A-L-I-E, has the word lie in his name. And theoretically, is that a trademark derivative that somebody has hijacked and is steering to play the bad cop?
This is what I've always sort of felt and considered when I came across his work, and I looked at it and I sort of submerged into it, and I noticed how the younger generation, like in the 90s, his work wasn't so seminal. But in the 2000s, his work became seminal. And in the later 2000s, it became like he's now the authority in many circles of chaos magic, where in earlier times he was just one writer. To be honest, I actually far more preferred his students' writing. He had a student who he was at odds with, Israel Regardie. I preferred his writings to Aleister Crowley's. I found, but okay, he's heavily Golden Dawn affected. So I think there's a lot of information that's been sort of twist it for us. And I think all of these writers have done a careful job of twisting and hiding certain fundamental truths in plain sight. And so they've created this narrative for us, which I believe is giving us enough of the information, sort of like give people a recipe for how to make a cake, but hold back one of the important parts of the recipe. It'll never quite taste right. Do you know what I mean? I mean, how many times you bake that cake, it's going to come out, you're going to be like, something missing. It's not right. And without that fundamental key, it doesn't work. And I think that what they've done with Saturn and Mercury and Mars on the tree of life exemplifies this. And I think it's got to do with our misunderstanding of the number 5.
So, I actually think I have some insight into why Aleister Crowley is so popular in our generation. So you have to think that, outside of our roundtable or our cult, if we're talking about the kind of the mainstream sort of mundane world, a lot more people, they're very skeptical of magic. They're like, ooh, woo woo, that's a bad thing. But Crowley, the thing that why people like Crowley is the same reason that people like secular Buddhism. It's a much more, because one of his famous quotes is, our method is science, our aim is religion. And it's taken down this sort of stripped down, sort of more scientific approach to magic that's appealing to the kind of more rational Western mindset of the current 21st century. And I also wanted to bring up another point in regards to, you talk about astrology and our different associations with Saturn and Mars and how every system has these different associations. And I can't help but think, like, in the same way that every person has a unique birth chart that has different sort of so maybe, like, for example, with my birth chart, I have a lot of Scorpio in it. Maybe somebody has a lot of Aries. Maybe somebody has a lot of different planets, or whatever. But I'm thinking in the same way that people have birth charts, I think, in a sense, belief systems and ideologies also have a kind of astrological birth chart, and that's their relationship to astrology. Because if you think about what they're doing, is they are taking these planetary energies and they are trying to harmonize those energies with their ideological structure so that the planets are in harmony with their vision, their ideology, and their religion. And in order to do that, they have to arrange the planets and their qualities in a very specific way so that it harmonizes with the belief system. And I think that's what people, you talk about how, Gabora used to be Saturn, and then the Golden Dawn changed it to Mars. There has to be some kind of ideological or psychological reason why that change happened. That for some reason, for the Golden Dawn, Gabora being in Saturn didn't align with their ideological structure, and that Mars was a better fit for that specific place because it better harmonized with their religion and their practices. So I just kind of wanted to bring that to the table.
Nice. Yeah. I have a theory, Cosmic, that oftentimes, like when they change a letter in an alphabet, it's like a scar on the soul of that group of culture. But that scar, I think oftentimes I think of it as a treaty or a commemoration or a hash mark in their history. And so I know somewhere in my brain pan there's good examples, but this thing, like we're saying from the Gabora, that it used to be Saturn and these people are saying it's Mars. Well, I think it's actually marking a place in time and history where they agreed to change the way they think. And so it's strangely, I think these little alterations are almost timestamps in a fascinating way.
I like that. I think that's exactly what it is. Timestamps. And I'm going to take that to add one notch to it. And milestones by those that are driving our system. Milestones to say we've gotten to this point now, we're changing gears. Just like we had a milestone in 2020, right? Massive milestone. It's like, we will take all your rights away. and let's see how you guys take that kind of thing. And like they were like, yeah, we got away with it, you know. So it's like a big milestone for Big Brother to see, like, well, what else can we do?
Right. You know, Cosmic, I think that's a good, like, think of, you were talking about your birth chart. You know, your birth chart is your imprint. It's your timestamp in a fascinating way, you know? And so it's to say, like, this is the order of things when I came here. And it's correspondent. So that's for the individual. But then in the collective level, it's like, oh yeah, Gabora was Mars in this time frame. But if you hear people talking about it in the context of Saturn, well, those people were speaking in a different timestamp, a different time frame of the evolution of the collective, maybe.
Mhm.
Be cool to know what those timestamps were on an actual, factual, legitimate timeline that we could trust.
Well, that's just it. I think those timestamps that we're talking about here are times when they change the timeline. Like, classic example, I was talking about certain ideas before Mandela and ideas after Mandela. Isn't it funny how Mandela is sort of an important point in the timeline? And now we've got the Mandela effect. And like, I think all of these things are all sort of conglomerating towards a particular ideology that they've got us fixed on. And so this comes back to this thought crystallized mind. You know, we've got all these ideas that crystallize in our mind. And the way I see it is like the one sure fact is that we don't really know. And I think there's some power in not knowing. Like, people ask me whether I believe the earth is round or flat or concave or convex or hollow. And my answer is, I don't know. And I find it an incredibly empowering thing to not know. I don't know. Can you guys, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's what my whole system is basically based on, is learning to empower yourself based on mystery. Because what happens is when you recognize that you don't know, your imagination actually opens up to new possibilities. I think it's the people that claim to know the most who are open to the least. It's like that once you think you have everything figured out, you no longer have the incentive to gather more knowledge, to learn new things, because I'm God. I've already got everything figured out. And I think having that sense of humility and that sense of wonder about the unknown is what allows us to grow and shape ourselves and to be in constant evolution.
Yeah, I can't help thinking there's something to that, something quite powerful. You know, the idea of being like a child with an open mind. And I do get the sense that when it comes to the occult, there's so many crystallized ideas now, because I think there's a danger of being spoon-fed information. And I think this is what's happened in our modern era. Because when you get spoon-fed information, you get taught, you get pulled, taught, tight. And when you get pulled tight and taught, then you get tension. And that tension implies rigidity. And the rigidity implies an inability to adapt. Now, Mercury represents adaptability. So you can see that what is required when we look at the idea of a nemesis or the idea of severity, what is required to work with that is the principle of adaptability. Though what's being worked with is the principle of time's encroachment, if that makes sense to you. You know, the severity of time. Time is pretty severe if you think about it, because there's one sure thing about time, and we can all count on it. And that's the ending. Yeah? Or the apparent ending of this little story that we're moving through called life. So I think there's something quite fundamental about the notion of contemplating the end. It's a Buddhist tradition, is it not? It's a big part of the practice is to contemplate the impermanence of life. And I suppose that contemplation of the impermanence of life should, under positive circumstances, bring about that state of consciousness where we don't have a particular belief frame upon which we're bound. And the ability to transform ourselves and keep flowing is something that we lose, especially as we get older. What are your thoughts, Indy brother?
What are you saying we lose as we get older?
The ability to adapt and transform and become more rigid.
Absolutely. And if you can maintain that fluidity in your older age, you can maintain that youthfulness. That's what the Taoists think, that you want to return to that uncarved block where you haven't carved yourself down to a point where you're too thin to be able to muster up much might. But if you have an uncarved block, you have so many possibilities. And it's good to be able to maintain versatility. I try to pray to Shiva every day to embrace the transformation. And I pray to Ganesh every day to remove the obstacles. Because, you know, there's always going to be challenges. And when everything's going great, you want to appreciate those times because they don't last forever. But without sorrows and difficulties, we wouldn't appreciate the good times. You got to be able to capture it all.
I want to ask you, Cosmic, something. Because I just want to point out something about our language here, and this might just be like intrinsic to languages in general, the circular nature of it. Mm-hmm. But you know, I really like how you said that, and that your system kind of really accepts the unknown or whatever, right? Yeah. So from that, I just wanted to, for clarification, you know, I think this is an English thing for sure, because there's, you know, more words for certain terms elsewhere. But when you say, you know, knowing something, is that the same as understanding it? And when you say the unknown, is that something that is understood, or is that just mean unknown? So like, I know something as in facts. I know the sun rises every single day, but I don't maybe understand, you know, understanding.
I think I get what you're saying here. So I think what you're I think this kind of relates to like the Dunning-Kruger effect. So the idea is that you think you know more about something than you actually do. So I think when people, you know, claim to know something, they are not taking into consideration the things that they don't know. And I think that the thing is that the more you realize that you don't know, you know, it's like the more like you're kind of like more you know, you're less likely to kind of hesitate to jump into something because you're like, man, there's so much stuff that I haven't considered. Whereas if you think you know everything, you think you have all the boxes checked. So then you're like, all right, I'm good to go. I'm going to believe in this thing. I'm going to believe that the white Pegasus is going to come down in 2035 and set the world on fire and set the true believers flee. And because I know everything. But if you realize how much you don't know, you can't really make speculations like that with confidence. However, what you realize is that you have a much wider range of perceptions to choose from. And so the thing about this system, which I think it makes it unique from other occult systems, is it's not monistic. I noticed that a lot of belief systems out there are based on the whole all is one, you know, the universe is one, it all come from the monad. This is a non-monistic system. And the whole idea is like, instead of saying everything is one, everything is two, because there's the male and female. And the idea is that however far you've expanded, there's always something outside of you, because there is the self and there's the kind of the divine other. And it's kind of like the masculine and feminine principles of the universe. And so I work with the Fae, and they have this concept called the Zurfix. And now what a Zurfix is essentially is, it's like when your belief system, it's a belief system that has a claim on ultimate reality, right? And the thing is, when you have a certain belief about what ultimate reality is, you no longer speculate what is beyond that ultimate reality. So, for example, with monotheism, for example, they say, like God is the highest, being in the universe, and there's nothing beyond God. And whether you believe that or not, if you believe that there is nothing beyond God, you don't take time speculating what might be beyond God. You don't take the time to think what else is beyond that. Or for Buddhism, like a lot of Buddhists will say that the ultimate nature of reality is emptiness, for example. But if you believe that, you think, well, what's beyond the emptiness? Where did the emptiness come from? Those questions become voided from your sort of perceptual framework. And this sort of Zarfexological system, which is what it's called, is about learning to remove those barriers so you just see the world through its true, pure, primordial mystery. Does that kind of clarify?
Yeah,
I know
thank
I
you
kind of went off on
for
some tangents there, but
yeah, thank you for explaining that and elaborating. The main thing I wanted to point out is that the way we speak today, we use knowing and understanding interchangeably. And I think that it's possibly a big deal in communicating our thoughts to each other, because to me, there's a big difference between knowing and understanding. And this is just something I've recently kind of been pondering on a bit, and probably will for the rest of my life. You know what I mean? So, not saying I'm going to figure it out anytime soon or whatever, but as far as language goes and explaining systems, it's interesting. We use know and understand almost as if they were the same thing. And I just want to put on the table that maybe they're not.
Right. But I'm kind of chewing on the divided line with PK here. I believe that knowing and understanding share intelligibility. And maybe that's what we think we're saying when we flim-flam them so quickly. We're like, okay, this is in the realm of intelligibility. But PK, tell us the recipe for why knowledge is not transmissible, but it is conveyable.
Yeah, there's a great quote that we've been chewing on for a while. I just came across it, I don't know, a little while ago. And it's from J.G. Bennett, who is a Gurdjieffian, disciple, follower, or whatever. I think he's dead by now. But anyway, he puts forward this idea, and he basically says this. So knowledge or knowing is something that can be communicated but not transferred. Understanding is something that can be transferred but cannot be communicated. And the main point in this, and let me distinguish a couple of things. When he says transfer, he's talking about transferring to other experiences. So you could think an experience might not be the right word there, but basically you could transfer your understanding of something to something else. So think of the polymaths, right? They're good at like all sorts of things. It's because they have an understanding, like the harmony, the music relates to the stars, relates to the human body, relates, you know what I mean? So it's like when you have understanding of these things, that whole as above, so below idea, then you can transfer that understanding to another category, experience, whatever. Now, the idea that it can't be communicated, understanding can't be communicated, is that it's something that you have to come to on your own. That people can only communicate knowledge to you, but then it's up to you to put all that knowledge together, put it in the right spot, and come to an understanding of it for yourself, that you're able to use it in other areas or whatever. So this idea, I'll say it one more time, knowledge is something that can be communicated but not transferred. Understanding is something that can be transferred but not communicated.
It's kind of like the difference between music and math, if you think about it, because math is this knowing sort of apprehension of a sort of a mathematical structure, whereas music is more of an intuitive understanding of a mathematical structure. And I think it's kind of like if you the one thing I've also been pondering a lot in my work lately is consciousness within the body. So much of a Western thought is we think of consciousness as existing in the brain, and that our body is either unconscious or it's like some kind of separate thing. And I've been sort of thinking that, like, kind of like Herbert West in the Reanimator movie, that consciousness is not necessarily located in the brain. It's uniform throughout the body, but it's just that the brain is just a very sensitive area and it gets a lot more attention. Because one of the things I notice when I'm using cannabis, for example, is when I'm sober, I feel like I have so much consciousness in my brain and I don't necessarily feel in my body. Whereas if I take something like an indica, you start to see that the consciousness becomes more evenly distributed throughout your body. So now it's not totally centralized in my brain. It's more through the arms, the legs, the skin, the breath, and so forth. And I think when it comes to understanding, it's like understanding. It's almost like your body knows. It's like understanding is like bodily knowledge, and knowledge is sort of like mental understanding. It's like there's a certain kind of like more knowledge is more of this kind of like, more of this thing that's apprehended through language, through talking, numbers, and then understanding is something you feel. It's something that comes through emotionally or some kind of somatic sort of physical reaction. So it's almost like, if you think of it in another way, it's almost like it's like two different approaches to information. In the same way that we use like eyes to see the world and our nose to smell it, tongue to taste it, use our ears to hear it, it's almost like maybe knowing and understanding are like different sort of psychic sensory organs that our soul has. Like maybe it's like our knowing is like our eyes and our understanding is like our tongue. And these are two different sensory apparatuses that allow us to understand reality. And our goal is to kind of convey the information of both to get an accurate synthesis of what reality actually is.
Extremely well said. Yes. In the Plato's divided line, knowledge and understanding are incommensurate. And that is such a potent word. It's such a totalitarian word. That they're incommensurate in that they're it's almost like saying they're totally different anatomical pieces of the same thing, and never the tween shall meet, to a large degree.
I like to keep things simple. And I'll tell you why. Like I always like to bring things back to numbers. That's just how my brain wants to understand things. And so when I consider knowledge, I see knowledge as a composite. And knowledge is a composite that contains understanding within it, with another ingredient. And the other ingredient is wisdom. And so when I look at wisdom, I see wisdom as potential. And as that potential, I see it as being an expression of experience. Because potentials are experienced. And so we experience the potential, and this causes us to become reconciling the past with the future is wisdom. Because what was come, we've experienced it. Now we have an intuition for how this fits together. And so wisdom cannot be accounted for on a linear graph, for example, because it's not a linear thing. It's that intuitive experience of life. And understanding is a conceptual adventure of the mind. So one can conceptually take the mind on a journey and understand things, but understanding the conceptual nature of things isn't knowledge. Because when we understand something, we have taken a conceptual map of it. And I think the word map is what a concept is. And concept is connected to the word of conception. So The concept has to conceive of knowledge. But in order for the concept to conceive of knowledge, wisdom needs to be injected into the understanding. So wisdom is like a phallus, and understanding is like a vagina. And the phallus of wisdom fits into the vagina of understanding, and the divine child of knowledge comes forth from the womb of understanding, having been placed there by the seed of the father of wisdom. So I see wisdom as being of the father, but it is that left hand that moves behind your back, and understanding as being of the mother, and it's that hand that moves in front of you that you can see and grasp. Because once you understand something, you have a conceptual basis upon which to associate. And the map of understanding, or the blueprint that understanding provides a conceptual basis upon which to put things in their proper order. And so understanding relates to the ordinance of things and the ordering of bits or megabits or whatever you want to call them, pieces of information as they fit together. And so we have a contemplation, which is a template that has been connected, connecting different templates to form a complete template of understanding. But that understanding of its own accord lacks the potency to conceive. And so understanding is a subjective experience of an objective mental process, where wisdom is an objective experience of a subjective mental process. And these two need to fit together to create the balanced result, which is the divine child of knowledge. So in this sense, what these guys are all saying makes perfect sense. Because if knowledge is the embodiment of a conceptual understanding that is put into play by the actions of wisdom, then knowledge becomes true power. But understanding of its own accord lacks the potency for power. And so when we see the numerations of 2 and 3 coming together, the power results when we add the 2 and the 3 together, and there we end up with 5. Jibura. However, in order to reach Jibura 5, we need to traverse 4, which is the memory. And 4 is purpose. For the knowledge needs to be put into dynamic action with a purpose in mind. And that purpose then becomes the inspiration that moves towards the power as the balance. So you could think then of memory and rational intellect as being the two hands that hold knowledge. Okay.
I love how you started out saying, I like think of it simple, and then you went on for arguably not a super simple explanation, because in my opinion, it's a very complex thing. And well, even to think about, I personally, it was something I never really contemplated, until somewhat recently, the difference of it. If there even is a difference, does one imply the other? And then wisdom is a very loaded term. We were talking about this the other day, and I like the best. And I feel like this jives with what you were just saying. Is basically wisdom is like applied knowledge. Like there's a practical, there's a tangible aspect to wisdom. But this was interesting looking at these other Greek texts and looking at, because they had all these talks. They're all in there, all as dialogues or whatever. They're all in there, like about this stuff. But what's interesting is that the words change a lot. And so in there they have this, and this makes me think of Freemasonry, but they have basically two different Greek terms. One is practical knowledge, and the other is speculative. Wisdom. Practical wisdom and speculative wisdom. Makes me think of Freemasonry. You got, your practical and your speculative Freemasonry. So yeah, I like how you explained all that. Thanks.
Yeah, the reason I think it's simple is because it's like it's 2 + 3 equals 5. That's really what I'm saying. I'm just using a lot of words, but it's 2 + 3 equals 5.
We've been indoctrinated into a system of knowledge that's been corrupted, and if we want to distinguish truth from the lies and misinformation and disinformation that's been pushed upon us, usually truth is very simple. The lies make things more complex and harder to understand. If things are too complex to understand, and it requires an entire volume of books to be able to understand some of the basic components, there's something wrong with that system of knowledge. A lot of times these systems of knowledge have been broken down and compartmentalized, so you're not really ever supposed to really truly understand anything. So people like myself get really frustrated by that and try to integrate systems. And it's not really part of the system of academia and indoctrination to be able to do that. But it can. People that seek true understanding will find themselves on a path to be able to transcend those limitations of compartmentalized systems of knowledge. So,
Bush Whisperer, I just wanted to kind of point out, I think it's interesting that you kind of put the concept of knowledge with the concept of purpose, because I was watching some video the other day that explains why do intelligent people believe in stupid ideas. And the thing is that you can be an incredibly intelligent person, but if your purpose is aligned towards something, either malevolent or foolish, that you will find different ways to justify something that's eventually false. So basically, what I'm saying here is if you're a person and you want to believe in some kind of lie or a delusion, if you have a lot of knowledge, you are better able to deceive yourself with that knowledge by building this kind of complex framework that kind of justifies that. And the reason that happens is because there's no purpose. So I think, Indy, what you're talking about is the corruption of knowledge. I think it kind of goes along with the sort of the postmodern kind of culture that we're living in, is that we have this knowledge, but there's no meta narratives and there's no purpose. And because there's no purpose, it's almost like knowledge has kind of lost its sort of its truthness, its essence, its sort of its vitality. It's almost like knowledge needs a genuine sense of purpose to seek out the truth. And I think it's because that people don't have a sense of purpose, and that's why knowledge is very easy to.
That's such a good point.
Hey,
guys,
can I say something super quick, Gabe?
Yeah, fire up.
Real quick, I just want to point out the thing with our language, because knowledge, right, you could say is related to knowing. I'm just talking language wise. So knowing is the verb of knowledge, right? But then in Greek, for example, their nouns had corresponding verbs. How we're talking right now, there's not that corresponding there. And I think that is one of the hardest things of getting to the bottom of this, because what is the verb of wisdom, right? It'd be like a wit or something. You can't even really say it. So how do you convey that I'm wisdoming? You know what I mean? So yeah, I'll just stop there.
Yeah.
I think and that's a really good point, because what Cosmic was referring to as knowledge, I don't refer to that as knowledge. I refer to that as beliefs.
Aha, here we're getting
I draw a
sticky.
distinction between knowledge. Knowledge is when I build an engine that will drive a car. That's knowledge. It's not in my mind. I can actually build a car, and that car is going to work because I know what I'm doing. That's knowledge. It's actual, it's factual, it's real. And it can actually produce something fundamental because it's got the experience of wisdom running through the understanding. It's not just understanding how things fit together, it's actually being able to do it. So that means there's an element of truth to it. Like, for example, if somebody builds a computer, that takes knowledge, not belief. You can have whatever beliefs in your ideas, theories. You can have theories and ideas and philosophies, but that's not going to build a computer unless you actually know how each and every component works through your experience. You can't build a computer. So I draw that distinction between belief and, which is sort of like getting towards, I think, what PK is sort of saying, but in obviously you're going into it more intensely, because there are limits of English language. But I believe that the word knowledge is thrown around haphazardly in our general terms, and people believe that if they understand something that they know it. But to me, that's not knowing. Like, understanding how to throw a martial arts punch is one thing, right? But actually having thrown the martial arts punch and being able to repeat it and generate the force necessary to break a piece of wood, that is knowing. No matter how much you studied, no matter how much you got in your head, it's not visceral until you've applied experience to it. So knowledge to me always carries experience. Always. The wisdom, experience. And so you say, what would be the verb of wisdom? I would say the verb of wisdom is experience, because experience is what brings wisdom. And it is the expression of wisdom. And it is through wisdom that we become experienced in life, where understanding is a mental process.
I'll let Gabe go, but yeah, I'm just pointing out there is no one-to-one verb of wisdom, like there are in other languages. When you're saying that was the main point of it, you know.
Yeah, Athena's name is Wisdom. She's a brain baby of Zeus. She's the number one perfectionist reformer with the shadow of wrath. I've been kind of cogitating on the phrase. Have you guys heard this one? Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. Have you guys heard that?
I like that.
Yeah, it's a good one. Luck is where preparation meets opportunity. And that is to say, like, when somebody pulls something off amazing, you're like, oh, you had to practice that. You had to have practiced that to pull it out at the drop of a dime out of nowhere, which is another way of saying you lucky SOB.
The Buddha once said that I find my diligence increases with my luck increases with diligence, is what he said.
Wow, that's it. He's Siddhidatri. He's number 9. That's the telos of the number 9 is diligence, perseverance.
Yeah.
Oh wow, and the number. Say again.
The more you try and the more you learn, the easier things get over time.
I dig it.
And I feel like wisdom is, in a way, a deeper system of knowledge that you can apply this knowledge that you've now had too. So you know that something is going to work a certain way, but the wisdom is to know that there's going to be exceptions of that sometimes, and when those are going to be. So, right. But also there's the intuitive factor, which is not from another system of knowledge. It's from just the ability to overlook what your preconceptions might be and think, oh, wait a minute, I feel like maybe this might be something different. And being able to allow yourself to see things that way will allow you to overcome your system of knowledge and use your intuition as a wisdom.
I love this. So if Buddha is the number 9 and he's churning out with diligence, he's like pumping coinage of fortune just by virtue of his diligence, the next card is the fortune card. So Buddha's in the number 9 practicing his diligence, and he's pumping out good luck, good fortune. Like, it's literally on the map, everything we're talking about. I love the
plus you also got the wheel of samsara there too.
Right. And it's a coin. It rolls. It's a 0. It's a nothing. Okay. So if luck,
it's yes.
Yeah, with the lightning. Yeah. Right. So luck is where preparation meets opportunity. And I'm kind of just playing around with the formula with this maxim in harmonizing it to what we're saying. Go ahead.
And luck is the domain of Zeus and Jupiter.
Interesting. That does track. Yeah, because he's like the fates. He's under the fates. He's under destiny, fate, and chance. He's underneath the three fates. So I'm recalibrating the same phrase, and I'm starting with wisdom is, and I'm thinking wisdom is where practice meets efficiency. And I was like, nah, that's not it. Wisdom is where practice balances. And I wrote, first I said result. Wisdom is where practice balances vision. Wisdom is where practice balances prudence. Wisdom is where practice balances purpose. But then Cosmic, you brought purpose on the table. And I was like, wait, no. Let's do the whole thing over. Let's go like this. Wisdom is where purpose meets practice. Wisdom is where purpose meets practice.
I like that.
We got to think, you got to chew on it for a minute, because it kind of, it keeps giving a little when it's good. It keeps giving.
I love that one. What about this one? Wisdom is where practice balances, or is balanced by learning.
It's
Because
like
learning are kind of opposite of each other. People tell you this is how it's going to work, but when you practice, it's how you know.
yeah, man. That's the two categories, knowing and understanding. Wisdom is where the balance between knowing and understanding.
Practicing and learning.
Practicing and learning.
It's like the word learn is so interesting because it's got an earn in there, right?
I need a new piece of paper.
You have to earn it. And because it gets earned, it belongs in an urn, right? But you've got the L of life moving this learn ahead. Quite an interesting concept, the concept of the word learn. Because it's almost like luring something in. I suppose it relates to the tarot card, the star, which relates to the fish hook, tzaddi, which pulls knowledge, information out of the water. And the sign Aquarius is the feminine application of Saturn's impulse, which is quite interesting because where Mercury is the thinker, I think who learns through experience is Saturn. What would you guys think of that?
I've been thinking. I had some idea just sort of come to my head, but I'm thinking about how the known relate to the unknown in regards to mystery, because I think that wisdom, and what I've been kind of thinking about is that perhaps that wisdom is where knowledge kind of meets with understanding to understand what it doesn't know. Because I think when someone is genuinely wise, they're not just someone who knows things, but they're also aware of what they don't know. And they use that application of what they don't know to further assess the unknown. And I think that, where am I going with this? That when we recognize there are certain unknowns, like you think about, I'm trying to think about, like there's certain, like if you have some kind of like a skill, like there's certain things you know how to do, and there's certain things you don't know what to do. And if you think you have everything figured out, you don't really grow. You're not really in a wise state. You're sort of stuck. And it's only and somehow I think understanding is what bridges the gap between the known and the unknown, and wisdom is kind of the thing that sort of bridges the two things together, sort of like over the top in a kind of like a more of a meta context. So I think that when it comes to in order to know more, you must recognize that there is an unknown. And I think that's a good place to start in regards to wisdom. And that's what keeps you humble. That's what kind of gives you the impetus to learn, like Indy was saying, because if I know there is an unknown, then I know that I need to learn to better understand the unknown.
I love this. I see a comment in the chat I want to highlight here. Naraka Thanatos. Wisdom is where practice meets purpose. And I actually had it flip-flopped. I put purpose first and then practice last is how I charted it. But there's something crucial about purpose. And it has to do with the categorical causes, the 4 categorical causes, your final cause and your efficient cause. And I think PK, what we're buzzing on here, has people talking about knowledge and wisdom and it being kind of a weird, nebulous, fugazi kind of thing that can't be transmitted. I think people have been Bacon, science castrates people from the effective cause and the final cause. And I think because we've gone so many generations without even incorporating that into the science god that everybody's after, they have outsourced their efficient cause and their effective cause. And so if you have in your worldview, your own efficient and effective cause, final and effective, the last 2, if you have those instilled unto yourself, it's like you become your own church and state, then you can determine your purpose. And this is what you base your wisdom on. And then you can reformat your practices from there out. And I want to also point out practice means kung fu.
What's another word? What's another word for final cause? Reason.
Damn.
The reason, the logos.
Yeah.
That's the reason, the final cause. The reason you did something. Yep.
Jesus be popping up all over the place. It's the Chiron, really. It's this. It's a good. This is this is what we're talking with chance. It's a good simile, or no. It's a good syllogism. If it's a good syllogism, it's logical, and that makes it a Chiron when you map it out. And then congratulations, Jesus, Chiron, the wounded healer is the equation that you had to use. Logos, it seeps into everything. But it was here long before him.
Here's an interesting question. Can one be wise without having knowledge?
Socrates seemed to.
Nope.
Socrates seemed pretty wise. But he didn't. But he did know that he didn't know. Maybe that was his.
Well, yeah, it's not that he didn't know stuff. It's that he knew there was stuff he didn't know. I think that's what all he said. He didn't say like, I don't know anything.
Have you ever known someone that was wise that didn't have no knowledge?
Animals can be wise. I know I study feral children and they have wisdom. They don't have any basic knowledge a lot of times because they never heard words. So they never learned to speak. But if they did, they didn't understand them oftentimes in most situations that I've seen. But they were wise in many ways. They were able to be elusive and stay where they were unfound by society for a long time and survive.
Animals have it.
Yeah, maybe it's better to, I think what would be helpful to the discussion is to actually distinguish what wisdom is not. Because I think Indy said you got to have a good point. And I think the reason that animals are wise is because they're not believing in something that isn't essentially there. It's like we will claim to know things that we don't actually know. People will come up with something, they think they know something, but they actually don't. They're just full of, they're full of crap. But even though animals, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have this kind of anti-knowledge, this kind of like, I guess if you think about it, there's no truths, but there's no lies either. So there's no, it's like they're not stepping outside. Maybe what wisdom is not, stepping outside of the boundaries of knowledge in an improper kind of way where you basically kind of
Yeah.
maybe there's like some link of understanding is where you try to know something without understanding it, or claim to know something without understanding it. Maybe that's the way to look at it.
Yeah. Like, what if it's like wisdom is knowing when to be unreasonable and when not to?
Yeah, it's interesting because it
In
makes
the
me
King
think of
James
my.
Bible, they use wise for ways. Go ahead, Bush.
I was thinking of my late father, and he didn't have knowledge, but he had wisdom. And wisdom is the thing of the heart. From my experience, like when I've come across people with wisdom, it's not based upon knowledge. One can have no knowledge of occult knowledge or no knowledge of anything, but one can be wise.
My girlfriend.
And wisdom would be like this. My father had a way of reading situations, reading people, reading things, just without being able to know it, being able to intuitively grasp it. So I think that intuitive grasp of information that we don't know is wisdom. But it needs a place to be expressed. And when we understand things, we don't necessarily intuitively grasp them. So maybe the intuitive grasp of something is wisdom, which comes from experience. Because of our experience, we can intuitively grasp. Where understanding is the logos, it's logic. Wisdom is the opposite of logic.
Okay, I'm going to try this. Wisdom is an accurate future orientation.
I think now we're really getting into the nitty-gritty because understanding is about the past. And so you're looking back to understand what's happened and you're looking forward. And so wisdom has to do with prophecy. And that's actually really what my dad's strongest gift was. He knew what would happen before it would happen. Just because he grasped.
Yeah. This smells and feels and tastes to me so much like the essence of the loss of future tense verbs. I'm so fascinated with this fact because I feel like there's a great amount of lost wisdom in this strange grammar boundary, that we don't have future tense verbs generally, and somehow we would consider a soothsayer wise because they have a accurate, I even want to say they have a
idea.
They have a fecundity that comes from their future orientation. They have a predictability somehow. Yeah, it's so future oriented wisdom.
I think there's a lot of wisdom in paradoxical nominalism type of viewpoint versus the reductive absolutism viewpoint that's so prevalent. I think a lot of people have an absolutist viewpoint where everything's black and white, and it's hard for them to reason with or imagine there being shades of gray. So it's easier to just read that out and keep things in black and white. But when you're able to reconcile the paradox and understand that what seems to other people to be a contradiction can be reconciled, and you can see the shades of gray and everything, there's an element of wisdom there, because you can understand when you're wrong that you might also be right. You're right in one aspect, but you're missing out on further elements that lead to more shades of gray that can develop from where your perspective is leading to a different truth, maybe, or a part of that truth.
That is so beautifully put, brother. And that aligns with Etzrim, with the tree of life. You see, Chokmah, wisdom, has got, there's 4 different color scales, but you generally work with the king and the queen color scales. You don't normally work with the prince and the princess color scales, because those are like for manifestational works, only for creating talismans, for example. You're not creating talismans, you're working with the king and queen scales. And so the king's scale of wisdom would be a soft blue, but the queen's scale of wisdom is gray, and the king's scale of understanding would be a crimson glowing crimson orange. But the queen's scale of understanding would be black, which is so beautiful because understanding is like, it's heavy, it's intense. And so it's sort of the colors. This is what I think we can gain more insight from. Simple things like colors, because they speak of qualities. And I think wisdom is more of a quality than a thing. I don't know. What do you guys think about the differences between qualities and substantialities?
I think what you also kind of bring about by just sort of being the understanding being black. The other thing about the color of black is something that essentially absorbs light. It's kind of like why if you wear black on a really sunny day, you'll get really, really hot. And then with the wisdom of white, that's more kind of like a projection, kind of back to the sort of the masculine, feminine stuff, we're talking about. So I think that, so it conveys the idea that understanding has an absorptive, it has the quality of absorption, is what I was going to say, like a sponge. Like it's sort of like it soaks things in. It's not, you know what I mean? So I think that's my thought.
I like that. I really like that. It soaks things in. That makes it's so beautifully put, brother. That's probably the most fecund. That's like the wisest thing I've heard today.
So
it really is, though, because it does that. It soaks it in,
and it has a gluttony to it.
Paradox.
I got to slide out, fellas, but I had a linguistical breakthrough just kind of float across my dashboard, and I wanted to share it with you guys. And these little, like, it's almost like a puzzle piece. And when you put this in place going forward, it grants a really fascinating picture. There's going to be a lot of hullabaloo around the term EMP attack. There we go. Yeah, EMP attack. I mean, this has been on for decades now. But, that's the big threat. But what's wild is that it's Twilight speak for empathetic. Empathetic. And I do believe that the empaths were targeted with the lockdowns. And I think that this phrase EMP attack and vilifying, making this evil, EMP attack is the last thing we want. But what we're going to need to get forward is to be more empathetic. So just keep that in your deciphering lens as everybody goes forward, and pay it forward. If you got other people who have the Twilight vision, enrich their life too. But I gotta slide, fellas.
All right. Thanks, Gabe.
Take it easy, man.
Much love. Many blessings.
Big love and respect. PK, I'm so glad you joined us, buddy. We got a new recruit on Saturdays, y'all. This table's getting nice and full. We're going to have 9 spots in no time.
Take it easy, dude. Thanks.
I think historically there's not been too many situations where an EMP did anything bad. I've only heard good situations from an EMP disarming nuclear launch silos by the sky people in their little flying saucers. That's the only time I've heard of an EMP. So this sounds more to me like they're probably villainizing empathetic, trying to hide it in the plain open.
I think I actually first heard the term EMP from the game StarCraft. I think it was like something like one of the races used to take the other races down. Yeah, I missed that game.
Are they called an EMP, or is it like called an EMP?
I'm pretty sure it's an EMP, electromagnetic pulse.
Yeah. But the races, though.
Yeah. I think it's like the great fear has got to do with well, some people have put this fear out there, the super waves idea, yeah, of super waves, which are like different frequencies of radiation. Like, for example, we've got cosmic rays. So Microsoft have to shield, and Apple and all of them, they have to shield the hard drives and the components in the computers and technology, tablets and everything, from the potential of cosmic rays. And cosmic rays can end your life. Did you know that?
Damn.
Yeah, they're quite heavy. Like, people sometimes just drop over. So these cosmic rays are like intense sometimes, but there's like the potential for greater but powerful cosmic rays can disturb our technology. Yeah.
There's been groups of people in Mount Kilimanjaro that have been dropping dead like flies, but we never understood how.
Yeah, probably cosmic rays.
Yeah.
Or other kinds of rays like cosmic rays. But I know that there's like specs on building computers with regards to cosmic rays, because they've got to put shielding around the components, and that these rays can be quite intense.
It's kind of silly. People dying in a mountain named Kilimanjaro.
It's pretty bad. Kilimanjaro. Oh.
Amanjaro. Interesting. Because Aman is Aman to hope, right? Amon. Amen. Amen. So we're talking about the sun god. And Gyro. I wonder if there's a connection. The spinning of the sun disk. Kilimanjaro. And so Kilamon. Interesting. It's an interesting word. I think it can. So this wisdom, understanding, and knowledge thing, I think, is at the core of our crystallized mind phenomenon that we're all suffering from.
Horus, Heru.
Sorry?
Aman Heru. Horus.
Oh, yes. So, like, it's wise to not know anything. Which is an interesting concept.
Understand?
Sorry? Was that PK? Was that your voice?
Yeah. I guess I'm lagging out a little bit. I was just asking when you say it's wise not to know anything. Did you mean understand?
No. I didn't mean understand. I'm talking about the Buddhist idea of non-action and non-investment and non-involvement and being, what's the word? Being the observer rather than being involved with the process that's happening. To be the observer is not to be bent on the outcome. And I think that outcomes are shaped by knowledge. Like, we manifest the universe around us, right? Do you ascribe to that notion? That we are bringing our shape of consciousness into reality. What does this mean? It means that it takes between a fraction of a second and between 2 and 4 seconds for your brain to process all of reality. And some parts of reality is processed faster and some parts of reality is processed slower. But the complete structure of reality that you're in is taking between 2 and 4 seconds to be completed, which means that you're living in the past And all the information that's coming in through the senses is being processed by the thalamus, except for smell, which is then changed in its code before it's sent to the parietal lobes, before the dream that we're experiencing, which we call reality, is actually being shaped in our brains. So it means that every aspect of reality that we can consider is actually in the past. We're never in the present, not while we're in the body. That's, I think, is fundamental. So we call it dream time from a shamanic perspective. And so the reality is Maya, is a dream. So if reality is Maya and it's a dream, then everything that we can experience and know is part of this dream of reality. So to sit back and just observe is to be in a state of equanimity. And to be in a state of equanimity is possibly to transcend knowledge itself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think one of the main things, I don't know, I like to usually add to this idea. I'm very curious what you think, actually. So when I hear that, you just like sit back and observe type thing, it doesn't mean that you literally take yourself out of it and you're just watching, observing. Do you think that maybe this is how I always kind of sat better with me, that it more meant like you realize that you're going down a river, a raging river, and you don't fight the current. So you like observe and kind of go with the flow idea. So you're observing in that way, but it doesn't literally mean that you just float down the river. It just means that you know that you're floating down the river, and to not try and swim against it. Or yeah, what do you think about that?
Well, I don't know if we know it or not, but we just accept that we're in the river, and that there is a fundamental end. It's like one thing that we know, which is a fact, that the ride ends, right?
The rivers all lead back to the sea.
Yeah, I mean, this ride, this life, it ends. So that's the one thing that we can absolutely take to the bank. So nothing makes so much of a difference between the beginning and the ending, except for what we take from it in terms of our attitude. And so if our attitude is just observing, then we are more likely going to observe ourselves rather than the external influences. And if we're observing ourselves, we are more likely to integrate our shadow aspects and become whole brain active and become balanced and harmonized and be able to just be ourselves like we were when we were little children, which is what we've lost, which is what we're trying to get back to, right? If that makes sense. We've been taught and trained away from being who we are.
Yeah, I feel that. I feel like kids have so much wisdom, and our race is so lost. I feel like the kids have all the answers, but we try to teach them when we should really be learning and listening to them. I wonder what people like if we could do that.
Please carry on. I was just going to say I have the most amazing conversations with my 8-year-old boy, man.
Yeah, I feel like kids have the instincts to be in water. They don't have the instincts to be able to even raise their neck for a substantial amount of time. And so if we were to let them be in an environment in which they thrive in the water, I wonder like how well they would do, and if they could lead us back to the water.
So I have my own kind of, a thought process I've been thinking of lately. And that is to, instead of thinking of reality as one thing, you think of it as many things. And that's kind of like the whole self-actuality thing, is to sort of divide the universe into these sort of separate bubble universes. And what I've been kind of thinking about in regards to this conversation is that when you have a thought pattern that crystallizes the mind, you just assume the universe is one bubble. And then if you see another bubble, you see, oh, that's wrong. But you start to see that all these bubbles have a kind of this kind of a what is the word I'm looking for? Like like there's a relationship between them. And when you realize that you can kind of shift between different perspectives, and when you realize there's not one bubble, you don't become attached to one bubble. You don't become attached to one particular outlook. And when we're bringing it back to Indy and Franklin talking about the idea of children, I think back to when I was a really little kid and just thinking about the world. When you look at your parents, your television, your friends, you're barraged with so many different conceptualizations of the universe. You'll have, your teachers will tell you something, your parents will tell you something, your friends have a perspective on the universe, and you're like, ooh, I have all these different universes to choose from. There's this world, there's that world. But when we become an adult, we pick one universe and like, this is the one I'm going to stick with. I'm a this, I'm a that. This is the path I'm going to take. There's only one bubble that exists. There's no other bubbles. All the other bubbles are fake. My bubble is the real bubble, and all the other bubbles are fake bubbles. But when you're a child, you just see like, ooh, there's all these different bubbles to choose from, all these different universes, all these different points of view and perspectives. So I think that, I know in the spiritual community, I kind of get a lot of flack for kind of being against the whole we're all one thing. But I think there's a lot of value in at least looking at the world. If you're looking at the world, the reality as an organism, I started thinking about a jellyfish, because the thing about jellyfish, what's interesting is that a jellyfish is not one organism. It's actually a colony of different organisms all functioning as one organism. So I think that if you can learn to see the multiplicity in reality, you won't be so hung up and crystallized on one particular bubble. It's like these bubbles are kind of like water, but when you crystallize them, you turn them into these ice spheres that they're hard and they're cold and they can't be changed and they don't really move all that much. But you keep things, with water, water can't really be quantified. It's like it's one thing, but it's also an infinite number of water drops that kind of coalesce into each other. And having that kind of, I guess this is kind of like my takeaway from kind of like my point of view, is having that sense of multiplicity or multidimensionality, if you will, I think helps to maintain that more childlike perspective in regards to understanding reality, but also in a way where you are able to still retain that adult wisdom. It's like you can kind of, in a way, have the best of both worlds. So I think that, to me, if you want to, that's kind of why I'm not really like keen on the whole oneness thing, because it's like once you get stuck with one, like that, you're stuck there. You can't get out. But it's like, I think having options and having alternate, being dimensional travelers, because that the thing with the Fae is that, that I work with, is that they're interdimensional beings. They can travel to all kinds of different Zarfexes, all kinds of different worlds and realities. And because they understand the universe as being this kind of multiplicity of different universes and realities, they're able to move and traverse between the different realities and the different universes, as opposed to being stuck with one particular universe.
It's an interesting concept. The multiplicity of the universe. I suppose that does make a lot of sense, because the universe is it's a changeable organism, isn't it? Which means from every one moment to the next, it's a different universe. We think of this universe as being one universe, instead of that we're traveling through different universes. From moment to moment, it's a new universe. It's a different one. Like
and
we're
each
on a
one
journey.
of us individually, we each have our own universes that we sort of bring together. That's the whole idea of what a Zarfex actually is that every individual one of us has our own sort of universe. But the Zarfex nucleus, which is the center of the Zarfex, or whatever, is where all of the universes intersect into a single omega point. And that is kind of like more where the truth in nature is actually found.
That's an interesting concept. Like,
Oneness idea.
what was that?
Am I breaking up? I'm sorry. Am I coming in clear? I'm sorry if I keep over talking you.
You're clear now, brother.
I just want to say real quick, I like that you, Cosmic, that you push back against the oneness thing, because I do as well. I think it's a concept that isn't that helpful. And what's weird to me is that even in the ideology of the one, that everything came from that. Well, when everything was that, it decided to be multiple, to have experiences. When it is one thing, it's a metaphysical concept that really cannot exist or experience this life, spiritual existence as we know it. So, but what's interesting about this is that when there is some truth to the saying that the beauty is in the one, because it's only when you take a step back and you look at that painting, it's not this brushstroke or that brushstroke or the top left corner that made it beautiful. It's the whole thing, looking at it together. So that's one thing to I think that kind of fits in this, that the beauty is in the one, but only because it is made up of multiple parts. So it's like the multiplicity is what gives the one thing the chance to be beautiful.
I think they're both true. Like you mentioned the jellyfish. Yeah. It's one thing. But within that one thing, there are individuals. Right? Is that what you were saying, Cosmic?
Pretty much, yeah.
So what if we're like a big jellyfish? That we're all individual, we're all one, being at the same time.
And we all have different parts too, because you think about the jellyfish, there's the part where there's like the head, there's the kind of the tentacles that go below. But the problem, see, my problem with oneness is then you just become this undifferentiated, just jello mold. So that's the beauty of the jellyfish thing, is that you start to see that everybody has an individual part that's distinct and unique that creates this greater sort of one thing. So it's like almost like you can't have the oneness without the multiplicity. It's almost like if you think of like just like a computer is one thing, but it's made of all sorts of different parts of plastic and microchips and circuit boards and so forth. And without all those little unique individual components, the computer doesn't work. So in a way, it's almost like the oneness depends on our individuality, paradoxically.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is exactly. And I think it's that new age ridiculous tagging of oneness as being this uniform one substance that creates the lie that makes people need to push back against it. But I think in actuality, it's more like the jellyfish, that we are completely individual and we each play a completely different role. And we each fit into a different part of the cosmic scheme, but somehow we all fit into the same one cosmic scheme. And without each one of us filling our individual roles, the cosmic scheme couldn't be what it is. Does that sit true for you in any way?
That's great, man. I like it.
And I think that the new age has taken everything to its brass tacks. People just want to think like everything's just the same, but like everything is not the same.
Ironically, I think it goes back to the knowledge and understanding thing. It's like they have the knowledge of the oneness, but they don't have the understanding, or maybe they have the understanding, but they don't have the knowledge, because it's just a kind of belief system. You just hear people say everything is one, but you don't really understand like the actual implications of what that means. So the interpretation becomes far too literal, and then they don't really see the finer details. Because if you think about if you took a car and you showed it to somebody who lived in prehistoric times, they'd look at that car and they think, oh, it's just like some kind of one monster or whatever. But if you take a look at a car, you realize there's seats, there's wheels, a steering wheel, there's an engine, a gas tank, windows, a car radio, an air conditioning system, and all these individual components that make this large thing. And if you don't have each, and if one of those things is missing, you don't really have a car anymore. It's like, you think it's like, oh man, it's like, you think the wheel thinks, oh, I'm just a wheel, I'm not the whole car, I'm not important. But without the wheels, the car can't go. And the car is like, hey man, where's the wheels? We need you. And I think when you think of oneness, you got to think of it more in that context, where it's like it's a oneness and a multiplicity at the same time. I think we're talking about paradoxes. I think that's the paradox that's really important that we should be thinking about.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what's overlooked. It's the same as what PK was saying earlier about Mercury. Yeah. And all the metals. But they're still individual metals. But on some fundamental level, they're all one substrate. That is what you were suggesting earlier. Am I right, PK?
Yeah, that's the old idea, and it too. It's been kind of reinforced, I think, with modern science, where and even look at what's his name, Walter Russell, like how his elemental chart is like they're all waves, different octaves, and there is this prima materia that it takes shape in different octaves to become different things, basically like on a different wavelength. But yeah, the idea is that and I think when they're talking about Mercury here, I don't think that when they talk about Mercury and Quicksilver, they're talking literally about that. I think they're talking about it philosophically, that whatever that prima materia is, whether it's hydrogen or, I don't know scientifically, but I think that's the idea that they're calling that the prima materia. And it doesn't literally mean, that red Mercury stuff. So at least that's how I take it.
That sort of adds up with the alchemy, because once one has created the ormus, right, one can use that to literally turn lead into gold. And that is the test that the ormus that you've created is correct, right? That's what the alchemists were on about. So if you can actually turn lead into gold, what does that mean?
Saturn to Sun.
No, but I mean on a fundamental level. Just
means
think about it.
You have the right Mercury, which what does that mean? You know how to use Mercury properly. You have the wisdom of Mercury. Oh shit.
And the knowledge, everything. You got it all together. Of course. But the idea that one thing can be transmuted into another thing means that on some fundamental level, it must have the seed print of that thing within it, no? And vice versa. Which is quite a head trip, So it sort of would mean that within me, each one of you has a place. And within each one of you, I have a place. We fit into each other. And the individual that I am is a part of you, and the individual that you are is a part of me, which is why telepathy works. Tell me, have you experienced telepathy, PK?
Oh, I love this topic. Tell me what is telepathy to you before I can answer.
Well, there's lots of different types of telepathy.
Right. Okay. So my short answer is yes. I've experienced telepathy, but I think it's worth talking about. Like, what do you mean by when you say telepathy? What do I mean? But yeah, I've experienced telepathy.
Telepathy is the sharing of thought, where time and space do not stand as obstacles.
Or perception.
Yeah, I like to think about telepathy as like the Greek word telos is basically like that. It's like the end, the completion. It's the fulfillment. It's that which is filled. It is that which is being filled. I think that's where it stems from, this telos idea. And now when we think of thoughts are often conflated with language. So why I ask this specifically is because in modern day, when you say reading your thoughts, to a lot of people, what that means is that I can hear the words inside your head, like the English words that are being spoken in your head. Now, I think there's a different kind of thing with meaning here of telepathy, that it's not necessarily about thoughts is a good word, but that it's not necessarily about the words. The telepathy is a communication, excuse me, that is beyond language. It's a like immediate understanding, if I can use that word. It's an immediate comprehension of what the other person is. Do you want to call it thinking, feeling, whatever? It's beyond language. I just want to put that on the table.
I think that's the more common kind. I think there's like I really get the impression there's a lot of different types, but like when the thought is in two minds, whatever that thought is, it
I
can
think
be
we
a word.
also have to kind of consider, this is something I've been kind of thinking about lately, is the idea that our thoughts aren't necessarily inside of our heads. When it
Yes.
comes to just your inner language, doing this whole channeling thing and speaking to these Fey entities, in my mind, it really gives you a different perspective of your inner landscape. Because when you're talking to some kind of entity that's outside of you, you get a better understanding of which thoughts are yours and which thoughts are outside of yourself. Because, it's like you sort of like, there's the thoughts I know because they're spoken in my voice, but then you start to hear thoughts in other voices and you realize like, oh, because like sometimes I just have like really random like images or words just sort of pop into my mind. And I kind of think, well, where does this randomness come from? And I think it's almost like you're kind of like, there's a part of our mind that is our kind of like our little individual space. And then that's connected to a larger sort of universal mind. So it's like back to the whole bubble foam analogy. It's almost like, yes, we have our own individual bubbles, but they're all part of this larger foam. And so the kind of the light and the ideas kind of transmit into them. And one thing that's really been interesting, the Fae have been kind of teaching me recently, is that our sort of our universe, that our internal subjective universe is actually like is a body. It's like it's one of our like astral bodies, is our actual physical universe, as our perceptual sort of universe. It's sort of like when you take a psychedelic drug and you get to that stage where you can't really distinguish your own body from the external environment. So you're laying out in the field and you feel like you're becoming one, with the field. And what the Fae have been kind of telling me is that this is actually like your higher level like body, where and then everybody else has these bodies too. And I think when our universes sort of intersect with each other, I think that's where telepathy tends to take place, when they're sort of like, because that's the interesting thing. Like when you think about dream worlds, so when I think of a dream, I think of the self and its relation to the universe. I use the analogy of a yard. So it's like I have like a backyard, and there's like maybe there's a little koi pond, maybe there's a gazebo, and there's kind of like a perimeter of like hedge bushes sort of surrounding it. I've created a kind of a set, but at the same time, when it comes to this, and this yard basically represents my own sort of internal subjective sort of universe. Other things can interact with that space. It's not completely closed off. Squirrels, birds, animals, people from outside can sneak into your yard and kind of mess around with it. So it's like there is this sort of distinctive territory that is your kind of your own subjective sort of like universe, that with kind of the inside of your own mind. But the barrier between yourself and what's going on, the kind of the larger astral plane and the sort of the outer imagination, the kind of the the universal mind is just kind of like a ticker tape that just says this is where my mind ends and the universal mind begins. And then I think what spiritual practice is learning to kind of expand that, is making your yard bigger so it takes up a larger portion, but also understanding that you can never really box in the entire universe into your yard.
Just nailed it. Because the astral body, would you call the astral body the causal body? Is that the same thing? I know there's lots of different terms.
I use one thing I got to mention though. It's like I use a completely different set of like symbols and concepts. So in my system that I work with, it's like the self has sort of like these like nodes. So everything. So for example, your body and the physical world you're experiencing with 5 reality, that's one bubble of experience that you're having right now. Whereas if you think about what's going on in your imagination, what you're visualizing, what you're daydreaming about, that creates another bubble experience. So that's another node. And the third body I'm talking about is sort of like the collective landscape of both of those first 2 things I mentioned. And then there's like a fourth thing that represents your connection to the larger external universe that sort of goes beyond. And they explain that as Kuth, Zith, and O. So it's like, that's another thing I kind of wanted to bring back to the whole crystallizing mind concept and what Gabe was talking about earlier about how like our subjective landscape is hijacked by people like Aleister Crowley who, write these myths for us. And they kind of create a preconceived notion of what reality is through this kind of this sort of system that isn't necessarily ours. And I'm thinking, well, I think in a lot of ways, this is why I created my own system with the very same intent of escaping that kind of memeplex, that kind of that sort of like false collective, if you will, that sort of false consensus reality. And by adopting some of these symbols, you get an outside perspective, like sort of like a bird's eye view of the world, because you're not, taken in by, because like that's the thing, like I don't really, with my system, like it's a totally distinct thing. I don't really use tarot. And it's what's interesting too with like, I don't use really tarot or astrology or any of that stuff. And it's almost, and I used to be into Western occultism and Eastern occultism, but ever since I started this, I've had to basically start from square one, start basically at level 1, and have to have a completely, like, just like I was talking about before, like how I, instead of view the world as oneness and you start to view it as like a two-ness or a multiplicity, that completely changes your metaphysical understanding of the universe in a totally new way. And you got to look at the whole thing from a totally new perspective. And I think that new perspective kind of frees yourself from those older perspectives, and you can kind of look at it from a different outside lens.
So what I wanted to say here about the astral body and why I asked if it was the same as the causal body was because I think what you're hitting on here is so whatever and talking about mind being crystallized, I think it's a good analogy for whatever we want to call this astral body, whatever is the intelligence that made this, because one thing too, going back to the elements, the earth, like people think of the earth as it's something different from our physical bodies, but in those elements, I think it's proper to think of earth as your physical body because we are the living dirt. So in that sort of same frame of mind, whatever intelligence that is there when you cut yourself and it heals or whatever, that same intelligence that made mind crystallized, you could say is your astral causal body. And I think this is possibly the philosopher's stone, because if you cultivate that, it's a good analogy that it's the mind crystallized, which is physical existence. Now, all these stories of when one possesses the philosopher's stone, they can create different, things. They can turn around aging and all this crap. To me, that is symbolic of having control of this astral or not having control, but basically like cultivating it and everything, crystallizing it, but it's not something physical. But crystallizing it is a good analogy. And if you could do that, then you sort of have the philosopher's stone, perhaps.
Interesting about you talking about the astral and the calls on the etheric. That's actually the reason I started podcasting, because I heard people talking about the astral and the etheric body as if it was an interchangeable term. That was actually the reason I started podcasting. I had to set the record straight.
Yeah.
And not just by book learning, like from experience, because it's sort of like if you've swum in the sea, you know that swimming in the sea is one thing. And then if you've been in the air and you've been flying, then you know that flying is a different thing. And so you can't compare gills to wings. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They are like vastly different.
I had like an experience with the Akashic Hollow records where I was able to access past lives, but it was a very different experience than being able to actually project and go into connect with the divine and higher realms. So are the past lives more connected to my
Causal
body?
Yeah.
Astral? Is it astral?
Like, let me bring up that image I brought up earlier, and it's a great way of.
Before you do that, I just wanted to. I think I need to head out now. I need to eat dinner. We've been doing this podcast for 7 hours now. We've been doing it for a while, but I just wanted to say that this was a really great conversation we had today. We got a lot of really cool ideas thrown out there, and it was really fun talking with you guys. So really appreciate that.
Likewise, thanks, Cosby. Great discussion.
Thank you, dear brother. It's been an honor having you on the show. Loved your
Always love
input. Have
being
an
here,
absolutely great meal. Enjoy your day.
All right,
Don't
take it
party
easy,
too
man.
hard.
Yeah.
Om
See you
Shanti.
guys.
Blessed be.
Now, is the causal
sorry, yeah?
Because I got the impression that causal was the etheric.
I'll show you an image here. And this is an easiest way to consider it. It's like there's a changing of time in a sense. So if you look at this image, I think this image displays it really well in a way that's easy to map it in a sense. So you've got the Ida, you got the Pingala, and the Ida and the Pingala are two poles of Shushumna. So you have Shushumna, and then you have Ida and you have Pingala. So the one would be related to qualities, and it's a qualitative experience, fully abstract. And the other one would be related to specifics and form. So the forms and the qualities make up the physical body. So we think of the astral and the etheric as being somewhere else. Let me give you an example. Cosmic was talking about when you're lying down and you become one. You don't need substances to do that. All you need is to practice the art of relaxation. You will leave your body if you practice it properly. But you'll first go into the etheric. And all you do is you lie down and you run through your body and you relax to the point where you can't feel the boundary between your body and the floor. And you lie on a hard ground, by the way. I find it's best if you're lying on hard ground, because then your body gets sore if you're not if you're not lying properly. I mean, if you're not relaxed, and that sort of is an incentive to relax deeply. So it's like when you get totally relaxed, you feel like you're floating, you feel disembodied, and you don't need any substances for that. You just need to relax. And obviously, when you're relaxing, your breath deepens and becomes slower. So then you disengage from your physical body. But within that disengagement, you've got two possible polarities. You've got the world of form and the world of force, the world of energy. So in the world of form, you've got a place that looks exactly like this place, right? It looks like this, and you can move around. Only you can move through walls. And you don't move by walking, you move by thinking yourself there. The moment you think of where you need to be, you're there, if that makes sense. You move at the speed of thought. And so that's the etheric field. But when you disengage and you go deeper through the etheric field, you end up into such an abstract space where there is no up, down, or any form. There's just abstract quality. And that's like pure energy, a realm of pure energy where there is no substantiality to anything, but you feel like you're in this fluid, and you feel like this fluid is all around you, and whichever way you think you try to move, there's no coordinates of direction within the sphere of movement. You're just moving to leave qualities behind towards new qualities as a concept, but that's what you're actually doing. So these two aspects of reality, the one is the etheric field, which is eth means the beginning and the ending, which means the beginnings and endings of things. In other words, the limitations, the beginning of where this wall starts, the ending of where this thing starts, the beginning of that, the space between this and that, this beginning and that ending. It's all about measuring. It's about shape. It's about geometry. It's about form. With the astral, it's esh. It's about fire. Fire meaning quality. So everything's in a amalgamated state. There's none of that dynamic separation that we experience in the etheric. And it's very much time. Time is much more expanded. Like when you're dreaming, you go into like a deep space in the astral, and you actually carve a space out between the astral and the etheric for yourself to dream in as a concept, like to get this. If you're ever in a lucid dream and you disbelieve it and you decide you're going to take control of the entire dream, then you'll notice that it will dissolve around you and you'll be finding yourself between these two planes. And so the astral is relating to your feelings and your emotions, where the etheric is relating to your thoughts and your ideas. And these two together are the causal body. But the causal body is this, the causal body splits into half. One half is form, one half is force related. One half is quality, one half is structure. But in its true form, the causal body, you can only reach the causal body when you have reached the Sushumna. And the Sushumna is when the causal body and when the Pingala and the Ida, when the etheric and the astral are in a state of union, and that's when you start to connect. Now, the causal body is that part of the soul which takes form. So that's what you are before you take an ego and a persona. So here we could say that the Ida represents your ego and the Pingala represents your persona. So the Sushumna, your causal body, has to put on an ego in order to put on a persona. It's like you got to put on underwear in order to put on clothes. And the clothes are an external form, and the underwear is an internal quality. But when the underwear and the clothes have not been removed, they are actually one thing, which is the causal field, which is the substratum of reality as it's being downloaded and uploaded through the consciousness. And a good way of understanding it is there's a download and an upload. So you're downloading your astral energy and you're uploading the structure of the universe. And so this download and upload is a consistent flow down, up as a concept, which is why we, when we're in the astral, it's very abstract. It's extremely abstract experience. It's very disassociative to a certain extent compared to what we are used to here on the physical plane. The etheric is far more easy to, this is why Vedic training is not normally recommended for the Western mind, because Western mind is supposed to be more suited towards working with the etheric energy. And the etheric energy, you work with the Sephirot. And the Sephirot are the containers, the form and the shapes that these energies will fill. Where the chakra of India, which is working with the numerations of 108 as opposed to 72. You can see these mysteries revealed in a pentagram. So the chakras are whirlings and spinnings of energy. And the Sephirot are containers of thought. And the containers of thought are filled with the emotion, energy, motion, emotion. Fill the containers to create this substantial reality. And the substantial reality that we're in is downloaded from the causal. So everything is the causal plane. We are actually in the causal plane right now. Only we can't appreciate it because the layers of our persona and our ego get in the way of us experiencing the pre-birth state, which is the causal body, which is when I drowned, the first thing I noticed was obviously that, you know, it's painful and all of that, and like when you leave your body, it's a shock. And the first thing you notice is the vibration of the universe is like loud, and then you notice that there's three things. There's only three things in the whole universe, and those two things are coming apart from the seam of, and so because those two things are coming apart, the three things are unraveling. But then you realize that all of those three things is actually just one thing. And that the only thing that holds those three things together is memories. And because I was only 3 years old, I didn't have any concepts. I didn't have anything in the way. I didn't have belief. I didn't have ideas. I didn't have any of that nonsense. I was 3 years old. I knew nothing about anything. I just viscerally observed the universe dissolve and rip itself apart, and experienced the fear of having to forget, because those memories are like bound inside of you and they get pulled apart when we leave this world. And then that's when you hit the causal field. And in the causal field, we recognize that we are just like pure light, and that we're not actually here, or not actually from here. So anytime that we're experiencing past lives, that is direct connection with the causal field. And the interesting thing about the causal field, obviously, is it contains the future and the past, where, like Gabriel was pointing out earlier, and we were getting to this idea of wisdom and understanding, where wisdom holds the future and understanding holds the past. Remember, I tried to explain this as a download and an upload. We are downloading the future and we are uploading the past. I hope that makes sense. My explanation is probably not so good.
I like that. No, that was because I asked, because when I had a past life experience
it was a very strange experience. It was like I had a download full of like vague, disconnected perceptions of different times and places in my life that kind of all kind of hodgepodge together into a tapestry of my life. But there was really, I could see the sequence of events, but I might not have received them in that sequence. I was able to recapitulate everything into an experience of my whole entire life, but it was in a period of 15 minutes that I was in that meditation, and it all kind of happened within about 5 minutes time. But it was not like I was seeing things, living out each moment of experience. Whereas when I've had astral projection through meditation, I feel like I'm traveling and seeing things in present time, and I'm noticing, like, as I move along, how far I've gone and where I'm going might be a mystery, but I see that I'm entering through a portal, and it's all wrapped together, and it's all in order, and it's all, it feels like I'm there experiencing it. Whereas the other experience where I was downloading this past life experience was just kind of like I was pretty much going off of like,
It's like a whole lot of movies edited into one reel.
yeah, it's like little clips. It's like he's there looking at the cave where my wife's mother was there doing the oracle sessions, and like I was there standing by the sea where my hair was being braided to go out with my trident that I had built from the lava. It was very strange stuff that I was seeing that I would not expect. So that's why I knew that it was a very authentic experience, because it was baffling to me. A lot of other people had more modern experiences with their past lives.
Yeah, that's a whole. This is interesting. We talk about crystallized thought. You know, we're not supposed to know this. I've come to realize that we're carrying it all in our DNA, and the DNA is not what it seems to be. You see, this DNA has got the Ida, the Pingala, and the Shashumna. This is the DNA. This is the mystery, and that's the caduceus. And the caduceus is telling us about this mystery. It's Mercury's staff. And so one wind of the DNA is the future, one wind of the DNA is the past. One wind is the astral, one wind is the etheric. But these two together are bound. That's the causal. Because the causal is both the future and the past. Hence we call it the causal. The cause all. Yeah?
Yeah.
But I think that the causal body, the Akashic field, the Akashic records, whatever we call them, is a highly abstract zone.
Absolutely.
Mostly I find, like, if I've been in dancing, when you dance, you seem to go straight to the causal field. Interestingly enough, they talk about the dance being, the Nataraj, the Shiva.
Absolutely.
It seems like when you dance, you just want to go out, and you bypass the etheric and the astral completely straight into the causal, and you automatically downloading other experiences from other times.
Yeah.
But you're right.
Egyptian stuff.
Sorry?
I get a lot of Egyptian visions from dancing in the high court. It's been really prevalent for me.
Yeah, it makes sense. If I look at your face, it makes sense.
Yeah, I'm part Persian.
You look like you got something Egyptian going on in there.
Yeah.
If I look at your face, like you got a bit of an Egyptian face. You fell off for a moment, PK. I'm sorry I didn't see you fall off. I had a picture on the screen.
I did. Thanks for I heard most of that. Thanks for explaining that. What question though, when you were describing the laying on hard ground and getting out of body or whatever, are you talking about the astral body?
Well, there's etheric and there's the astral. They're not the same. So
Right. And so when you were talking about doing the exercise where you're like, oh, you lay on hard ground, it's better, feel like you're sinking into the ground, then you rise up or whatever. Is that experience the astral or the etheric? or both, or is it causal?
You will first experience the etheric. But it's like garments, like the astral. Imagine this: you got the astral, and then within the astral you got the etheric, and then within the etheric you got the physical. And the physical body is a small body. The etheric body is a much bigger body, and then the astral body is an even bigger body outside that. So when you move further away, you embrace a bigger body. Does that make sense?
Yes, definitely.
Like
So
the
in your opinion, when
hyperdimensionality
people-
of space.
Yeah. And so in your opinion, when people say they get out of body, you know, and are like see themselves on the couch or whatever, would you say that they are in their etheric body, or is that even proper
Etheric.
to talk like this?
Etheric.
They're in their etheric. Okay.
Mm.
And
It's
so I thought it was really interesting that you combined the astral and the etheric is the causal body, and that makes a lot of sense. But just to clear it up, you combined, or you associated, was it astral was thoughts and etheric was emotions, or did I get that wrong?
no other way around. The etheric body is like a. It's okay. So thoughts are acoustic fields of objects. Thoughts, they're objects. We just don't realize, but they're actually objects. And the objects have got a shape to them. So when we're drawing sacred geometric pictures, we are drawing the thoughts. And the alphabet is a resonant frequency, which is a picture that is supposed to somehow bring to mind the shape of sound, the phonetics. But when we're looking at the astral, we're thinking about color and tone rather than shape, if that makes sense. It's about qualities. And qualities are emotional in nature. And shapes are thought in nature. So we think shapes and we experience qualities. So the one is subjective and the one is objective, in a sense.
Like when I go into astral projection, and then I start off by being able to see
Etheric
myself
body.
with the ethereal body. Then when I go further, I kind of I end up in a different place, and I end up in a different realm. That's when I'm going from the ethereal into the astral.
Yeah,
you
it's
say-
completely abstract.
Mhm. It's an unrecognizable place, but you start to understand that what I'm seeing has reference to the place I came from. It's like the causal realms behind it, kind of. I would say, you could say.
Yeah, I don't have that much. I can't say I have much experience about the causal body other than experiencing past lives and downloading, and like that to me is like
See, I was
I
able to
experienced that strongly when I was a child.
have yearnings of like what came before everything, and where
Yeah.
does everything come from, and it was shown to me. It wasn't like we
Yeah.
were talking.
I was like intently embedded in the causal body as a child that I kept reliving my other life over and over and over again. Every night when I went to sleep, I was living there. And I experienced that passing of life thousands of times. Well, I don't know, a lot of times. And it was always the same. And in this life, I've got a scar in the place where that happened on my body.
Wow. So sorry I keep cutting out here, but I think it's crazy if I understand this right. that so our physical body, right? We can then go, get out of it or whatever, however you want to put it, to the etheric, then to the astral, and it's just in the causal body in this, mode of in this landscape seems evasive, right? It's like not in the picture.
Like I like to think of it as like dimensionality, because it's like there's a dimension here, and then there's a hyperdimension, and then we go out into the next hyperdimension, and then the other hyperdimension. It's so abstract that we're just in a sphere of pure information where there is no body. In fact, that's interesting. Like my experience of the causal is really confusing. There's just all this information that you can download. It's like you're in this huge sphere of just information.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
Yeah, it's overwhelming. You can't cognitively put it into perspective like you can. The etheric experience is very simple.
So what
That's
I
easy.
was like, I could see like a bunch of different streams of like time or experience. I couldn't really experience any of them fully, but I could see how they were interwoven with each other somewhat, in the idea that there was more than one timeline going on where things could kind of bifurcate and change. That was what I was gaining from it. But like, these are all extrapolations, really, I mean, that's what I interpreted it as being. But it was all just so beautiful.
Okay, I think we really need to end this live. I've just realized what the time is. It's 1:36 on my end. You see, I wake up every morning and climb the mountain. My little boy is counting on me. We got to climb the mountain. So it's our sunrise gig. So I'm going to have very little sleep.
Gotta be getting late over there. What time is it now?
It's 1:36 in the morning.
Yeah.
So,
My friends, it's been a great show.
do you guys have any last things you want to throw on the table? I think we've covered this conversation quite thoroughly. What do you guys think?
I wanted to mention earlier that the 88 is representative of Hitler because H is the 8th letter. So HH means Heil Hitler. That's what's the connection there.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Because
Earlier.
in the Hebrew and in the Chaldean it's 5.
For H. Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
In
interesting.
Chaldean and in Hebrew it's 5, and in English it's 8. But there's this association between 5 and 8.
Yeah. I wish we could have got more information on the Pythagorean 5 being nemesis, but we'll have to look into that.
Yeah,
We'll
it's
have to do a
wild,
whole
right?
show on that.
Track that down.
Yeah.
Thanks for hosting, man. This was a blast. Let's do it again soon. Get some sleep.
Namaste, brother.
Climb that mountain.
Have a great hike in the morning.
Yeah, man. Every morning. I feel it in my legs, but my boy is 8, and I like him to never miss a day. And yeah. Namaste. Thank you all in the circle, in the group of the audience and the chat. I hope you guys got what you came for. Pray you enjoyed yourself. It's been a blast. As you can see, my eyes I need like matchsticks if I want to keep my eyes open. But sending you all much love, blessings. Dear brother Indy, as always, it's been an honor. And Soraya, are you with us? Okay. Maybe Soraya fell asleep because it might be late where she is. It's like after midnight. as well.
Many blessings to you, Soraya. Where is she at? Is she in England?
The Netherlands.
Netherlands. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, big love to you all. Big love. Namaste, Soraya. Namaste, dear brother and sister, and all of you brothers and sisters out there. I hope you guys are having a great, great, great day. If you're in the States, wherever you are. Om Shanti. Peace and love. Take it easy. Don't forget to smile because life's just too short not to. Bless.
Blessed.